With every transformation, Harry steps further away from the boy the world once knew. But how far can he go before he's no longer human at all? Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to another thrilling installment of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. We're diving into Part 4, Chapters 31 to 40, where Harry's journey as an animagus continues to evolve in ways he never imagined. If you love powerful transformations, hidden abilities, and a fresh take on the wizarding world, you won't want to miss this. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a fan-made production for entertainment purposes. The Accidental Animagus is written by White Squirrel, and all rights to the Harry Potter universe belong to J.K. Rowling. If you enjoy this story, please consider supporting the original author on fanfiction platforms. Harry's mastery of his animagus form is reaching new heights, but with great power comes new dangers. Can he balance his growing abilities with the ever-present threats looming over him? Expect intense magical training, deepening alliances, and revelations that will change everything. The Accidental Animagus isn't just about magic. It's about freedom, self-discovery, and defying expectations. With White Squirrel's brilliant storytelling and Harry's ever-growing skills, this story continues to captivate fans around the world. If you love fanfiction audiobooks and want exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member. Members get early access, bonus content, and a say in future narrations. Join the Grimoire Guardians today and help keep these stories alive. And now, let's step back into the world of the Accidental Animagus, where instincts may be the key to survival. Chapter 31. 7 Days in the Life of Padfoot and Moony.
Sunday.
The moment they walked in the doors of number 12 Grimmauld Place, Sirius and Remus could feel the evil clinging to them. Even a normal magical household would attract quite a few magical pests after being boarded up for 6 years, but with so much dark magic permeating the air, it was much worse. "Ah, home sweet home," Sirius grumbled. "Remind me again why I came back here? To tear down everything your parents worked for," Remus suggested. "Right, well, looks there's a lot of tearing down that needs to be done." That was an understatement. Sirius shuddered as he remembered his last memory of this place. His mother chasing him out the door screaming about all the dark curses she would use on her blood traitor of a son when she caught him, with a promise that his father would do him even worse. He hadn't thought 12 Grimmauld Place could get any worse than that, but it had in spades. To start with, it smelled like something had died in here, probably a lot of somethings. And from the twittering and chattering, there were probably a lot of somethings living in here, too. Doxies, pixies, and fairies nesting all over. He was sure. Chispurfles burrowing into the magical appliances, and it would be a miracle if there weren't Boondemans rotting the foundation, plus whatever mutants his parents had created that had run wild with exposure to dark magic. And on top of that, the house was one big booby trap on a good day. Paranoid and a little off their rockers even before he'd left, both Orion and Walburga Black liked to jinx things at random whenever they felt like it. And there was no accounting for their terrible taste. "I can't believe I really came back here," he said. "This place is every bit as dark and ugly as I remember it. And then some." He kicked an umbrella stand made from a troll's leg with a loud thud. Suddenly, a screeching voice sounded. "Thieves. Thieves and blood traitors. Mudbloods and filth. Begone from these hallowed halls." Sirius froze in his tracks and let out a high-pitched squeak. "Mother?" A pair of moth-eaten curtains flew apart further down the hall, revealing a portrait of an irate old woman. Despite her own screaming, she seemed to have heard Sirius's voice because she yelled even louder. "You, blood traitor, abomination, shame of my flesh." Remus was still stunned. "What the hell?" the werewolf started. "Damn it, woman. You nearly gave me a heart attack," Sirius yelled as he approached the painting. "But I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you?" His weakness and recovery was momentarily forgotten, and a surge of anger he'd long forgotten he possessed came forward. Shut up. He grasped the picture frame and tried to lift it off the wall. But the painting wouldn't budge and only seemed to yell even more vile curses after the attempt. As his mother screamed out a list of his every supposed failure, he winced under the assault and tried to lift the portrait again. Nothing. It must be stuck to the wall. He drew his wand and tried to unstick it. Still nothing. Remus, he yelled over the racket. Let me try. Remus tried a bunch of advanced anti-jinx spells, but the painting remained firmly stuck to the wall. In frustration, Sirius started throwing any spells at it he could think of. Burning his mother's face off like she had done to him sounded like a good idea, but the spell just bounced off. In fact, he soon learned that anything useful, from unsticking spells to silencing spells, just bounced off. Maybe he was out of practice, but that painting sure seemed to be doing a good job of fighting back. The painting started cackling at his failure. An enraged Cyrus cast enough sparks at it that he was lucky the whole hallway didn't catch fire, but the portrait remained unharmed. He still didn't have a clue how the spell work on the things had been done, but he did notice that the curtains surrounding the painting were flapping in a non-existent breeze in perfect time with the shouting. Remus gave up. What is this thing? He yelled with his hands clapped over his sensitive ears. Some kind of stupid burglar alarm, Sirius yelled back. Then he lunged forward and he tried to force the curtains back together. It was as if the force of the shouting was holding them apart. Moony, help me. His friend didn't need to be told twice. With each of them grabbing one heavy curtain, and with great effort they managed to force them together, and the portrait fell silent. Phew, well, that's better, Remus said. Yeah, for now, Sirius said as he tried to catch his breath. I doubt it'll stay that way for long. Let's try not to wake her up again. We'll have to sort out later. Well, let's get started. It looks like we've got our work cut out for us. The two wizards took quiet, careful steps down the dim hallway. They could hear skittering in the shadows, and they swatted at cobwebs as they walked through them. Layers of dark magic swept across them as they advanced. A pair of serpent-shaped candelabras started shooting feeble fireballs at them that probably would have been a serious threat if the charms hadn't nearly run down. Remus stopped them with a quick flourish of his wand, but he didn't think they'd be so lucky with the other jinxes. They'd only advanced a few steps, though, when they heard a series of thuds and a shuffling sound accompanied by low, croaking mutterings. Something was coming down the stairs. Remus stepped in front of Sirius, putting a finger to his lips and whispering lumos. He jumped forward and whipped his wand toward the stairwell. Thieves defiling Mistress's house? Creature will show them. Yes, he will. Creature. Sirius growled. Are you still living? A very old house elf with sagging skin and ears and mad, bloodshot eyes froze on the stairs, gazing at Sirius in disbelief, a continued muttering to himself. No, he grumbled. Bad blood traitor master has returned. He should not befoul Mistress's house. Oh, what she will say. No, creature is dreaming. Creature is having a nightmare. Unfortunately for both of us, you're not, Sirius snapped. Even the family elf was worse than he remembered. He was filthy, dressed in nothing but a loincloth, and had obviously given up on cleaning ages ago. I'm back, so you're gonna have to get used to it. Creature's mistress will not approve, the elf croaked back. He started shuffling closer down the stairs. Mistress disowned bad master. Cast him out of the family. She will not welcome him. Well, too bad for her. Your mistress is a painting, and I'm the last of the blacks, so I'm your master now, and you have to do what I say. Sirius cracked a slight grin at that. Creature won't. He started yelling. Won't. Creature will go to Mistress Narcissa. Creature won't go to blood traitor Master Sirius. Won't. Good Lord, he's gone mad, Sirius said loudly. Maybe I will send him to Narcissa. She deserves him. She won't take him, Remus replied. I'm sure they've already got an elf. Won't. Then I'll free him. If we're lucky, maybe the shock will kill him. Creature was so worked up that he didn't even seem to notice this. And if you're unlucky, he'll be free to attack you, Remus reminded him. Won't. Creature, shut up, Sirius yelled. The elf clutched at his throat, gagging, and looked up in horror, but fell silent, though he kept mouthing insults and stamped his feet. Well, at least we know he's definitely mine, Sirius deadpanned. So, what do you think I should do with him? I don't know. Try setting him cleaning for now. If we're lucky, maybe he'll snap out of it. Fine, he sighed. Creature, I order you to help us clean up this house. The elf looked up with an expression of deepest loathing and, still silenced, mouthed something that was clearly meant to be. Creature must do as master wishes, except accompanied by a few choice insults that would have made a sailor blush. The work was slow-going and dangerous. Sirius still needed to stop and rest frequently. The magical grime was so thick here that normal cleaning spells barely had any effect, and it was only because Remus the dark creature expert was there that they were able to recognize all of the things that tried to bite them. At one point, they were attacked by 3 nasty chameleon ghouls at once and were forced back down the stairs before they won out. That largely put them off exploring. Even on the ground floor, they had to beat a hasty retreat from the dining room when the curtains sprang to life and tried to suffocate them, which was compounded by the swarm of pixies that flew out of them. The surviving marauders bedded on mats in the kitchen that night, setting up alarm charms in case Creature or something worse wandered too close. They also put silencing charms on the area so that Sirius's screams wouldn't wake anything up. Remus had sat by him a couple of nights in the hospital, and the screams were as haunting as anything. Being in this gloomy place wouldn't help. The kitchen was actually the easiest space to clean. Even Orion and Walburga Black knew the importance of not casting too many curses around the food, and they could just junk most of what was in there. The Raw had kept away all but the hardiest pests and had long since crumbled to dust itself, and most of the magical appliances were a total loss once the Chispurfles had got through with them and moved on. Sirius and Remus started a junk pile with them in the alleyway in back of the house. The 2 men fell asleep that night making plans to wage war on the House of Black. Plans which largely consisted of digging in at the kitchen and working their way up. Monday. Padfoot, maybe we should get some professional help with this. Come on, Mooney. We fought Voldemort together. I think we can handle my house. I'm not so sure. The kitchen needed quite a bit more cleaning even after making it safe enough to sleep in, not to mention that rats and tarantulas kept wandering in from other parts of the house. Sirius was still so jumpy around rats that he made a mess of them every time he saw one. Creature seemed to have shacked up in the boiler room and resisted all serious attempts to do anything with that. The pantry was cleaned out of everything that was past its use-by date, which included about half of Creature's meager food supply, which already seemed like it was barely enough to keep the elf alive. Sirius had swallowed his pride and allowed Remus to escort him to the grocery store. I don't think it's safe for anyone to be in that house alone, he'd said. The floor in the kitchen was so choked with ash and dust that it was quite possibly an explosion hazard, and they would need to have a workman come in to have it reconnected. And the small toilet off the kitchen was truly frightening in ways that the pair could not fully describe. Something had repeatedly sprung a leak and then become disgustingly gunked up, and there were varieties of fungus in there that Remus had never even heard of, some of which proved to be carnivorous. Sirius's preferred solution of, oh, dear sweet Merlin, kill it with fire, proved to be ill-advised, since they were in the basement, the ventilation wasn't working right, and Remus was pretty sure there was something toxic in the resulting smoke. You almost landed back in the hospital, and it's only the second day, he chided. So, I'm out of practice. It can't get much worse. Remus groaned loudly. That was the one thing not to say in this situation.
Tuesday.
Padfoot, I'm not going to be able to stay here on Thursday, and I don't think you should either. It's dangerous enough with two of us here. The dining room had been much worse than the kitchen. Practically everything seemed to be infested, booby-trapped, or both. The one bright spot was that they rooted out that nest of giant tarantulas. On the other hand, they got pummeled by heavy bolts shooting out of an old grandfather clock. They also woke up the portrait of Walburga Black multiple times.
Why?
What's on Thursday? Sirius asked as he nursed a bruise on his forehead. The full moon, remembers? Oh, right. But what about your potion? I didn't start it early enough this month. I'll only be partially tamed. I won't be able to stay in a populated area. Well, we'll have to do something about that, won't we? What do you say we go to the Shrieking Shack for old time's sake? I hear the people in Hogsmeade are starting to question whether it's really haunted. Remus sighed.
Fine.
If it'll get you out of this death trap for a day, I'm game. No, you're a hunter. Remus chuckled. That was one he hadn't heard in a long time, and cleverer than usual, especially given his friend's current state. They were interrupted from their work by a hooting from the window, where they saw a beautiful snowy owl looking into the dining room disapprovingly. Who'd be writing you here? Remus wondered. Sirius shrugged and took the note from the owl. He opened it, saw two types of handwriting interspersed, and glanced down at the bottom. Oh, it's from the Cubs, he said, perking up. He read the letter aloud, his voice cracking slightly. Dear Sirius and Remus if you're there. We hope you're feeling better. You still looked a little under the weather on Saturday. And we hope the cleaning isn't giving you too much trouble. Professor Quirrell told us about all the magical pests that can congregate when a magical house is abandoned. Things are settling back down in the castle. It was pretty crazy last week right after the trial, but now it's mostly just back to classes. We've been watching the map a little. It's really neat, but Hermione doesn't want to use it to sneak out. Maybe we can use it to avoid Harry's fans the next time he catches a Death Eater. Haha, Hermione. Sirius, Cousin Andy sent some charmed, eyes-only Wisengamot stationery keyed to her and to our parents so we can send messages about our secrets. You know which. Could you please send us some that's keyed to you? We'll be getting some keyed to us over Christmas halls. Then we'll be able to write more freely. Thanks. Love from Harry and Hermione. Nice of them to write so soon, Sirius said cheerfully. Of course, when they want something, Remus said wryly. Who cares? I can probably send them some stationery this week. Actually, I think the mirrors are around here somewhere. Those would be more secure.
Keep an eye out for them.
We can give them one for Christmas. I think they'd like that. They were interrupted by the curtains springing to life again.
Back.
Back, I say. Sirius barked. Then he changed into Padfoot and started chewing on them. Wednesday. Padfoot, this isn't going to work. What's wrong, Moony? I thought we were doing pretty well. No serious injuries today. I think we're getting the hang of this cleaning thing. Yes, I know we can clean the place by ourselves, an exasperated Remus said, but we're still not going to finish the dining room today, and there's no way we'll have the whole place safe for guests by Christmas. HMPF, Sirius pouted. Thanks for the vote of confidence. The two men glared at each other in a dog-like dominance contest. In the old days, Sirius would usually win those, but with his recovering health, he broke first. Fine, he grumbled. I know. I'll ask Andromeda to come and help. She was always great at household spells. I'll drop her a line now and ask if she can stop by tomorrow. We're going to be away tomorrow, Remus growled. Well, maybe just a consultation then, Sirius told the werewolf sheepishly. There was a joke he hadn't used in a while. And if she says we need professional help, You'll hire someone? Sure, you win, Mooney. Thursday. It took Andromeda all of 20 minutes to say, "You two are going to need professional help." In retrospect, she was probably just stringing them along after the first 5. Friday. In all honesty, it hadn't been that hard for Sirius to walk into the magical cleaning company in Diagon Alley and ask them to come out for an estimate. It was only his pride that slowed him down. When the witch came out to inspect the premises the next day, he started to wonder if he'd been mistaken to wait so long, as a tall, attractive woman with a round face and golden hair in soft curls stood at the door. But even more surprising was the fact that she looked very familiar. Vicky? Sirius cried in disbelief. Sirius Orion Black, Vicky said with a smile. What is it, Lord of the House of Black, now? And to think I thought you were cool for getting out of this pigsty. It was her, all right. Victoria McKinnon, last of the McKinnons, Marlene's cousin who had been out of the country when the Death Eaters came calling on a post-graduation trip with some friends. She'd been 3 years behind the Marauders at Hogwarts, and Sirius still remembered her as the little girl who always tagged behind Marlene, Lily, and Mary like a lost puppy. Victoria? Remus asked breathlessly, leaning against the wall after his ordeal the previous night. Hello, Remus, she waved to him. Still hanging around with this lunatic? Hey, I resemble that. Vicky, when the hell did you grow up so much? Sirius stammered. She definitely wasn't so little anymore, he thought. She looked a lot like Marlene, in fact, and she seemed to have become just as snarky. Well, you've been out of the loop for a while, she said. Sorry about that, by the way. I'd always wondered why you'd supposedly turned evil. Well, are you just gonna stand there looking stupid? Or are you going to invite me in? That got Sirius moving. Unfortunately, he tripped and woke up his mother. To her credit, Vicky didn't run away when the portrait started screaming at him for bringing more blood traders and impure women into the house, nor when they gave her a tour and showed her the full extent of the filth. In fact, she seemed to get more and more gleeful as time went on, seeing the house as both a challenge and a huge moneymaker. And that's the whole thing, Sirius said when they were done. What do you think?
Can you do it?
Of course, we can do it, she snapped. But boy, this is gonna cost ya. We're gonna need everybody and some contractors. Let's see, overtime, hazard pay, how do you plan on paying for this? She grinned. I assume large piles of galleons are still tender, Sirius deadpanned. Unless you'd like to negotiate something different, he added. Remus elbowed him in the ribs. Galleons will do fine, Vicky said primly. And you want this done right away? The sooner the better.
Great.
I'll get the crew and come back in an hour. I look forward to it. Vicky walked out the front door and operaed away. Sirius grinned dreamily after her. You were staring? Sirius, Remus said. So, you should be careful about letting your emotions run away from you so soon after Azkaban, he advised him. Sirius ignored him. Sure enough, Vicky came back an hour later leading a team of no fewer than 12 witches and wizards, all of them specifically trained in household charms, and one of them in actual curse-breaking, and they proceeded to attack number 12 Grimmauld Place with the speed and skill of aurors in battle. Sirius and Remus tried to help, but they were mostly left in the dust by the professionals. Kreacher just stood around staring dumbly for a while, then started making increasingly vile comments whilst trying to stop Sirius from throwing anything away. He eventually caused so much trouble that Sirius banished him to his den in the basement. In the meantime, the Marauders watched, amazed, as the cleaning crew made another pass and got what was left of the kitchen looking spotless, if still dreary, and finished cleaning the dining room as well that day, with an estimate to finish the whole house in another week or so. With a generous overtime payment from Sirius, they were even convinced to come in the next day to start in on the drawing room on the first floor. Meanwhile, Sirius also received a very interesting letter that day. Dear Sirius, thank you for the stationery. I'm using it now because I had a very private question to ask you. You see, ever since I first met Harry, I've wanted to become an animagus myself. It seems like a really useful skill to have. I know I probably won't be a cat, but I still want to learn the transformation. Professor McGonagall told me that she would be willing to help if I had a good enough reason, like my brother being a target for dark wizards, but I think she's stalling. I think she thinks it's more appropriate for a NEWT level student. But since I've learned so much wandless magic already, I really think I could do it sooner. Before you ask, yes, our parents are okay with this, with my learning the transformation anyway. I'm sure they'd prefer that I learn it from Professor McGonagall, but since you and Harry's birth father learn it in school on your own without getting hurt, I was wondering if you would be willing to teach me. I don't really know how that would work since we're not in the same place most of the time, but I'd really appreciate it if you could help me learn it. Good luck with the cleaning. Cousin Andy told us you're getting professional help, and I think that's a very good idea. Love from Hermione. Sirius smiled broadly. It seemed there was more to little Hermione than met the eye, and with her wandless magic skills, he had no doubt she would be a quick study. He wondered for an embarrassingly long time how he might be able to pull off teaching her before he remembered the mirrors, and then he got his trademark marauder's grin that struck fear into the hearts of first years and Snivellis. Yes, that would be the perfect thing to surprise her with at Christmas.
Saturday.
We need the biggest bottle of doxicide we've got up here. Where are all these rats coming from? Ah, it's a boggart. Ridiculous. What the hell? Biting tweezers. The drawing room turned out to be even worse than the dining room. That's where the greatest number of dark artifacts were, everyone hoped, proudly displayed in glass cabinets, so that was naturally the room that attracted the most trouble. The drawing room alone, they soon realized, would be a full day's job. Despite this being much faster than he and Remus could have hoped to do, Sirius was not in a good mood. This may have had something to do with the fact that he had to sign off on every dark artifact that was taken away for purification or disposal. Can't you just pitch all that stuff? He asked Vicky when there was a lull in the work. Sorry, company policy. Can't pitch anything that's not obvious trash without checking with the owner. Or it might have been the fact that that ugly tapestry proved as impossible to remove as his mother's portrait. And repair charms wouldn't even fix it either. He'd probably have to call a proper enchanter to be able to modify it. He was contemplating his options grimly when the Cursebreaker came up to him with yet another dark artifact, a heavy silver locket with a large S on the front. I'm not sure what's up with this one, he said. I can't get it open. It's definitely got dark magic on it, but it's not active, and I can't even figure out the activation condition. Could it be a family heirloom, family spells, anything like that? I don't recognize it. I don't remember ever seeing it when I lived here. I has an S on it, Remus said, wandering up behind him. Is that any of your ancestors? Not for the past couple of generations. Maybe they bought it. Well, I sure don't have any use for it. You can toss it with the others. Sorry, but I'm not comfortable leaving dark magic lying around that I can't identify, the Cursebreaker said. Do you have anywhere safe you can store it? Or someone who can dispose of it safely? Oh, I'm sure I can find something, Sirius grumbled. He grabbed the locket with one hand, but when he did, he felt a small twinge of magic. Dark magic. Most dark objects did a pretty good job of hiding their magic. After all, a curse wasn't much good if the victim could sense it coming. But for people with a keen sense of magic, like someone who had practiced a lot at wandless magic, or an animagus, or a werewolf, one could often pick up on the fact that there was something not right about it. And there was something very not right about this locket. Whoa, Remus, check this out. He handed the locket to his friend. Yeah, I feel it too, he said after a moment. It's not strong, pretty weak in fact. Most people wouldn't notice it unless they wore it all day. But it's really twisted. That's what I thought, Sirius said, for once living up to his name. Let's take it down to the kitchen and get a closer look, he said pointedly, then to the curse breaker. Thanks for your help. We'll take care of this. The pair shut themselves in the basement. They didn't know what this was, but they'd done more than their share of dealing with dark objects in the war. Under a standard dark detection spell, courtesy of Sirius, the locket glowed a sickly, but unidentifiable green. Well, it's definitely dark magic, he said sarcastically. Moony, why don't you put that mastery of yours to good use? The other man nodded. Sirius set the locket on the table, and Remus cast one of his strongest dark detection spells on it. An aura of black cloud briefly surrounded it. The two marauders looked at each other in horror, and both took one large step backwards. This is really dark magic, Remus said. Yeah, Sirius replied, like, let Dumbledore handle it dark. He smiled a little. He owes me a favor anyway. Remus smirked at that. True, but he'll want as much information as we can give him for something like this, whatever this is. We need to know where this came from. Well, I have no clue. I never saw it before. Someone in your family must have brought it in here, Remus observed. Probably after you left. Maybe Creature knows. Sirius groaned. Spending the past week in his presence had only strengthened his determination that he did not want to need that deranged elf for anything. He even insisted on him and Remus making all the meals in case Creature tried to poison him. But he had to admit Remus had a point. Creature, he yelled, get out here. Slowly, the door to the boiler room creaked open. Sirius was pretty sure Creature carried out all of his orders extra slowly out of spite whilst claiming it was his age. What does Master want? Creature said mechanically as he shuffled out, then muttered under his breath, nasty, ungrateful swine. If Creature's mistress knew, I want you to answer my questions fully and truthfully, Sirius snapped and pointed to the locket. Do you know anything about this locket? The elf's eyes grew wide with horror and, with more energy than he had shown all week, and that was saying something, started shouting, Master Regulus's locket. Creature did wrong. Creature failed in his orders. He ran to the fireplace and grabbed a poker. Creature stopped. Sirius yelled, and when he didn't, he lunged for him and grabbed it out of his grip. Punish yourself later, Creature. Answer my questions now. Where did this locket come from? But to Sirius's and Remus's surprise, Creature started crying, and for once with sadness rather than anger. Master Regulus ordered Creature not to tell. The elf whimpered, wrapping his arms around himself and shivering. Regulus? This was his, the name finally registered. This could be a Death Eater item. Now we definitely need to know. Creature, I order you to tell me where it came from. Master said not to tell. Sirius growled at his servant. I'm your master now, Creature, and I outrank Regulus, so I order you to tell me where this locket came from. Creature whined and shook so violently that Sirius thought he might drop dead to get out of his dilemma, but he finally finished whatever internal battle he was fighting and began to speak. It was a story that Sirius never could have imagined. The Dark Lord, Voldemort himself, had borrowed Creature from Regulus the Death Eater, taken him to an underground cavern so horrible that the very description reeked of dark magic, forced him to drink some sort of foul poison, and then left him there to die. The elf shook, rocking back and forth as he sat on the floor, and then began wailing as if he'd been thrown into some kind of flashback. Master Regulus, Mistress, help Creature. Please help Creatures. Please? Sirius didn't think he'd ever heard Creature say please in his life. His chest tightened upon hearing the elf's screams. Even 2 weeks later, He was still having nightmares of Azkaban that, from the sounds of it, weren't much worse than this. Remus simply looked on in horror at the tale. And then, Creature let out a high, sibilant laugh in imitation of someone else's voice that chilled both men to the bone. Your master will be rewarded for his loyalty. Creature was trembling harder than ever as he came to his senses and continued his tale. Left alone and half dead, he tried to drink from the underground lake, only to be dragged in by what must have been Inferi. It was only by luck that Regulus had specifically ordered him to come home afterwards, and that Voldemort didn't think to block him from popping away that he didn't drown. Master Regulus was too kind to Creature, he said. Master Regulus nursed him back to health. Regulus had always had an inexplicable soft spot for the elf, Sirius thought. He'd never understood it. He asked Creature. The elf shuddered into another flashback, and Sirius jumped and whined like a dog as he performed a better imitation of Regulus Black's voice than he would have thought the croaking elf was capable of. Creature, what did the Dark Lord do? And from there, the tale grew even stranger. As Sirius listened in awe, he learnt that Regulus had not merely got cold feet. He had turned around and actively fought against Voldemort, somehow copying the locket and telling Creature to take him back to the underground lake under strict orders of secrecy. And then, Creature would have drunk the potion again for Master Regulus, but Master Regulus would not let him. Creature shuddered violently as another flashback hit. Creature, I order you to make me drink all of the potion until we get the locket out. This order overrides any order I may give you while I'm under its influence. Do you understand? Yes, Master Regulus. Creature was weeping heavily. Sirius found himself tearing up in spite of himself and mentally blamed it on his recovery from Azkaban. His brother had been a proud Slytherin, a pure-blood supremacist, and a bloody Death Eater. And yet he'd loved that elf like family. Loved him enough to do something as Gryffindorish as drinking a bowl full of Voldemort's poison. And, as much as it galled him to admit it, Creature had returned that love with loyalty, such as he had never shown Sirius. He could practically see the scene himself as Creature finished his tale. Water need water, Regulus cried, creeping toward the water's edge. No, Master Regulus, do not touch the water. Bad things in the water. Black hands to drag Master in. But Creature must not have been fast enough, because the moment Regulus's hand touched the surface, the Inferi's arm shot out and began to pull him in. First an arm, then a leg, until he clung to the shore, his eyes filled with horror as the Inferi reached up around his collar to finish the job. Master, Creature will get you out. A creature will, the elf wailed. But even elf magic was powerless against that kind of enemy. No. Regulus pushed him away and thrust the locket into his hands. There's too many, Creature. Save yourself. Take the locket. Destroy it, Creature. Destroy it. And with that last command, Regulus lost his grip and was dragged to the depths of the underground lake. But no matter how hard Creature tried, he could not do it. He could not open it, or even leave a mark on it. He could not obey Master Regulus's last order. He broke off into incoherent wails. What happened next was probably the last thing Creature expected as a sobbing Sirius picked the elf up and hugged him. My brother, my own brother, he muttered over and over again. Moony came over and pat him on the back. House elves really have a knack for surprising you, don't they? Moony said knowingly. Sirius nodded. Moony had always had an affinity for creatures of all sorts. Oh, what the hell, he thought. Maybe it won't kill me to be a little nicer to this creature,
he stammered.
I thank you. The elf's head snapped up with a look that clearly said he thought one of the two of them had gone mad. If I'm lucky, maybe the shock will kill him. I never would have known that Regulus was a good man in the end. I don't know what this locket is, but it must have been important to be worth all that. I'm going to take it to Albus Dumbledore. I know you don't like him, but he owes me a favor, so I'm going to take it to him and make sure he destroys it." Kreacher's eyes grew wide, and tears filled his eyes again. "Master Sirius will do that for Kreacher?" "Yes, Kreacher. I'm going to finish what my brother started." Kreacher stared at him for a moment, and then cried for a little longer before walking off, holding his head a little higher and muttering, "The blood traitor finally remembers his family." Coming from Kreacher, Sirius supposed he should take that as a compliment. "Ah, Sirius, my boy." "And Remus," Albus Dumbledore said jovially. "Good evening to you both. What seems to be the trouble? You said it was urgent." Sirius and Remus sat down across the headmaster's desk, feeling very much like the mischief-making teenagers who had been called in here so many times. But this matter was far more important. Sirius opened the box they had stored the locket in and carefully laid it on the desk. Remus demonstrated the dark detection spell, and Sirius, through tears, related Kreacher's tale about his brother, Regulus. And through the story, Dumbledore looked more and more happy as he heard Voldemort's part in it. He then proceeded to cast some detection spells of his own on the locket, and when he saw the results, he seemed positively gleeful. "He looks seriously scary when he gets like that," Sirius thought. "My condolences, Sirius," Dumbledore said more calmly when the story was finished. "But at least it seems your brother was a good man in the end, despite appearances," he added pointedly. "Thank you," Sirius said. "So, do you want to tell us what's so exciting about this locket?" "Well, that is something of a sensitive point," the old man said. "How much occlumency do the two of you know?" "Occlumencies?" Remus said in surprise. "Enough to guard against casual intrusion. We never got great at it." "Then I would suggest you resume your studies when you can. There may yet be dangerous times ahead unless I can find a way to destroy this object safely. Even the knowledge that it exists and of where it is could be dangerous. But since I now have it in custody, if you are on your guard, I think it will be safe enough if you keep this to yourselves. However, it must not leave this office." Then Dumbledore smiled broadly. "I cannot thank you enough for bringing this to me. I believe I owe you an even greater debt for this." Both men leaned in closer, on the edge of their seats. "What are you on about?" Sirius demanded. "You have no doubt heard by now my assertion that Lord Voldemort is not truly dead. That the dark mark remains on Severus's arm is evidence of this." Sirius and Remus shared a disgusted look, but nodded. Even before his apparent death, I had begun researching ways in which he might be able to endure beyond it. Until now, I had no solid leads. But now, I believe you may have given me the key to destroying Voldemort once and for all. "What? What is in this locket?" Remus demanded. That is the delicate point. Have either of you two heard of a Horcrux?" "Horcrux?" Sirius breathed. He screwed up his face and thought back. "I think I've heard the word, but it must be awfully dark. Even in my family, I think it was spoken of only in hushed whispered." "Moonies?" "The same here," Remus confirmed. "Even in the darkest of books, only mentions, no descriptions." "I thought as much," Dumbledore said. He told them what that word meant, a piece of one's soul, carved out by an act of ritual murder and stored in a nigh-indestructible vessel to stave off death for as long as it lasted. Both men edged away from the locket, and Sirius felt like he might throw up. Why you're telling us that half of V. Voldemort's soul is in that thing?" Remus stuttered fearfully. "Yes," the old man said solemnly. "Locked behind whatever spells have sealed the locket. And if it's destroyed," Sirius whispered, "if Voldemort remains in spirit form, he will be killed. This time permanently. Then what are we waiting for?" Sirius leapt to his feet and drew his wand. "No, Sirius," Simple spells will not affect a Horcrux. I will have to investigate how to dispose of it. Rest assured that it will be done as quickly as possible." Sirius settled back down, and the two marauders reluctantly nodded. "And now, I think you have both had a very taxing day," Dumbledore said with that cheerful advisory tone of his. "I think it would be best if you were to go home and rest. I promise you that I have everything in hand here." Sirius sighed, but he couldn't think of any other reason to stay. Both men rose to their feet and left the office. "Maybe we can say hello to Harry and Hermione on the way out," Sirius thought. Though on the other hand, how would we explain our presence in the castle? Dumbledore was also pondering this new turn of events as they left. Voldemort's Horcrux, he thought. I never would have believed it, but the spells don't lie. It's a truly miraculous stroke of luck, or prophecy. And if this luck holds, our troubles could all be over by the summer. At least if young Harry's part goes through all right. I may not have been certain about that before, but with the Horcrux in hand, it's the perfect opportunity. The trouble is how to destroy it. The killing curse would probably work, but I can't trust myself with that spell, and I can't ask anyone else to cast it. I'll have to double check. What else can work?
Dementu?
Also can't be trusted. Fiendfire? Only if it's an emergency. Basilisk venom? If I recall correctly, that could work. Except it'll be tremendously difficult to get a hold of. I doubt there's a live basilisk being kept legally anywhere in the world. I suppose I could look up how to breed one myself, but then there's the matter of getting rid of it when I'm done. And anyway, I can see there's some kind of additional protection on the locket. I might have to figure out how to open it before I can try any of those. Albus Dumbledore went up into his apartments to consult his stash of confiscated books and embark on his new line of research. 1 week later, Sirius and Remus didn't know how Vicky and the other cleaners had managed it, but number 12 Grimmauld Place was habitable again. Sirius was so grateful that he invited all of them to the New Year's party. And he was delighted when Vicky gave him her address and said, "When you get back on your feet, send me an owl." Both men had moved into actual bedrooms and fully stocked the pantry. Sirius had even got someone to come and repair the tapestry, to which he'd promptly added the Tonkses and removed Bellatrix, along with putting Narcissa on probation. Not that it would help. The one thing that no one had been able to do anything about was that awful portrait on Walburga Black in the entrance hall. Remus had been trying to figure out what dark spells were empowering it all week, to no avail. When everything else was said and done, they opened the curtains to try to confront the problem one more time. They just barely got a silencing charm on it, and that wouldn't hold for long. Walburga didn't even seem to notice it. "Well, this is the last thing to be cleaned up," Sirius said.
We need to do something about it.
"I'm not about to bring muggles in here with this thing around. You find anything, Moonies?" "Sorry, Padfoot," the werewolf replied. "I still can't even get a reading on what spells are sticking this thing to the wall. It's almost like it wasn't normal magic that did it." They looked at each other with wide eyes as they each made the connection. "You don't think," Remus started. "I'll find out, creatures." The elf popped into existence and grumbled, "Master?" The elf was slowly becoming less unfriendly with Sirius and Remus, but it was a long process, and they all doubted they'd ever be truly comfortable around each other. "Creature, did you stick this painting to the wall?" Cracker grumbled again, and got that uncomfortable look he got whenever he didn't want to answer something. "You know what, never mind. I don't care. Creature, if you can unstick this painting from the wall, you may keep it in the boiler room. If not, we're ripping out the entire wall, and damn the consequences." That was quite a dire threat, since that particular wall was shared with number 11, but he made it clear he meant it. Creature's eye grew wide, and he made a reluctant snap of his fingers. At once, the portrait slid down from the wall with a thud. Sirius and Remus were feeling generous and helped Creature levitate the painting down the stairs, though that was mostly to see the horrified look on Walburga's face at being hung up in the boiler room. Chapter 32. The last month of the fall term wound down. Decorations were hung, goodbyes were said, and the Hogwarts Express made it back to London without incident. The Weasleys would pretty much have Gryffindor Tower to themselves over break. Harry and Hermione weren't sure whether to feel sorry for them or worry about what Fred and George would do to the place. Grandma and Grandpa arrived on the 23rd as usual, but this time they had been told to expect unusual company. Harry's godfather had just been released after spending 10 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and his best friend was having a rough time due to an unspecified chronic illness. That made them understandably nervous, but they were assured that both of them loved Harry and that Remus could keep Sirius in line. Of course, if the Marauders were good at one thing, it was making an impression. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Sirius Black in a Santa suit with a large bag of presents on his back was one of the stranger sights the Granger family had seen lately, especially considering it wasn't actively magical. Harry and Hermione ran over to hug their guests. "Sirius, Remus, good to see you," Emma said warmly. "You're looking better." Indeed, Sirius had already gained some weight and was walking more steadily, and Remus, while not looking as festive, was at least wearing new clothes. "Thanks. Happy Christmas, everyone," Remus said with a smile. "So, we had to register this visit with the ministry, so we could do magic here without setting off any alarms. Actually, the kids could, too, and no one would know better. Well, I think we'll have them stick to their wandless magic for now," Emma said. Granted, even that was pretty impressive by Muggle standards. Hermione had put on quite a show last night by lighting all the candles in the room with cool blue flames. "Welcome, gentlemen," Dan told the men. "I'd like to introduce my parents, Robert and Vera. Pleased to meet you," the Marauders said. In spite of his concern last night, Robert Granger was all smiles this morning for an unrelated reason. He stepped forward and shook Sirius's hand vigorously.
"Good to meet you, sir. Good to meet you. You've heard the news," he said.
Sirius and Remus each cocked an eyebrow. "Haven't you heard the news?" he exclaimed. "Gorbachev resigned."
"Who?" said Sirius. "Who?"
"Don't you read the papers? Mikhail Gorbachev, President of the Soviet Union. He stepped down this morning. The Soviet Union's coming down. Communism's falling," he said gleefully. "Oh, yeah, I've been hearing something about that," Remus said. "I'm afraid wizards don't pay that much attention to the Muggle media." "Well, this bit's important," Robert said in an explanatory tone that the family most often heard from Hermione. "After all, the Russians do have the world's largest nuclear weapon stockpile." Sirius and Remus both nodded in recognition. Even wizards knew what nuclear weapons were, most of them anyway. "Yes," Emma said dryly. "Now we don't have to worry about nuclear war. We only have to worry about dark wizards." "Well, actually, that is a pretty big deal, Emma," Remus said. Even in the most conservative families, the wizard version of duck and cover was apparate as far away from anything as humanly possible. "Yeah, and I think I remember something about Dumbledore adding a ward at Hogwarts to make bombs fail or go off course," Sirius said. "Oh, that would be nice," Robert said. "Any chance he can do that for the rest of the countries?" "Sorry, not even Dumbledore has that kind of power," Remus said. "Still, if the Soviet Union's collapsing, I wonder what that'll mean for Jugishvili." "Who?" the Grangers said. "Jugishvili," said Sirius. "Is he still around?" "Yes," Remus explained. "Konstantin Jugishvili, the Dark Lord of Leningrad. He's a very powerful wizard who made a name for himself in Grindelwald's war. He was propping up the Soviets for years, but the Muggle government suddenly withdrew its support in 1986. He's the one who's been causing all that trouble in the Caucasus." Robert's eyebrows shot up. That's a magical war? Yeah, we cause a lot of trouble, Sirius jumped in. What are we doing wasting time talking politics on Christmas? Come on, we've got presents to open. The family eagerly sat down, and Sirius emptied his large bag. Dozens of presents spilled out. That's certainly a lot of gifts, Dan said as the bag was upturned. Well, I've got 10 years worth of Christmases to make up for, Sirius said. He drew his wand and levitated each gift to its recipient. It was soon clear that he had brought no fewer than 11 presents for Harry and, so as not to show favoritism, had also brought an equal number for Hermione, hence the overflowing bag. Not to be outdone, Harry and Hermione wandlessly levitated the other gifts out from under the tree, and they went around the circle and started tearing into them. It turned out that Sirius had taken his mandate to make up for the last 10 Christmases literally, since many of the boxes contained magical toys meant for very young children. He laughed as each one was opened. Most of the other gifts, of course, were typical Muggle presents, disproportionately books. The Grangers did give some gifts to Sirius and Remus. Dan and Emma didn't have much clue what kind of gifts one got for wizards, but in the end, the family decided to give Sirius some books on recent history to help him catch up on the last 10 years, and Remus received a book on Muggle civil rights movements, ostensibly to pique his interest in history. Thank you, Remus said. Okay, can we be serious now, he added, since they got through all of the joke gifts. I'm always serious. His friend shot back with a grin as the Grangers laughed at that joke for what could. Well, be the only time, not that he wouldn't keep trying. In the old days, it had usually been James who set him up like that, so he was grateful Remus was willing to take up the slack. Remus chuckled and said, "And I hope you'll forgive me for not joining in his foolishness, but I happen to believe that quality is preferably to quantity." He produced 2 long, thin boxes and handed them to the 2 children. Harry and Hermione opened the gifts, and their eyes grew wide. Inside each box was a something like short scabbard made of fine leather with 3 straps attached. Those are quick-draw, wrist-mounted, dueling wand holsters, Remus said. They're preferred by most dueling champions and many Aurors. You can keep your wand close at hand, and they let you draw with a snap of your fingers. They have a wand strap that will protect against a moderate disarming charm, and they're dragon hide, so they'll resist spells to interfere with them. These are wonderful, Hermione said. Yeah, thanks, Remus, Harry added. You're quite welcome. You said you wanted to start learn dueling next week, so I thought you should really do it properly. Dueling? Like wizards' duels? Vera said nervously. More like sparring in karate. Vera, Emma clarified. But, aren't those holsters smaller than the wands? Robert observed. And it was true. They were a little more than half the length so that they could fit on a small adult's or an average 11-year-old's forearm. Remus just smiled and said, "That's why it's magic." Sirius still had a small pile of gifts waiting by his side. "Now, I've still got something for all of you," he said. First, to Dan and Emma, who have been so generous in letting Remus and me into their home and into their lives, and to Robert and Vera for putting up with us at Christmas, Sirius handed them 4 small boxes. When they opened them, Dan and Emma gasped to see 2 anniversary rings studded with large emeralds. Vera received a similarly ornate necklace, and Robert a gold watch. "They belong to my parents," Sirius said. "They've been certified curse-free, and I can think of no better fate for them than to be worn by a family of Muggles." The Grangers still looked a little uncomfortable at the allusion to his dysfunctional family, but Sirius moved on. He handed Harry and Hermione each a present roughly the size of a paperback book, although these weren't quite the same size and shape. "Go on, kitten," he said. Hermione tore open the package and smiled when she saw that it was a new diary with a lock on it. But unlike most Muggle diaries of that type that had only a tiny skeleton key attached, this lock went all the way through the book and went with a full-sized key that Hermione could feel was charmed. "It's a magic lock," she said. "Naturally," Sirius said. "It's not unbreakable, but it should keep your secrets safe from nosy roommates. Or brothers?" "Hey." Sirius gave Harry a critical look.
"For now," he said.
"But you'd better keep an eye on him. And make sure he doesn't get that key." Hermione giggled. "Thank you, Sirius." On cue, Harry opened his gift. But this one wasn't a book. It was a mirror. He held it up and looked into it skeptically. "Harry Potter," Sirius's voice sounded. Harry jumped as his godfather's grinning face appeared in the mirror. "Whoa, that's a two-way mirror," Sirius said. "Your dad and I used to use them to talk to each other when we were in separate detentions. Just say my name, and you'll be able to talk to me anytime. And the communication is impossible to intercept, so it's very secure. We'll see about getting you another pair," he added to Hermione, Dan, and Emma, "but they're really hard to make and almost hard to come by." "Well, this is great," Harry said. "It's like a magical telephone." "Thanks, Sirius." "Yeah, that'll be especially useful if anything unusual comes up," said Dan. "You know, you could make a fortune if you could sell those." "Not as much as you might think," Remus said. "We looked into it, and it would be great for students, but most people can just talk by call." At that point, with the presents all opened and things settling down, an aged brown long-haired tabby padded up stiffly and sniffed at Sirius's and Remus's feet, meowing in what Harry knew to be recognition. "Well, that's a friendly cat," Remus said, looking down. "Most cats don't like us much, you know." From the look of her, Rowena didn't seem to like Sirius much herself. "You know, it's funny, Harry," Sirius said. "Your parents had a cat that looked a lot like that. She didn't like me much either." The Grangers all giggled, even the grandparents. Remus quickly picked up the cat and discreetly smelled it. "Patfoot, I think this is James and Lily's cat." "You're joking." The children giggled again. "She is," Harry confirmed. "We found her in Godric's Hollow 5 years ago, and, Professor McGonagall figured out who she was." Harry winked at them. Hermione added. "But she didn't know her name, so we called her Rowena." "That's fitting," Remus said. "I think Lily named her Hypatia." By whatever name, the cat had turned and was now in a staring match with Sirius. "I should have known you'd make it out of there, then," Sirius said. "Well, at least you got the family back together." The morning wound down, and everyone started to clear away the wrapping paper until Emma stopped them. "Oh, wait, Harry, I think you missed one." Harry turned and saw one more parcel that he hadn't noticed before. It was lumpy and very light and wrapped in silver paper. "That's not one of ours." "Did you bring it?" Emma asked. "No, not us," said Remus. Harry looked the present over and saw a note attached in a loopy script that he was only partially sure of the identity of. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. It's not signed," he said. "Let me see that, cub," Sirius said quickly. Harry handed it over, and he started waving his wand over it. Remus leaned over and added his wand to the testing. "Well, there's no obvious jinxes," Sirius said. "And this is Dumbledore's handwriting. I wonder." He tore open the end of the package and pulled out a corner of slippery, silvery cloth. "Moony," he said downright reverently, "it's the cloak." "The what?" everyone else said. Sirius gently handed the gift back to Harry. "This was your father's most prized possession, cub. Go ahead, put it on." Harry looked confused as the liquid silver cloth slithered out of the paper and onto the floor, but Hermione's eye lit up with recognition. He stood up and wrapped the cloak around himself. There was a loud gasp from the rest of the family. Harry looked down and found that he couldn't see his feet. Ah, my body's gone. He spun around, trying to figure out what was going on. It's an invisibility cloak, Hermione said in awe. Dan and Emma exchanged a nervous look. Not just any invisibility cloak, said Sirius gleefully. It's the best invisibility cloak I've ever seen, ever heard of. Most of those things, the charms wear off after 10 years or so, but that cloak's been in the Potter family for generations. Harry made the connection and pulled the cloak over his head, vanishing entirely. I wonder why Dumbledore would give it back to him so soon, Remus suggested. Are you kidding? Dan said, laying a hand to his forehead. This is exactly the kind of thing Dumbledore would do. And if you're planning on taking that thing to school, we're going to have a long talk about how you are and aren't going to use it, Emma said loudly. Oh, come on, Emma. Let them have their fun. Sirius started. There was a yelp and a loud crash, and assorted pieces of Harry suddenly appeared on the floor. Hermione seemed to have grabbed him by the foot and pulled his legs out from under him. How'd you do that? Harry said indignantly. Hermione shot him an eye roll. I could see your footprints in the carpet, Harry. Sirius barked with laughter. Besides, something tells me our kitten's gonna keep him in line just fine. Okay, well, we can deal with this later, Emma said. It's time for Christmas dinner. Everyone could get behind that. Excellent cooking. All of you, Remus said as they dug into the Christmas ham. Sirius grunted his agreement as he took a far too dog-like bite. Neither of us has had much opportunity to learn the craft, so I'm afraid we haven't had the best fare, even at Padfoot's Pad. Sirius chuckled and then swallowed. A thought came to him. I wonder if Andromeda would help with cooking for the party. What? And pass up the chance to let you flounder? Remus said. Sirius stuck out his tongue at his friend. Oh, but that reminds me. He turned to the Grangers. Andromeda tells me the Wisengamots scheduled the award presentation for Saturday. Yes, we heard, Dan said. We'll just be flowing from your place, right? It shouldn't be that much trouble getting in and out. No, but it'll be long and boring, Sirius complained. It's the last regular meeting of the year. They always meet the last Saturday of the month, so there'll be bills to debate and budgets to approve and all that annoying political stuff. Seriously, I considered appointing Remus as my proxy after last month's meeting. He was always better at that bookwork stuff. Remus stuck out his tongue at Sirius, to the surprise of some of the other guests. And on that note, Sirius continued, I took my seat at the November meeting, but I didn't really do anything. I think it's time we shook things up a bit. How does a formal alliance between the House of Black and the House of Potter sound? The Grangers stopped eating, except for Grandma and Grandpa, who looked mildly bemused. Cousin Andy had told them that alliances were major political maneuvers. I know it's a big move, but I agree with Sirius on this. For once, Remus said. It's nothing really binding. It's just a notice that the House of Black and the House of Potter are aligned and will usually vote together. And of course, I'm your godfather, so it's already there in all but name, Sirius added. But the looks on the faces of those conservative purebloods at officially losing a most ancient house will be priceless. In fact, the Malfoys will be the only most ancient house left among the conservatives. The others all died out. He grinned wistfully at the thought that the Malfoys might, too, in another couple generations. Dan said. What do you think, Harry's? Harry shrugged. Sounds good to me. He also gave a small smile as he imagined the look on Draco Malfoy's face at the move. Well, we'll check with Cousin Andy, but if she doesn't object, I don't see a problem, Dan said. Emma spoke up now. While we're on the subject, Sirius, we had some business of our own to discuss. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Right now, we've got Cousin Andy down for both the kids' magical guardian, since we wanted a more personal hand for it than Dumbledore's, she said tactfully, but we understand Harry's guardianship automatically reverted to you when you were freed. Sirius frowned and lowered his head like a dog. Is that a problem? He said timidly. We discussed that. Dan started. We did have concerns, Emma continued, particularly because of my school reputation. Sirius said, I was going to say because you're facing a lengthy recovery if the stories we've heard about Azkaban are true.
But yes.
But Harry really likes you, and we all know Harry's a very good judge of character, assured Dan.
Sirius perked up at that.
A cat was equal to a dog in that regard. Maybe better since they weren't blinded by pack instincts. And after all, Harry had caught the rat when Sirius himself had never suspected him. So, as we were discussing it, Harry asked us to take a leap of faith, and, eventually, we decided to go along with it, Dan continued. Now, with all due respect to you, Remus, for convenience's sake, this is something that we should probably keep to just Sirius. Remus nodded. Dan was polite enough not to bring up the restrictions due to his condition. Sirius, we would like to ask if you would be the magical guardian and godfather to both of our children. Remus stopped and stared as Daniel Granger accomplished a rare feat, striking Sirius Black speechless. Padfoot's mouth was hanging open at the request as tears welled in his eyes. This really was a leap of faith given that this was Sirius. In fact, if it had been anyone but James, Remus would have said it was a leap of faith with Harry the first time around. Happy Christmas, Emma told the dazed marauder. Remus reached over and closed Sirius's mouth with one finger under his chin, snapping him out of it. I'd be honored. He stammered, then turned to Hermione. You want to do this, kitten? Hermione nodded, if a little uncertainly. It would be nice to have a godparent, she said. And closer ties with a powerful pureblood family couldn't hurt. Plus, Harry kept nagging me till I said yes. Sirius chuckled and cried a little at the same time. You're too good to me, cub. I couldn't have thought of a better gift if I tried. Harry grinned and repeated, Happy Christmas, Sirius. Maybe between the two of us, we can teach Mione to lighten up. Prat. Hermione smacked him in the arm. You know, Lily always said he should have more female influence to keep him in line. Remus chuckled. Everyone laughed. Dear Ron, both of us and Sirius still felt kind of bad about losing you your pet, and we decided to make it up too. You told us you'd like to have your own owl. He's kind of hyper, but you can always sick him on one of your brothers to annoy them. Happy Christmas, Harry and Hermione. P.S. Don't worry, Harry checked, and he's definitely an owl. Could have fooled me, Ron thought as the tiny Scops owl zoomed around the empty dorm, hooting madly. Looks like a crazed squirrel with wings. He held out his hand and managed to coax the owl down to him. Ouch. The bird nipped his finger in what was probably supposed to be an affectionate way and took off again when he shook it off. Ginny will probably think he's adorable. Ron wasn't sure why Harry would think he wanted an owl this hyper. Maybe it was the only owl in the shop that was too fast for him to catch in cat form. Ron smirked at that. Yeah, Harry's off his rocker, all right. But he's a good guy. We're sorry to have to leave you for the evening, Mom and Dad, but this is a fairly important event in the magical world, and it's unfortunately not really open to grandparents. Oh, don't worry about us, Grandpa said. Go have your fun. We can see how complicated this two worlds thing is, so we understand. I want to thank all of you, Sirius said. This is the best Christmas I've had since before Harry was born. And I know he won't admit it, but I'm sure it is for Moony, too. Remus imitated Hermione and smacked him in the arm. They said their goodbyes and headed out to the cars. Remus had rented one for the Marauders. I had a flying motorcycle, Sirius grumbled, but Andromeda won't give it back until I convince her I can ride it without killing myself. But as they left, Sirius pulled Hermione aside for a moment. "Hermione, I couldn't tell you until we were alone, but I have another gift for you," he said. He pulled out a book-sized parcel wrapped in plain brown paper and handed it to her. Hermione unwrapped the strange gift and found that it was an ancient-looking notebook, already filled with notes on animal transfiguration. Sirius grinned. "These are all of our notes on becoming an animagus." Hermione's eyes widened, and she gasped with joy. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is perfect," she cried, though not too loudly, rewarding her new godfather with an enthusiastic hug. "I thought you'd like it. But there's one very important rule, Hermione. You have to promise not to practice without an actual animagus watching, or Dumbledore, if you let him in on it. And Harry doesn't count when you get to the actual transformation. That's the other half of what the mirror's for. You'll do a lot better with someone who's learned the transformation themselves, so I'm going to teach you." Hermione smiled even wider. "Sirius, that's great. Although I didn't expect you to be the responsible one. Hey, you're my goddaughter now. I have to be responsible some of the time. Happy Christmas, kitten. Happy Christmas, Padfoot," she indulged him. About an hour later, Harry Potter and his extended family walked down Diagon Alley and up to the Diagonal Theater for the premiere of Beedle the Bard's the Wizard and the Hopping Pot. It wasn't exactly a red carpet affair, given that it was such a small country, but the number of witches and wizards in formal dress, including the Grangers, made it clear that this was the social function of the year. This, of course, meant that they were likely to run into people they disliked, and not just the reporters that the Tonkses were scrupulously keeping away from them. "Good evening, Lord Potter, Lord Black," an acidic voice sounded. "Lord Malfoy," Sirius replied guardedly as Lucius Malfoy, leaning on his magical cane with wife and son in tow, approached the group. Draco fixed his eyes on Harry suspiciously. All of them were conspicuously not looking at Dan and Emma, who didn't look too thrilled themselves. "I wasn't expecting to see you here," Sirius continued, bristling at the man who everyone pretended wasn't a Death Eater. "What with the scandalous rumors about the performance tonight? Now then, Lord Black, I think we can agree that it's a fine thing to be a patron of the arts," Lucius said as Draco smirked beside him. Narcissus simply kept up her haughty expression. The tone of the comment made it clear just what and how Lucius would be patronizing if he didn't approve of the show. "I guess there's a few things we can agree on," said Sirius. "Harry Potter." The tension broke as an overexcited blonde girl in a blue dress rushed over to the group. "Thank you so much for coming. It really means a lot to us. And you too, Lord Black." "All right, Mandy's?" Harry said. "We would not have missed it with the endorsement you gave us." Mandy giggled profusely, then collected herself and shook the guests' hands. The Malfoys scrunched up their noses and walked away when she shook Dan's and Emma's hands. "Good evening," she said formally. "I'm Amanda Brocklehurst. Welcome to the theater. If you don't mind, my great-granddad would like to meet you after the show." "How do you do, Amanda? We've heard about you from the children." "I think we can make some time after the show," Emma said graciously, doing her best to ignore the camera flashes around them. "Thank you. Thank you." Mandy took a deep breath and continued on to the next guests, and the Grangers went in to take their seats. While the Christmas play wasn't a musical or opera or any such thing, it did have some great orchestral backing, beginning with a dark, sweeping overture. In fact, the music was so well done that Hermione and Harry wondered if Mandy's great-granddad had looked to Muggle films for inspiration. According to the program, one of the songs had actually been commissioned from Professor Flitwick. It was called Something Wicked This Way Comes, and when it was played as the old wizard's wicked son first walked on stage, it left no doubt as to where this story was going. Beedle's original story of the Hopping Pot was quite short, but it had been expanded upon greatly. The wizard, who was named for the old French Dark Lord Atlantes, made it clear even before his father's death that he considered Muggles worthless, and helping Muggles, as his father liked to do, was beneath him. Atlantes justified this by repeatedly warning his father about the fanatical witch hunter John Hale, who wanted nothing more than to burn both of them at the stake. But while rumors of witch burnings, a few of them were even successful, filtered into the village from distant lands, Atlantes' father had long lived in peace with the Muggles, hiding his powers by claiming they came from his lucky cooking pot, and no one ever listened to John Hale. Then, Atlantes' father died of old age, and the young wizard stopped giving aid to his Muggle neighbors. An old woman whose granddaughter was afflicted with warts, a peddler who had lost his donkey to sell his wares, and a young mother whose baby was ill each came to him for help in turn, and each time he slammed the door in their faces. Unlike in Beetle's tale, his father's hopping pot was slower and more subtle in its efforts to persuade Atlantes to help, and Atlantes' attempts to silence it were partially successful, but they never seemed to stick and always failed at the worst possible time, resulting in several hilarious situations for the amusement of the children and adults in the audience. Meanwhile, the villagers were growing disgruntled with Atlantes' refusal to help them, and as the curtain descended on Act 1, John Hale was taking the opportunity to turn them against the wizard. Only Alcina, a young Muggle widow who knew about magic and had herself been trying to persuade Atlantes to help her neighbors, would stand up for him as she was trying to bring back the peace and harmony they had had during his father's life. This led to what Andromeda had called a brilliant move of incorporating the modern tale's crowd-pleasing account of the hopping, pot-eating Muggles, as Atlantes tried to bewitch the pot to do his bidding and fend off first the Muggles who were annoying him, and then the inevitable angry mob. But even this eventually backfired on him horribly. Finally, in the climactic scene, Alcina stood in Atlantes' doorway and forced him to choose between helping the Muggle villagers and going through her, with the hopping pot backing her up, to carry out his plan of escaping town. "You think we're worthless," the actress cried over the rising sound of the pot's clanging. "You think we're weak? Look at who's chasing whom out of this village. And the only reason they're chasing you is because you provoked them. We all loved your father. We even protected him from the witch hunters. Do you know how many of us told them all his cures were caused by miracles or herbal remedies or favorable weather, to our own risk if we were found out? And isn't it we who grow your food, tailor your clothes, and built your house? Maybe if you took a moment to look at us as people and not as thorns in your side, you'd realize that you need us just as much as we need you." And at that pronouncement, Atlantes raised his wand at the defiant woman, no doubt to cast a terrible curse on her to get her out of his way, and there was a loud scream, but it came not from her, but from the hopping pot. And when he heard it, Atlantes lowered his wand, for he could not bear to curse the woman he had come to, not admire, but respect for her courage and persistence. Then, he grudgingly began helping all the Muggles with their problems. The young mother's dying baby was saved, the donkey was found, the girl's warts were cured, and all the others, too. Even John Hale called off his attack when Alcina stood in his way so that Atlantes could save the life of his son, who had been wounded in the fight, and peace was restored in the village, to the cheers of the audience. The Grangers' worry, and Andy's, too, though the Grangers had a keener sense for it, was that even if the play was pro-Muggle, it would be very easy to come off as patronizing. "Oh, the poor Muggles need our help." Not only would that be demeaning, but the statute of secrecy would undermine the message in the eyes of a modern audience, something that was not lost on Beetle, either, hence the lucky pot device. But instead, the Muggles were shown helping Atlantes and doing a decent job at helping each other, and the real story was one of friendship and mutual assistance, even through the veil of secrecy. Better yet, the Grangers, certainly Emma and Hermione, thought that Alcina was the real star of the show, a strong female lead who could stand up to the wrong on both sides. While the play stopped short of implying a romantic relationship between her and Atlantes, most of the audience seemed to all but forget that she was a Muggle character and applauded her just as loudly at curtain call. And for such a small talent pool of writers and actors, it had certainly exceeded their expectations. After the show, Mandy again intercepted the family and led them to a meeting room, where they were met by 3 generations of men and several women, the oldest very wrinkled, with only an uncut rime of white hair around the sides of his head. Lord Ethelred Brocklehurst, the old man said, standing as straight as he could. "It's an honor, Lord Potter, and well met, Lord Black. I hope the performance was satisfactory." "Very much so," Andromeda Tonk said. "As good as I'd hoped, and then some. Never thought I'd see the day that story got told in public," Sirius mused. "I couldn't believe my ears the first time James told me the original version." "That was a lot better than the book, sir," Harry said as the eyes increasingly turned to him. "And we don't just say that about any play," Dan added with a smile. The rest of the family chuckled. "It was a very good play, sir," Hermione added. "I'm glad to hear that," Ethelred Brocklehurst replied. "My project of restoring our lost cultural heritage has not been without its detractors." "Well, you'll hear no complaints from us on this one," Sirius said. "Anything that can stick it to my relatives is good in my book, present company excluded, and you can quote me on that." "That goes double for me," Dora jumped in from the back of the group. Andromeda sighed. When she'd said restore the House of Black, she hadn't meant into a house of troublemakers, and now he'd roped Dora into it, too. But then she should have known, shouldn't she? "Excellent," the elder Brocklehurst said. "Now, since you've been so good as to meet with me, there is a young woman here whom I would like you all to meet." Suddenly, they noticed the young woman who had played Alcina step out of the shadows in the back of the room. "Of course," Emma said excitedly. "It's Cassandra, isn't it? You are brilliant out there." "Really brilliant," Hermione added. "Thank you so much," Cassandra said. "This was my first professional show, and I was really nervous." "Your first show?" Hermione said in surprise. "Yes, you see, I'm not even an official member of the company yet." "You're not," said Emma. "No, there were special circumstances. You see, my full name is Cassandra Clearwater." The Grangers had noticed that Alcina was credited as Cassandra C., one of the few, though not the only, roles not credited by their full names. "My sister, Penelope, is Mandy's prefect at Hogwarts by I myself am a Muggle." A gasp followed by a contagious smile circled the room, and Sirius and Remus both barked out laughing. "You cast a Muggle in a Muggle role?" Sirius gasped in amazement to Brocklehurst. "You're a genius. This is the best prank I've seen since I got out of Azkaban. When are you going to tell everyone?" "The day after tomorrow, after the reviews run," the old man answered. "We wanted them to be unbiased. But given Lord Potter's unique circumstances, I thought he should have an early notice." "That's very generous of you, sir," Lord Brocklehurst. "Thank you," Harry spoke up. The family left the meeting smiling. It was a brilliant maneuver, to be sure, and Cassandra Clearwater really was a great actress. And while the pending Wisingamot bill itself had not been mentioned, Lord Brocklehurst's vote seemed pretty well assured. Andromeda and Sirius conferred with Harry for a few minutes to refine the public statement that he was bound to be asked to give, and walked out the front doors of the theater. Sure enough, within moments, a blonde witch in magenta furs came close enough to ask a question. "Mr. Potter, Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. Might I ask you a tiny question?" Rita paled a bit at the resulting glare from Andromeda, but stood her ground. "As someone with experience in both the Muggle and magical worlds, how did you feel about the play?" Harry slowed to a stop and did his best to answer respectfully. No reason to give Skeeter extra incentive to go after him. There's other people with more experience with that than me, like my cousin Ted, but we all really liked it. Both of my families have always supported Muggle rights and fair treatment, and we're excited to see art that upholds our values and our magical cultural heritage. And before Rita could get another question in, the Tonkses had hurried them along. That really was a bold move considering the theater has to cater disproportionately to rich purebloods, Remus said. And it is nice to see any kind of movement on civil rights. And hopefully more than that with the Muggle Protection Act, Andromeda replied. And you think a simple play will make a difference? A surly, disgruntled-looking family with a dark-haired boy came up to them on the way out of the alley. Lord Knott, Sirius said stiffly. Lord Black. Almost at the same time, Theodore Knott faced Harry with a curt "Potter." "Not," Harry replied. But to everyone's surprise, Emma stepped forward before anyone could speak further and said, "Excuse me, Charles Knott, is it? We've heard a lot about you. I think you'll be surprised what a good work of literature can do." "I didn't ask you, Muggle," the elder Knott snapped. Harry started to step in front of his mother, but Andromeda quickly stepped in front of both of them. "That Muggle happens to be Lord Potter's legal mother," she said, "and a well-read student of literature. If you can call that literature." Emma and Harry both fought down a growl at that. But then why should a blood traitor know any betters? Charles Knott's eyes turned to Ted, clearly evaluating just how strong of a slur he could get away with. "Why don't you say what you mean, Knott?" Andromeda demanded, her hand inching toward her wand. Why, I believe you've misread me, Tonks." He spat the last word, as if it were a curse as vile as any. "I was merely suggesting that your point of view might not be as accurate as you think. Come along, Theo." Theo Knott had by now got into a stare-down with Harry, in which he seemed to be about to crack. But he snapped out of it and followed his parents, making a rude gesture as he did that only Harry noticed. "Don't mind him," Andromeda said in annoyance before Sirius could do anything rash. "Knott's had it in for me for years. Malfoy's been using him as his attack dog, in case you couldn't tell. Nice job standing up to him, Emma. Well, you know, I've always said respect needs to be earned," she replied uneasily.
Grr.
"I can believe Malfoy got off. But him," Sirius grumbled. "One of these days, someone ought to just check his arm for the hell of it." "Yeah, well, I'll let you sponsor that one, Siri," Andromeda said. "I told you not to call me that." Chapter 33. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Grandma and Grandpa had just left, and the Grangers were packing up themselves for a week at Sirius's house. Or they were supposed to be. "Hermione?" Harry said. "Hermione, what's wrong?" their mother asked worriedly as the family converged on her room. "Harry, look at this," she said, holding out a piece of paper and sounding very annoyed. Harry took the paper. It was from their inventory of Harry's Gringotts vault. "My rare book list," he said. "Read it." Harry read over the list until his eyes settled on one name and grew to the size of saucers. "Nicholas Flamel," he breathed. "Flamel."
Mum and Dad both said. "I remember it now." "It's an old alchemy book, centuries old. It was in there right next to Paracelsus." "This is the thing with the guard dog?" Dad asked. "Yes."
"I should have figured it out ages ago. Flamel was a well-known alchemist, but not a modern one. I only thought to look here, 'cause we're going to be in London for a week, so I wanted to look at the list again to see if there was anything worth getting out of the vault." "Well, I think this is," Harry said. "So, why did Hagrid say the thing the dog was guarding was between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel?" suggested Harry. "I don't know. We need to see the book." Mum and Dad chuckled slightly. "Hermione would probably have said that either way." "Yes, I thought it might be in here," Hermione said. They had picked up Flamel's lever to figures hieroglyphiques at Gringotts, the original version, not the 17th century redaction that the Muggles knew about, and clued in Sirius and Remus to what they had found once they arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place. The French was pretty antiquated, but Hermione could muddle through it. Sirius was mostly glad of the fact that Harry and his family declared his house a nice place. Considering this was the ancestral home of the Black family, that was pretty close to a miracle. There was barely even a word about it being dark and grim. "What did you find?" asked Dan. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said excitedly. "It doesn't say how to make it, but it describes its properties, and they're just what the Muggle literature says. It can transmute base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, which stops aging and can save the drinker from certain death." "Wow," Harry said. "I bet that's—" "Wait a minute," Dan and Emma yelled in unison. The children turned to see both their parents bristling with anger. "You're saying that wizards have the formula for immortality, and they're not using it?" Dan growled. Hermione's eyebrows disappeared into her hair, and she started frantically scanning the pages. Sirius and Remus looked confused by this show of outrage, but slowly, understanding started to spread across their faces. "Well, that's—" Remus started. "I never really thought of it that way, but I guess that doesn't make sense. There must be some kind of cost? A penalty? Maybe just a limit on its power?" Sirius suggested. Hermione kept flipping pages and started muttering in French, limitation, compte, dépense, pain. "There's all kinds of costs that can come with very powerful magic," said Remus. "Maybe it's higher than most people are willing to pay." Hermione said triumphantly. "Listen to this. The Philosopher's Stone's power, while very great, is limited. A single stone can produce the elixir of life, but only enough for a single family. It's not clear how many people that is. Furthermore, the amount of magic required to make a stone increases with each one that is made in proportion with. Well, there's a lot of antiquated algebra speak. I think it's exponential. Yeah, a ways down, he says that it would be impossible for more than 7 Philosopher's Stones to exist in the world at the same time, so it's probably a good thing that they're not using it really. Can you imagine if a few dozen rich, immortal lords ran the magical world?" "Ugh," Emma said. "It's bad enough already with the Wisengamot." Sirius visibly shuddered at the thought and nodded. "There's more," Hermione said. "It says the elixir of life permanently displaces the water in the body. You could maybe use small amounts for medical emergencies, but not for anti-aging but once you drunk, 3 or 4 liters of it, you'd have to keep drinking it or, well..." She bit her lip nervously. "You'd die of dehydration," Dan said darkly. All of the Grangers shuddered at that part. "So now we know why they don't use it for anything," Emma agreed. "But I bet that's what Fluffy's guarding," Harry said. "And if Flamel made the Philosopher's Stone and figured out how it worked, he could still be alive, and that's how Dumbledore could know him." "Well, of course he is," Sirius said. The Grangers all looked at him like he had 2 heads. Dumbledore studied alchemy under Flamel. Everybody knows that. It's on his chocolate frog card. Come on, Moony. Back me up here. "Sorry, we haven't got that deep into those," Harry said. "Oh, well," Sirius said, disappointed. "Anyway, when I was a kid, the rumor was Flamel was living in an unplottable manor somewhere in Devon. But the real question is it really a good idea to keep something like that in a school?" said Emma. "I mean, we know it wasn't safe in the bank, and we know someone's after it." "Dumbledore thinks it's safe," Remus observed. "That's what I'm afraid of." They got to work after that. Remus gave the children a brief review of wand spells and potion making for Dan's and Emma's benefit, then got on with the first dueling lesson. The parents didn't look as enthused with this lesson as the children, but they wore a look of resigned determination. After all, They had wanted their children trained in self-defense from the ages of 5 and 6, and this was just the next step.
Good.
So Andromeda taught you the ceremonial forms, just in case you were unfortunate enough to be challenged. Or be like James and issue a challenge, Remus thought. Now, in a tactical sense, a duel is basically a fight with rules. And there are more rules than you might think. A lot of them are usually implied, like don't cast until the start is called, stay inside the dueling area, and only cast at your opponent. More explicitly, the standard rules are don't kill or permanently injure your opponent, don't physically touch your opponent, and stop when your opponent is disarmed or incapacitated. Mind you, in a real fight, none of these rules applies, although no unforgivable curses still does. But I know that your natural style is quite a bit different from this, so we'll start there. Now, I'm sure that you quarrel at home from time to time, he said wryly, looking to Dan and Emma. The kids' parents nodded and rolled their eyes. Emma mouthed, "Oh, yes. Well, I'm about to give you a legitimate outlet for that. We're going to start this off the way you would do it at home, no wands. You may use wandless magic or any kind of physical skills. Just don't cause any serious injuries on each other, all right?" Harry and Hermione both nodded to Remus and then grinned evilly at each other. Magic was already crackling around their fingertips. During the week of cleaning, Sirius had moved everything he wanted to keep from the attic into his Gringotts vault and turned the space into a magical training room in which the children were now paced off, something that they would soon realize was a very good idea. "I'll count you off on 3. 1, 2, 3. The children sprang into action. While they had quarreled and roughhoused in the past, they had never really had a chance to go all out at home. Hermione, being better with magic, shot off a precise volley of faintly glowing spells from her hands and tried to dance around Harry's clumsier spells. Since Harry's strength was karate, he was trying to close the distance between them, but it was difficult with so many of what looked like stinging jinxes in the air, along with the occasional streams of conjured sparks for distraction, and something that didn't look like a proper spell, but was similar to a flipendo, to try to knock him down. Both of them were fast for their age, not professional level, but wandless spells were undoubtedly quicker to cast than wand ones, and that fact that they were doing this wandlessly and mostly wordlessly was what made it look so dazzling to wizard eyes. And they also had no way to disarm each other. Harry fought his way to Hermione and started using karate strikes, and Sirius and Remus both gasped. Neither of them was used to seeing witches and wizards fight hand to hand. They were about to intervene to stop Harry from beating up a girl, but they were even more amazed when they saw how well Hermione was fighting back. Stinging jinxes were still flashing between them in addition to karate moves, but Harry was more advanced in karate and had more upper body strength, and he managed to knock her to the ground. In karate, this was about as far as things would go, but here, the goal was to incapacitate, so he jumped on her and tried to pin her with improvised wrestling moves. Hermione responded with a pair of point-blank stinging jinxes to his chest, and, when that didn't work, managed to get a hand on Harry's face and screamed out, "Mucus ad nauseam." Harry's grip loosened as he went into a nasty sneezing fit and nearly gagged on mucus. Hermione then slammed her hands to his chest with her flipendo-like attack, causing him to flip off of her and land on his back. Before he could come to his senses, she leaped up, flipped him over, and pinned his hands behind his back, being careful to point his palms down. "Say it," she ordered.
"Ag."
Harry sputtered. "Say it." She tightened her grip.
"Ea."
"All hail Queen Hermione." "Okay then," she said cheerfully. She climbed off of her brother and helped him up. Dan and Emma stared at their children in horror, and they flinched and looked down at their feet under their gazes. Both of them looked like they'd come off the worst in a fight against a hornet's nest. Hermione's hair was sticking out at every possible angle. Harry had bogies running down his shirt, and both of them were panting heavily. Okay, and this is why duels usually don't allow physical contact, Remus said. You don't get hurt so much when you're not up in each other's faces and have more opportunity to dodge. Now, that was that karate you were talking about. Well, part of it, Harry admitted. Wow, and I thought James and I could get rough, said Sirius. Remind me not to get on your bad sides. That curse of the bogies to the face was a nice touch, Hermione. Thank you, Hermione said as Harry was still loudly trying to clear his sinuses. Well, come on, let's get you two patched up, Remus said, leading them to the first aid station. The spells were easy enough to dispel, but the stings would fade better with the help of a cream, and they had both taken a couple of bruises from the rough housing. I think we'll lay off the physical contact for now. I think you've got that part down. We'll start with some of the simple dueling spells. Disarming Charm, Knockback Jinx, Sumerian Strike Hex, maybe the simple Block Charm. I remember the Sumerian Strike Hex, Sirius said wistfully. That was really popular in our second year. And who was behind that? Anyway, most of them are second-year spells, but I don't expect you'll have much trouble with them, probably even wandlessly at the rate you're going. The important thing will be to teach you how to have an informal duel without hurting each other.
Yes.
Not hurting each other we can definitely use, Emma agreed. Remus called a halt to the lessons for the day, but the following day, he started Harry and Hermione learning the Disarming Charm, which was the first one that duelists usually learned. Harry was elated and Hermione dismayed to find that it was one of the few spells that he learnt faster than she did, although neither of them had it down consistently. And the need for supervision soon became apparent. A Miscast Expelliarmus could knock one's opponent down, make their hair stand on end as if electrified. Hermione was not amused, or even set their sleeves on fire, not to mention that their aim was a bit patchy. Still, Remus was delighted by their progress by the end of the day. The next day, they had to put the lessons on hold because of the Wisengamot meeting. This was certainly going to be a major event, and the Grangers were dressed in their Sunday best for the award presentation. But from the minute they fled into the ministry, they could tell this wasn't the only big story on people's minds. The Christmas production of The Wizard and the Hopping Pot had people talking about Muggle issues like little else had in years, and the revelation of the true identity of the woman who had portrayed Alcina in the play was making waves, drawing sharp criticism from conservative quarters and praise from liberal voices. The Daily Prophet sputtered over it, but the positive reviews had already run, so the worst they could say was that the Diagonal Theatre couldn't find a proper witch to play a Muggle role. The meeting itself, as Sirius had warned, was long and boring. Harry could tell Hermione would much rather be curled up with a good book than sitting through long-winded debates on budget allocations, but it wouldn't do to be disrespectful, especially today. For that matter, Harry would rather be just about anywhere but here, too. But no, there were end-of-year reports to approve, committee assignments to renew, and a small but vocal group arguing, as they did every year, for lifting the ban on flying carpets. One of the few bright spots had come during Albus Dumbledore's opening call for family announcements, when Sirius stood up and said, "I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, do hereby declare an alliance between the House of Black and the House of Potter." Harry then carried out his part by responding, "I, Lord Harry James Potter, accept an alliance with the House of Black." None of this had been unexpected, of course, but the looks on the faces of the entire conservative wing of the Wisengamot, looking as if they had collectively bit into a bunch of lemons, were priceless. The other bright spot came nearer the end of the meeting, when the Wisengamot took up the ongoing issue of the Muggle Protection Act. This act would not be a simple vote, Andromeda had explained, and would likely take months to reach a final decision. In true parliamentary fashion, many provisions would be tested by individual votes, and all amendments would have to be approved separately before making it into the final bill. The Christmas play was certainly coloring the debate, though not altogether for good. "I think that Lord Brocklehurst's company makes a good point," said a sympathetic old wizard named Tiberius Ogden. "Most of the food we eat comes from Muggle markets, and the Muggle infrastructure supports the magical one in various other ways as well, such as the Night Bus, Hogwarts Express, and Magical Orient Express in transportation, and so forth. It would seem to me that this makes the case for increasing our self-sufficiency," Lucius Malfoy drawled shrewdly. Without the black seat, Narcissa and Draco were relegated to the spectator section. They could be seen sitting in front, directly across from the Grangers. Narcissa looked more generally disgusted than usual, and Draco and Harry spent a large part of the meeting glaring at each other. Self-sufficiency? Pshaw. Ethelred Brocklehurst spoke up. "Any student of history could tell you that self-sufficiency is a fantasy and always has been. The magical population has never been large enough to achieve it. And why not now?" Malfoy replied, "Why? With the advancements in the field of magical automation in recent years, not to mention herbology, why shouldn't it be a reasonable goal?" "It hardly seems necessary," said a Lord Denbright. "We have coexisted with Muggles for the most part peaceably for centuries, both with and without the statute of secrecy. And even during the worst persecutions, at no time was our material sufficiency a problem. Why devote the resources when they could be better spent elsewhere?" The debate continued for a while in this vein, not really getting back to the fundamental issue of the merits of granting equal rights to sentient beings. Still, there were a couple of new votes that seemed to be leaning toward the Liberals' camp, so what they played did seem to be having an effect, although the most important one, Lord Greengrass, continued to play it close to his vest. Another important issue at the meeting was the departmental end-of-year reports, and one in particular gave the Grangers some cause for concern as Amelia Bones rose and said, "I would like to bring to the attention of the Wisengamot the continued short-staffing of the Auror office, which is becoming increasingly hamstrung by the small size of our applicant pool. Since the end of the war, we've only been able to accept 5 new Aurors and trainees, which is only half of what is needed to maintain the force, let alone make up for the losses in the war. I hardly think the ministry can be blamed for the poor standards of the Auror applicant pool," Cornelius Fudge objected. "It's only natural that people would be more reticent to join after seeing the horrors of the war." "The problem is not just with the Aurors, Minister," said Hippocrates Smethwick. "The shortage of incoming healers at St. Mungo's has become so bad that we recently began offering remedial training to try to expand our applicant pool. However, we've found the most common qualification that potential trainees lack is potions, and a great many of them have reported being turned off by a strong dislike of the subject. I suspect this is the same problem afflicting the Auror Corps. But once again, this is not the ministry's fault," Fudge said. "The educational authority falls almost entirely to the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Now, if you think the ministry should be taking a firmer hand in matters of education, preposterous," Elphias Doge roared. "Hogwarts has been independent from the government for 1,000 years. An ancient-looking witch named Griselda Marchbanks stood shakily on her feet and said, 'If I may, I have noticed that the number of NEWTS attempted and awarded in potions each year has been markedly lower since the end of the war, while other key subjects have remained steady, the unpredictable nature of defense against the dark art excepted, of course. This would seem to be the source of the problem, and it is an issue that I have raised for the past several years with the board, but no action has been taken. Perhaps they ought to take a closer look now that these concerns have been raised." She sent a sharp look at Dumbledore, and then at Malfoy. Everyone in the hall whose children had been through Hogwarts in the past decade knew precisely what action she was implying ought to be taken. "I suppose we ought to look into it," Malfoy drawled. "I'm sure we can find a number of changes that would improve the school." Dumbledore gave the board's chairman a suspicious look, but moved on, since there was little else that could be said here on the matter. "Now, I believe the final order of business for this year is a special presentation of awards he said with a twinkle. Minister Fudge, if you wills. Cornelius Fudge stepped down into the middle of the chamber. He looked much more collected than he had at the trial, now that he had managed to spin things more or less his way. An aide carried a box containing the awards. Lord Harry James Potter, Miss Hermione Jean Granger, please step forward, he said. Harry and Hermione rose from their seats and met Fudge in the center of the floor. These two young people have distinguished themselves among the witches and wizards of Britain by their great deeds, Fudge intoned. Lord Potter and Miss Granger, upon noticing a suspicious individual in their presence, took it upon themselves to bring said individual into custody at no small personal risk. Their actions have led to the capture of a Death Eater and mass murderer who had gone free for 10 years, and the exoneration of a member of this body who, tragically, had been imprisoned for the same. For these actions, the Wisengamot is pleased to award Lord Potter and Miss Granger with the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. The ascription was over the top, but since it was a formal award citation, they let it slide. There was silence as Fudge shook their hands, fastened a bronze star encircled by a wreath around each of their necks with a yellow ribbon, and then the hall broke into applause. Harry and Hermione each forced a smile, as the minister was all too happy to finally get his photo op with the boy who lived. Getting out of the ministry was even more difficult than last time. There was a long line of people waiting to congratulate Harry and Hermione, though mostly Harry. A smiling wizard in lilac robes who was also wearing a 3rd-class medal wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder for another photo op and promised to send him a signed copy of the picture, but the Grangers didn't really listen to what he had to say, since Charles Knott was also horning in on the conversation. Cousin Andy was ready for him, though. What was that you said about a play not making a difference, Lord Knott? She asked. 2 or 3 votes, Madame Tonks, he replied smugly. Hardly a, what did you call it, cultural shift? In fact, by my count, you're still 8 votes short. And you're 7 short. And remember, the letters from the public haven't started coming in yet. Do I look like the sort of man who would be intimidated by a few letters? Not demanded. Of course not, Andy said, smiling. But there are those among our number who are sympathetic to the will of the people. Our number. You think a blood traitor, like you with no title and no family name deserves to be counted among these lords and ladies. Andy hissed softly and drew herself up to respond to that insult, but Sirius, who had been silent so far, spoke first. In case you haven't noticed, Lord Knott, he growled, she does have a family name now. I'm sure you still read the notices on your grandfather's directory. Reinstated by someone who has disowned himself hardly counts, Lord Black, Knott said, though Sirius, unlike Andy, seemed to make him a little nervous. But then, when have the Potters ever cared for the old traditions? Good day. He glared at Harry, and then at Andy again, both of whom glared back, but he walked away before Sirius could do something rash. The Grangers calmed down as they left the ministry building and returned to their car, so Dan and Emma were able to focus on a more immediate matter. So the problem with getting qualified aurists and healers is that not enough people are passing potions, or they don't like it, and from what we've heard, it sounds like both of those are Professor Snape's fault, Dan summarized. Unfortunately, yes, Andy said. She had complained to the Grangers about the healer shortage before. I don't know what Dumbledore's playing at, keeping him on, but almost everyone under the age of 30 complains about him. He doesn't really even try, Hermione piped up. He just tells us to follow the textbook. But he's putting the entire country at risk, isn't he? Said Emma. If you don't have enough aurors or healers. That's we've been telling Dumbledore the past several years. I guess that's how it works when there's only one school, Dan suggested. In a small, isolated community like this, one man can have an awful lot of power. Well, something needs to be done, Emma griped. I wonder if we can put enough public pressure on the board. They'd do something. With Malfoy chairing it, said Andy. Good luck. But Dan and Emma weren't about to back down. It was their children who had to put up with Snape now. It was time they took some action. 2 days after the Wisengamot meeting, two shady figures met in a darkened corner of Knockturn Alley. The first strode forward confidently, if conservatively, in the fading light, while the other merely scuttled out from around a corner. "Well, then, Mr. Malfoy," the woman said, staunchly refusing to use titles when addressing even the most powerful. "I did receive your letter. So, what interest might you have in my services this fine evening?" "I've admired your coverage of Harry Potter's return to the wizarding world, Miss Skeeter," said Lucius Malfoy softly. "It's good to see that someone can ask the hard questions, even when such a well-liked figure is involved." "Well, that's what they pay me for, Mr. Malfoy." "Truly, and that sword cuts both ways," Lucius thought. "But it will cut my way with the right sort of persuasion." "Of course. However, I noted that there has been a significant omission in your coverage." Rita Skeeter's face hardened a bit. "And what might that be?" "Potter's family. So little is known about the Muggles who have cared for the boy who lived for so long. I should think the people have a right to know about them." The reporter's face rose again. "I should certainly say so. Why all this secretiveness the entire time? I've been writing that Dumbledore needs to open up for months now. You'll hear no complaints from me on that point. But what about the family themselves? I can see they've been well hidden. You haven't found out anything new about them? Nothing that is, as you say, fit to print?"
"No,
not yet." But Rita looked quite determined to do so. "Their location appears to have been hidden with magic. Nothing so strong as a Fidelius charm, but it looks like Dumbledore's made their records especially difficult to access. Owl Post is certainly no help. All the ministry files have been sealed, and there are far too many Muggle records to sift through quickly." "Perhaps you are looking in the wrong place, Miss Skeeter," Malfoy drawled. "And why would you say that, Mr. Malfoy?" she replied impatiently. Malfoy turned from her and half seemed to shift gears, inspecting his fingernails intently. "It intrigues me why Potter was moved away from his blood relatives several years after being placed with them. Obviously some elaborate scheme of Dumbledore's." "Perhaps. But my son, Draco, has noticed that Potter doesn't seem to be very close with Dumbledore. Not what you would expect if the old man were running his life." "Oh, a falling out of some sort, perhaps?" Rita said. "That would be quite a story." "It certainly would. And if you could find any hard evidence of such a thing, it would be quite valuable. But, returning to the original point, it may well be that since Potter no longer lives with his blood relatives, their records may be easier to access. Whatever unusual circumstances there are around Potter, it looks as if this adoption is the key. If you could discover the reason that it happened." He let the reporter consider this avenue. "Oh, that could well be the story of the year," Rita said shrewdly. "But I'm afraid it would be a very difficult one to research, and I do have other demands on my time, Mr. Malfoy." "I understand, Miss Skeeter. I know you're a busy witch, but perhaps if you had the financial resources to conduct an extended undercover investigation, say 3 or 4 months." Rita got a greedy look in her eyes and sweetly said, "I'm listening." New Year's Eve at 12 Grimoire Place was an all-out affair. The basement, ground floor, and first floor were all decked out in colorfully festive decorations overlaid on a wintry theme, and all 3 floors were packed with witches and wizards from the more liberal quarters of society. The Weasleys sent their regrets, but most of the first-year Gryffindors and their families were there, along with the Brocklehursts, Boneses, and even the Greengrasses, and some of Sirius's and Remus's school friends. Sirius had also invited Victoria McKinnon and spent a large part of the party trying to chat her up. She spent a lot of the party laughing at him. Albus Dumbledore was milling about jovially in glittering silver robes, and Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick were entertaining the guests with shows of magical skill. Even Hagrid fit in comfortably under the high ceiling. The Grangers were all enjoying themselves, milling about and meeting the other magical families. Neville Longbottom seemed to spend a lot of time tagging along in his grandmother's shadow, and the Greengrasses were very standoffish, but Amelia Bones turned out to be quite friendly in person, and Dan spent some quality time commiserating with Seamus Finnegan's muggle father. Harry was listening to Seamus describe the new broomstick his mother had bought him for Christmas when a very fat old man with an outrageous walrus mustache and an elaborate paisley suit waddled up and clapped him hard on the shoulder. "Harry, my boy," the man said. "A pleasure to finally meet you." Harry sighed inwardly. This wasn't the first time this had happened this evening, though this was the most overly friendly introduction so far. Likewise, Mr. Why, Slughorn, of course. Horace Slughorn, former potions master at Hogwarts. Heir, right? Across the room, Sirius turned to Remus and said, "Did you invite him?" "No, I thought you invited him." Eventually, Hermione had to save her brother from Horace Slughorn as he sang his parents' praises. True, Harry thought it was better than the boy who lived nonsense, but still. Harry briefly thought that Horace Slughorn was the strangest person he would meet that New Year's Eve, but he was soon proven wrong, as he and his sister ran into a little girl, probably about a year younger than them, with a large amount of blonde hair that clashed with her shockingly bright green dress. The girl walked up to them with a glass of punch in her hand and a dreamy look on her face, and stared unblinkingly at Harry. Neither he nor Hermione knew what to say. "Hello, Harry Potter," the girl finally said. She had a high, squeaky voice that made her sound a year or two younger than she looked. Hi," Harry said, staring back at those disconcerting silver eyes. The girl turned and stared at Hermione just long enough to say, "You're Hermione Granger." She turned back to Harry before Hermione could respond.
Yeah.
"Yes, I am. And who are you?" Harry said as they continued staring at each other. "My name is Luna Lovegood," she replied. "Your godfather was very nice to invite Daddy and me." And then she blinked at Harry once. Slowly. It was then that Harry realized that, unlike almost everyone else he had met that night, Luna Lovegood's eyes had not once darted up to his scar. She actually seemed to understand him. He smiled and gave her a slow blink in return without even registering what he was doing. Hermione looked nervously between the two of them. "Thanks. I'll pass that along," Harry said. Luna nodded. She still wasn't blinking very much, another habit of Harry's that he hardly ever thought about anymore. Then, for no apparent reason, she looked up at the ceiling and said, "You should be careful around that, Harry." Harry looked up, and his eyes went wide as he saw that he was standing directly under a sprig of mistletoe. He jumped out of the way. There were already too many overenthusiastic young witches here for his 11-year-old self's comfort. "Thank you, Luna," he said sincerely. "I'll have to watch out for those. It could be infested with nargles." Harry shared a confused look with Hermione. Nargles?
Oh, yes.
They're very sneaky. They steal your socks from the wash. You should get a charm to ward them off, like this one. She indicated her corsage, which appeared to be made out of a radish plant. Then, before the other children could respond, she took a sip from her glass and walked on. Hermione and Harry both stood open-mouthed for a moment, not sure what part of that strange conversation to discuss first. "Well, she seems nice," Harry said. "She seems strange," Hermione retorted. "And did she just blink at you?" she whispered. Harry tensed up at the realization, but he forced the thought down. "I think that might just be how she is." "Nargles, you don't think?" "I've never heard of them." A look of mixed nervousness and amusement crossed Hermione's face. "But then it would explain where all those socks go." "Ahem. Excuse me. Listen up." Everyone turned to see a grinning Sirius standing up on a makeshift stage that had been set up at one end of the large basement kitchen. "Thank you all for coming," he said loudly. "Thank you for helping me to really break in the brand spankin' new House of Black. It has come time for the entertainment of the evening." After some suggestions from a certain correspondent, I wrote some letters and got hold of someone who should be very familiar to my generation, who agreed to come here for his first public performance in 11 years. So without further ado, put your hands together for Stubby Boardman. There was a lot of applause from the guests who were around Dan's and Emma's age as a man who really did look quite a bit like Sirius walked onto the stage with a two-necked guitar. Albus Dumbledore also seemed surprisingly enthusiastic about the entertainment. But everyone turned when they heard a loud shriek of laughter and a thud. Xenophilius Lovegood was standing open-mouthed in shock at seeing Sirius Black and Stubby Boardman at the same party. Next to him, a pair of small feet were kicking in the air, as Luna seemed to have laughed so hard that she knocked her chair over backwards. Sympama, 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 flipendo, locomotor mortis, mahasu,
Kalasho.
The shoe-sticking Jinx caught Hermione in one leg as she dodged, causing her to stumble and land with her back to Harry, twisting her ankle. Both children had made great progress over the course of the week at learning the rudiments of proper wand dueling, though Remus warned them that they probably weren't up to the level of pure-blood children who had got an early start in the subject. Hermione dispelled the Jinx and staggered to her feet. Expelliarmus! Harry yelled. He was getting frighteningly good at that spell. Hermione didn't have time to turn around and see it. She just took her best guess and ducked away from that prickling sensation that was fast approaching on the back of her neck. The bolt of red light zoomed over her head. Sirius and Remus gasped, and Remus cried, "Hold." Both children lowered their wands and turned to their tutor. "Good job, again," Remus said. "Hermione, how did you know which way to duck from that disarmor?" "I'm not sure," she replied. "I sort of felt where it was going." "You used your magic sense?" Sirius exclaimed. "That's master's level defense." "So's wandless casting usually," said Remus. "I guess if you start early enough, you learn a whole different skill set. Now that actually gives me an idea. Padfoot, help me reinforce the dueling wards. There's a special drill I'd like to try with you that gets used once in a while in master's level or training and so forth. It helps you learn how to fight at night, or if you've been hit with a conjunctivitis curse or some such. I would like you to try to duel each other blindfolded." "What?" all the Grangers said. "It's not really any more dangerous, unless you run into each other. We just need to make sure the wards can handle the stray spells. Obviously, it's much harder than normal dueling. You have to rely on sound and the feel of the magic to figure out where your opponent is and when to dodge, but it's a good skill to have in a pinch, even a little bit, and I suspect the two of you will have an aptitude for it." The Grangers could see the merit in that, and so, a few minutes later, Harry and Hermione faced off, blindfolded, behind the reinforced dueling wards, raising their wands in each other's general directions. "On 3, Remus said. 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus!" Harry yelled, and then immediately dodged to the side to avoid giving away his position. Hermione felt the disarmor was past her on her left, and immediately fired off a shoe-sticking Jinx right at where Harry had been a moment earlier. Harry took aim at the sound of her voice and shot a Sumerian strike hex at her, which didn't do anything but feel like a punch in the nose, but whilst blindfolded, she found she could sense it coming with surprising clarity and dodged to her right. The duel was much slower and clumsier than their usual performance. Dan and Emma flinched as a lot of their spells went wide and splashed off the wards. The children stood around, listening and feeling for their opponents, shot spells intermittently, and didn't move more than they had to, but they were definitely still able to dodge. Both of them soon switched over to their more limited repertoire of nonverbal spells to give each other fewer sounds to aim at. Finally, Harry threw a volley of stinging jinxes at Hermione and then got lucky and managed to connect with an underpowered silent disarmer. Her wrist strap kept her from losing her wand entirely, but her squeak of surprise allowed him to nail her with a shoe-sticking jinx while she fumbled with her holster. "Flipendo! Flipendo!" she yelled before trying to cancel the jinx. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted. This verbal disarmer was enough to knock Hermione's wand completely out of her wrist strap before she could unstick her shoes. But she didn't give up just yet, pulling her feet out of her shoes, whilst firing as many wandless stinging jinxes in Harry's direction as she could. Harry was pushed back under the assault, but she was lighting herself up as a target. It wasn't long before he hit her with a Brachium Wibbly, making it impossible for her to aim. And hold. Remus called. "Harry wins." "That was very impressive," he said as he took down the wards. Hermione reached up with a pair of arms that had horrible tremors running through them and managed to slide off her blindfold. Remus canceled the spells on her while Harry took off his own blindfold and levitated her wand to her. "I don't think either of you will have any trouble acing your defense exams when the time comes. But keep in mind, all of this will be a lot harder with more advanced spells. You'll need a lot more practice with those that we've done this week." "I think we can count that as a good thing," Emma suggested. "It's a little scary how far they've come this week." "We're proud of you kids," Dan added. "Just take it easy and don't start hexing people at school, including each other." Harry and Hermione dutifully agreed. Chapter 34. The train ride back to Hogwarts put Harry and Hermione back into their normal routine, saying hi to their friends, exchanging a few meaningless, sarcastic remarks with Draco Malfoy, and enduring the stares at the boy who lived in Caught a Death Eater at age 11. Although luckily, people really weren't staring at Harry so much anymore. The one new addition, which the children were happy to see, was that people were catching up with each other and intensely discussing the Christmas play. So that really was the original version? I never would have thought anything from Beetle the Bard would. Well, look at Babbity Rabbity. That was a dirty trick, casting a muggle as a muggle and not telling anyone. I thought that was really brilliant at the end. It didn't even matter who she was. I just wanted someone to tell of Atlantes. Well, I'm a half-blood, and lots of people have muggle parents or grandparents, and we can all tell you that muggles are smarter than a lot of wizards think. The response was mostly positive, which was good, along with quite a lot of surprise, which was, if a bit sad, even better in practical terms. As a member of a noble house being very prominently raised by muggles, Harry was subject to a lot of questions about the play and the general idea behind it, to which he responded that muggles were just people like everyone else, and they had been a wonderful family to him, and why shouldn't they have equal rights? After saying hello to half the train, they finally found the people they were looking for. The two Slytherin girls had, conveniently, got a compartment by themselves. "Good afternoon, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis," Harry said formally. "We're sorry we didn't get much chance to speak with you at New Year's. How were your holidays?" "Quite pleasant," Daphne Greengrass replied primly. "I trust yours were as well. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger?" They both nodded. "You know, we were wondering when you'd come around to see us." "Yes, it's about time for another debate, isn't it?" Tracy Davis added. Harry and Hermione both sighed inwardly. It was too bad they couldn't talk to these two without it being about politics, although that was just as much their own fault. "We're sorry," Hermione said, "if we're interrupting something." But Daphne and Tracy actually seemed to be enjoying making the two of them sweat. "No, you know what? Sit down, you two," Daphne said. "Shut the door. We've been wanting to talk to you, too." Harry and Hermione didn't need to be told twice. "So, how long have you known about the Christmas play?" Daphne asked intensely. Harry said, briefly surprised at the line of discussion. "Well, Mandy first tipped us off about the basic plot in September. My proxy got an advanced look at the script in mid-November. It would have been earlier, but we had the trial. Ugh, don't remind me, Daphne said. My parents had a fit over how much that scrambled at the Wisingamot.
Right.
So we had a pretty good idea what was going on by the time anything ran in the paper. We'd actually never heard of the original version of that story until Mandy told us about it, though Hermione offered. Yeah, I hear the Brocklehursts are already making a bundle reprinting the original tales of Beetle the Bard, said Tracy. I even got a copy. It's amazing how much has changed. Daphne got a rather sour look on her face at her friend's enthusiasm. What about that Muggle actress? She asked. Did you know about hers? No, not until opening night, Harry said. That was really a surprise move. She was good, though. Surprise is an understatement. The Conservatives are in an uproar because now they can't take back what they said in their reviews. Well, why would they have given good reviews in the first place? Hermione said, considering the political subject? Not good so much, but a lot of them were fair reviews before they knew better. The House of Greengrass has enough integrity to give them fair reviews anyway, so I can say she's definitely a good actress, wherever they found her. Her sister is a Ravenclaw prefect.
Oh.
Makes sense. Anyway, even some people who are okay with Muggles don't like the break from tradition. They think the theater should be wizards only, that sort of thing. But the point is, we want to know how much you were planning with them. Harry and Hermione exchanged a nervous look. Honestly, we weren't, Harry said. We got an early look and made sure to be there, recommended it to a few people, but that's all. Daphne and Tracy exchanged a far more appraising look. So that was all the Brocklehursts, like everyone thinks it was? The two Gryffindors nodded. So Lord Brocklehurst was on the pro-Muggle side, all along. Mandy would probably talk to you about it, Hermione said. Oh, don't worry. We'll talk to her, too, Tracy replied. But I actually thought it was a brilliant play. Yeah, mostly just because you get to see me sweat over it, her friend admonished. So, how did you like the play, Daphne? Asked Hermione. What is there to say? The blonde girl said. Well-performed, entertaining story, and yes, Tracy, I really did feel for the Muggles by the end of it. It really threw Grandfather for a loop, though. I've told you how he feels. We didn't expect a pro-Muggle story to be so compelling, he said. Hey, it's a good story.
Why not?
Tracy suggested. I can admit it's a good story, Tracy, but you know it's making a lot of waves. Grandfather's taking it slow until things settle down, and he can see which way the wind's blowing. So there's your answer if you were looking for it, she told Harry and Hermione pointedly. Well, thanks, Harry said. He was never going to get used to this political stuff, he thought. Fortunately, the Slytherin girls were capable of talking about other things, as Hermione managed to pull them into a conversation about classes. Daphne and Tracy were both high achievers themselves, putting that Slytherin ambition to good use, Tracy said. The rest of the train ride was reasonably pleasant. Upon returning to school, the students were thrown right back into their classes, but with the addition that many professors were handing back midterm exam grades. Hermione received top marks across the board, except potions, and Harry also did very well, including a high O in defense, but neither of them thought much of it until just before dinner when they heard shouting coming from the staff room on their way to dinner. This is an outrage. Draco Malfoy sounded even angrier than usual. Hermione and Harry quietly approached and were surprised to see a number of Slytherins from various years had cornered Professor Quirrell outside the staff room, including Daphne Greengrass. The two Gryffindors snuck closer to hear what could have got her working together with Malfoy. One of the older students looked in their direction, but they ducked behind a nearby corner and listened intently. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Malfoy? Quirrell said smoothly. We mean these exam results, Professor, an older boy said. We're not stupid, We can compare with the other houses." Hermione gave Harry a surprised look. It sounded as if the Slytherins had got significantly lower grades than the other houses on the defense midterm exam. Maybe Professor Snape wasn't the only one to play favorites at Hogwarts. "I failed to see anything wrong with those results, Mr. Jugson," Quirrell said. Flint flunked. Malfoy demanded. "And Higgs? Crabbe and Goyle I can understand. But beyond that, hardly any O's in all of Slytherin? Greengrass and myself, the heirs of two most ancient houses, both received mere E's. Mr. Malfoy, are you under the impression that your family name should entitle you to special treatment?" Harry and Hermione giggled softly. Malfoy sputtered a bit, but he was no dummy. "I'm under the impression that we Malfoys know our defense against the dark arts, Professor," he said sharply. "And we know unfair grades when we see them. And why should the grades I have assigned be unfair?" Quirrell insisted. "If you are not satisfied, perhaps you should spend more time studying and less time gallivanting around the grounds and pawing at each other in broom cupboards." There was a loud sound of grumbling and murmuring as the Slytherins fumed at that. Every single one of them knew full well that these were nearly word for word the same arguments that Professor Snape used to justify his own favoritism. Hermione's mouth dropped open. Quirrell was actually calling Snape out? "You do know that you serve in this post at the pleasure of the Board of Governors, don't you, Professor?" Malfoy said. "My father will hear about this." Harry mouthed the words in time with him from the second syllable, causing Hermione to laugh loudly enough that they had to make a break for it. They just managed to catch Quirrell replying with, "I believe I serve on a 1-year contract, Mr. Malfoy," before they were out of earshot. "I'm just saying that with the cloak and the map, there's no way we'd get caught. We could stay far away from the patrols." Harry had been anxious the whole first week back to try out his new Christmas present, but Hermione was less easy to convince. True, he could sneak out past her, but he was hoping he could manage to corrupt her a little bit. "So you say," Hermione admonished her brother. "What if Professor Dumbledore has something like the map? Fred and George never got caught. Well, almost never. And Dumbledore gave me the cloak. And he said, use it well. He must want me to use it for something. He probably just wants you to have it for safety. But where's the fun in that? I think there are safer ways of having fun. Less likely to get you expelled. But we're only in trouble if we get caught," Harry insisted. He brandished the Marauder's map again. "And what if I tell Mum and Dad?" Hermione said. "They told you not to use that cloak to cause trouble." "You wouldn't." "Yes, I would. Come on, sis, live a little. Sirius will be very disappointed if I don't get you to break the rules at least once this year." "What? You're asking for it, brother. You're really asking for it." She let a bit of magic crackle around her fingers. Harry took a step back, but he said, "You can't stop me forever." "I can try. Besides, why do you want to go out so bad? Where do you even think you're going to go?" "I don't know. Maybe just explore for a while, see if anything's different at night. I doubt anything's that different. And if that's all you're doing, what's the point?" Harry shrugged. "What if we say it's good practice in case of emergencies?" Hermione stared and tried to think of a good retort before deciding it wasn't worth the trouble. So that was how, late that night, an invisible pair of children slipped out of the portrait hole from Gryffindor Tower. "I cannot believe I let you talk me into this. Come on. You wanted to come all along." Hermione was huddled with Harry under the invisibility cloak, looking out at the darkened castle as if through a veil, her eyes periodically darting down to the Marauder's map to make sure no one else was nearby. They were wandering about on the 3rd floor, though far away from Fluffy, not looking for anything in particular. Harry wondered if it might help Hermione's mood to find out if the cloak could help them sneak into the library at night. "Oh no! Look!" Hermione hissed suddenly. Harry looked where she was pointing. Another had just turned off the staircase he had been climbing and was approaching their location. It was labeled Albus Dumbledore. "What's he doing up?" she whispered worriedly.
"He's Dumbledore. Does he need a reason?"
Harry whispered back. "What do we do?"
"Don't panic.
"We'll just hide in one of the classrooms till he leaves." They dashed into a nearby room as quietly as they could and looked around as they waited for Dumbledore to pass. It was just another unused classroom, like many in the castle, with chairs and desks stacked against the walls, except,
"What's that?"
Hermione whispered. Harry looked over and saw one thing in a room that didn't belong, a large, Baroque-style mirror propped against the wall. "Huh, that's odd. I wonder why it's in here," he whispered back. "I don't know." Hermione slipped out from under the cloak and approached the mirror.
"Weird."
"I don't see anything,"
she said.
She stepped closer and jumped back in surprise.
"Oh."
"Mum," she squeaked too loudly, Dumbledore all but forgotten. "No. Is that me?"
"What?
What is it?" Harry said. "It doesn't show a normal reflection. I see me, but I'm older, like in my 20s. Ah." She whirled around and scanned the room fearfully. "What?" Hermione turned back toward the mirror. "It's Dumbledore. He's in the reflection, but he's not out here. He's giving me something." She leaned forward and squinted in the low light. "Holy cricket. It's a doctor of sorcery."
"What?"
"Let me see," Harry said in disbelief. He came closer and stood next to his sister. Then he gasped. "You see it?" "No," he breathed. I see my parents." "What?" "I see us like we are now, and Mum and Dad are behind us, and so are my birth parents. But how?" "I don't know. There's more people in the background. I think I see Sirius and Remus." "But that doesn't make any sense," Hermione said. "I see something that looks like the future, or could be. And you see something which isn't real," but she couldn't bring herself to say it. "What kind of mirror is this?" Harry said nothing, but he tore his eyes away from the image and looked around the frame. "Look."
He pointed up toward the top.
There was an inscription there that read, "Eris stra eru oit ubek hafru oidon wosi." "What language is that?" he said. "I don't know," replied Hermione. "It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen." She tried to sound out some of the words. "Erist oit oidon wosi." Her voice took on a strange sort of accent as she stared back into the mirror, and something clicked in her mind. "Of course, it's backwards. I show I show not you, not your face, but your heart's desire." "Oh, so it just shows what you want to see. Then," she sounded disappointed. "Your heart's desire," Harry repeated slowly. "So your heart's desire is to earn a Doctor of Sorcery." Hermione didn't respond. "And mine is your family alive and friends with mine," she said reverently. There was an awkward silence. Hermione couldn't remember the last time either of them had talked about her blood family as being just hers. Her own heart's desire seemed a little short-sighted now. She looked again and let out a too loud, "Oh."
"What?"
It changed. It changed?
"How?"
"Well, Dumbledore and I are still there, but now you're there too, and so's Mum and Dad and your birth parents." "But why did it change?" "I don't know. I was thinking about your desire and, I guess your heart's desire can change with your mood."
"Huh.
Maybe." Both children fell silent. They stared into the mirror for long minutes, entranced by the visions within. Like a magical photo, the figures just stood there, gesturing occasionally but never speaking. But it seemed much harder to look away, and both children slowly inched closer to the mirror, without noticing. It was only when Hermione heard the soft thunk of Harry's hands pressing against the glass that she snapped out of it, looking around and realizing she had no idea how much time had passed. She gently laid a hand on her brother's shoulder. Harry, I think we should go.
Go? Why?
Something feels funny about this mirror. I don't think it's healthy, staring at something that just shows you what you want to see. I think we should just let it be. Harry kept staring and seemed in danger of slipping back into the fantasy, but he reluctantly tore his eyes away from the vision. Yeah, you're probably right, sis, he admitted. Let's see if Dumbledore's gone yet. We can mirror call, serious about this, when we get back to the tower. Outside the classroom, Albus Dumbledore smiled as he canceled his supersensory charm and walked on. It was very fortunate, he thought. Harry's sister seemed to be just the right kind of good influence on him, willing to go along with his nighttime excursions, but also keeping his head level. At this rate, his plan should go very well. A few days into the term, Cousin Andy's eagle owl delivered a fancy-looking rolled-up parcel to Harry at breakfast, much to his surprise. "Were you expecting some things?" Hermione asked. "No, I would have told you." "Hang on, there's a note. Dear Harry, this came to your office addressed to you, and it was a real job convincing the owl to give it to me instead. I was going to throw it out, but I thought you might want it if any of your friends are Lockhart fans." "Cousin Andy. Lockhart's?" Harry asked. "Oh, my mum's read all his books," Ron said. "But what's he sending you something for?" "I don't know." He took the parcel from the owl and unrolled it. There was a moving color photo of himself with a tall blonde wizard with a supernaturally white smile and lilac robes wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Both of them were wearing bronze Order of Merlin medals. The Harry in the picture was fighting to get away. At the bottom, the photo was signed in flourishing script, Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh, it's that guy," Harry groaned. "He cornered me at the meeting." "Oh, yeah," Neville said, leaning over. "Lockhart's had his picture taken with most of the Wisengamot. He came after my gran once, but..." She snapped a mousetrap on his nose. Everyone nearby burst out laughing. "A mousetrap?" Hermione asked between giggles. Long story. The laughter had drawn additional attention, and several people crowded around to see what Harry was looking at. "Oh my God, you got your picture taken with Gilderoy Lockhart." Lavender Brown squealed. "I guess," Harry said. "Who is he anyway?" "Who's Gilderoy Lockhart?" Lavender sounded scandalized. "He's only the best dark creature hunter in the world. And really handsome, too," Parvati Patil added. "He's won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award for years running." "I can see that," Hermione said interestedly, examining the photo closely. Harry scoffed. "But he's brilliant, though," Ron said. He started counting on his fingers. "He's fought banshees, ghouls, hags, trolls, vampires, werewolves, and yeti. And all without ruining his smile," Parvati gushed. "I don't know," Harry smirked. "I'm not sure it's healthy for it to be that white." Hermione smacked him in the arm. Harry decided to stash the photo in his trunk before they went to Charms class, so he couldn't catch any more flack for it. By now, he and Hermione had pretty well learned how to learn new spells and charms, even with their non-standard control of magic. It was the favorite subject of both of them, now, as it was for most of the first years, since it involved the most actual spellcasting. Today, though, there was more to it. After 90 minutes of learning the basic mending charm, they approached Professor Flitwick in the empty classroom. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," the little man squeaked. "I must say I've been very impressed with your progress this year. I think your self-study will serve you well, now that you've got used to it." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, blushing a little. "We actually wanted to talk to you about something else." "Of course. A family friend taught us some basic dueling over break," Harry said. "Remus Lupin, you might remember him." "Oh yes, of course I remember Lupin," Flitwick reminisced. "Gryffindor prefect, excellent at charms and defense, would have made a great addition to the DMLE if it weren't for, well, we know about the restrictions, Professor," Hermione said softly. "Oh, I see." So, the two of you are interested in the way of the duelist. I wonder if I might perhaps have a demonstration of what you have learned.
What?
Here, Hermione said in surprise. Why not? Flitwick waved his wand a few times, causing the door to shut and the desks to clear a space in the middle of the room. I was in the 1968 Western Europe Conference dueling champion for nothing, you know. He changed his casting to the pattern that Hermione and Harry recognized from Remus's dueling wards. When he was finished, he said, "Now, you both know the forms, I hope?" Harry nodded and snapped his fingers. His wand shot forward into his hand. Hermione did the same, and they moved to take their places inside the narrow wards. Dueling holsters. Excellent, Flitwick said excitedly. Now bow, and on 3. 1, 2, 3. The two children started casting spells at each other and dodging as best they could. With the dueling holsters, even a couple of disarmers couldn't stop them, and the spells continued to fly for some time. But finally, Hermione got Harry's wand away from him. He started casting wandlessly, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, but he couldn't keep up, and the duel soon ended when Hermione landed a full-body bind on him, and he toppled to the floor, stiff as a board. Marvelous, Flitwick said, taking down the wards as Hermione helped her brother up. 10 points to Gryffindor. If I didn't know better, I'd have said that was a couple of second years dueling. My compliments to Mr. Lupin. Thank you, sir, Hermione said as Harry caught his breath. Yeah, Harry added. Professor, we were wondering, since dueling isn't really covered much in the defense curriculum, would it be possible to start a dueling club here? A club? Flitwick squeaked. Why, that would be grand. There hasn't been dueling club here since the 1960s. It's that awful curse on the defense professorship. Of course, I was club president back when I was in school. Yes, I think that would be an excellent idea. Harry and Hermione grinned. Now, unfortunately, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it on my own, he continued. I'm very busy with the frog choir, and there's not really enough time to set it up this spring anyway. But I will talk to the other teachers about helping out, and I think we will be able to start it straight away next September or October. And if I may say so, Mr. Potter, I think that with your involvement, it will be a great success. I thank you, sir, Harry said. We're looking forward to it. Chapter 35. The spring term was about as normal as things ever were at Hogwarts. There were occasional hexes flying between the Gryffindors and Slytherins. Neville got nailed by a nasty leglocker curse from Malfoy. Homework was as tough as ever, and the heavy December snow had been replaced by an endless, driving January rain, which was a little odd because January was supposed to be the biggest month for snow. Hermione speculated that there might be some kind of weather modification magic around the castle, since even the Highlands weren't supposed to get as much snow in December as they'd got last month. That, or maybe they were just having an odd year. It was about a month before the next Quidditch match against Hufflepuff that Oliver would drop the bombshell that Professor Snape would be refereeing the match instead of Madam Hooch. Harry and the rest of the team were understandably dismayed, but Hermione was very nervous. "Oh, Harry, what are you going to do?" she said, hugging him tight. "I have to play Mione," he told her. "There's no reserve seeker, and if I back out, the Slytherins will just think I'm afraid of Snape." "Well, maybe you should be. After what happened at the first match, we still don't have any evidence it was Snape who did that," Harry insisted. "And the teachers checked my broom and couldn't find anything wrong with it. That's because he had to keep casting the curse to make it stick. But what else am I supposed to do? I can't let the team down just because Snape's refereeing." Hermione sighed. Was there any way to get through to her brother? Wait, maybe there was. She knew at least one person who shared her suspicions about Snape. "We could ask Sirius about it," she suggested. "He's our godfather. He should be able to give us some decent advice." He doesn't like Snape either, Harry observed. Hermione stared him down. No easy task given his feline tendencies, but years of practice had honed her skills. I guess we can try, he admitted. I'll go get the mirror. A few minutes later, Harry brought down his two-way mirror, and the two siblings edged to an isolated spot at the side of the common room. Sirius Black, he said. A minute later, their godfather's grinning face appeared in the mirror, saying, "Hey there, Cubs, what's up?" "Well," Harry started, glancing at Hermione. "We think Professor Snape might be up to something." Sirius got a suspicious look on his face.
"Why?"
"What's he doing?" "He's refereeing our next Quidditch match." "What?" The response came in stereo as Remus's face popped into view. Harry turned the mirror sideways so they could see them both better. "Isn't that a conflict of interest?" Remus said. "It should be," Hermione groused. "He'll probably just pass it off that Slytherin's not playing. But more importantly, what about the fact that I'm pretty sure he was jinxing Harry's broom in the first match?" "She's pretty sure," Harry emphasized. "I don't know there, Cub," Sirius replied darkly. "I don't like the sound of it. Having him up in the air with you would be a perfect opportunity for him to try something."
"But why?"
"He's never given me that much trouble. Do you remember when I told you how much he hated your father? Yeah, but he ought to know that I'm not my father. And even if Snape does hate me that much, they say he barely got out of Azkaban after the war. I don't think he'd risk everything by trying to kill me." "I wouldn't be so sure," said Sirius. "After that little incident in our 6th year." "What incident?" Sirius pulled an especially mean and dangerous trick that nearly got Snape killed, except James had the sense to stop him. Remus said. "He was asking for it, snooping around, trying to follow us and get you in trouble, Moony. And he never would have found out anything if you hadn't tipped him off." "What happened?" said Hermione. All right, Sirius said. "The thing is, Snape was always trying to follow us when we snuck off at the full moon. He thought he could get us all expelled if he caught us, and I wasn't about to have that, so one month I kind of tried to feed him to Moony."
"What?"
Harry and Hermione gasped. "Yeah, I was young and angry, and it was mean and stupid, and I probably would have gone to Azkaban legitimately if it had worked," Sirius admitted. "Luckily, James found out and had the sense to stop him. But Snape hated all of us even more after that, including James. I don't know if he thought James was in on it and got cold feet, or he just couldn't stand being indebted to someone he hated so much. Probably both. Anyway, that's why I said I wouldn't be surprised if Snape held a grudge against you, Harry. And between the 2 Quidditch matches, it's starting to look pretty suspicious. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? There's no reserve seeker. I still have to play," Harry replied. Sirius hemmed and hawed, but reluctantly nodded. "No use getting between a Potter and Quidditch. Just be careful out there." "Don't worry, I will." Padfoot. "I still don't like this, Harry." Hermione jumped in. "I think you should talk to Professor Dumbledore. If Snape's out on the pitch, there's no telling what he could do." "That's a good idea," Remus agreed. "I don't know why or how Snape managed to get to referee, but if you ask Dumbledore, you can probably at least get an explanation." "Fine, I'll do that," Harry agreed. "We'll see you later." "Love you, Cubs," Sirius said. "Love you too," Harry replied. Mirror off. Harry eventually did go to Dumbledore in response to his sister's continued nagging. However, the only answer he got was, "I trust Professor Snape, Harry, and you should as well." The weather slowly improved. It was still dreadfully cloudy, but the ground finally dried out for the first time all year. Then one day, while most of the older students were obsessing about the upcoming Valentine's Day Hogsmeade weekend, Professor Quirrell strode into their double defense period, his turban bobbing, to give what would soon prove to be a very different kind of lesson. "This year," he began, As you should all know by now, we have been concerned mainly with self-defense in the Muggle world. A competent student should, at the end of their first year, be able to defend themselves for long enough to escape from a Muggle attacking with fists, knives, blunt objects, an attack dog, and so forth. However, these are not the only weapons Muggles use. Who can tell me what other weapons Muggle are known for? Yes, Mr. Smith. I believe they're called firelegs. Professor, Zacharias Smith answered. All the Muggle-raised students giggled. It would seem we have some disagreement in the class, Quirrell said. He zeroed in on Dean Thomas, who grew nervous under his gaze. Do you have something to say, Mr. Thomas? They're called firearms, Professor, he said. But we usually just say guns. Yes, guns, Quirrell intoned deeply. Muggles have quite the fondness for guns. Mind you, when it comes to weapons of war, this only scratches the surface. Over the past century, Muggles have become very, very adept at killing each other. And here, Quirrell went into what could only be described as an anti-Muggle fits. These had been growing more common and more obvious as the months passed. They came on suddenly and passed just as quickly, and they seemed to grow more unsettling each time. His face contorted with anger as he listed off the Muggle weapons of war. There are things called cannons, which are guns so large that they can blast through buildings, machine guns, which can mow down an entire line of enemies in seconds, poison gas, which condemns the victim to a painful death as it eats away their lungs, tanks, rolling instruments of death with armor tougher than dragon hide that crush everything in their path, blockbuster bombs dropped from aeroplanes, powerful, enough to destroy an entire street full of buildings, missiles, like fireworks, but with huge bombs attached to them, and of course, the atomic bombs, which are so powerful that they can destroy an entire city in one blast. Yes, Muggles are so fond of killing each other that they invent new and better ways of doing it every year, and it is too often we who get caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, Quirrell staggered and clutched at his chest a little. His health seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, too, in the spring term, but he kept his feet, and his face softened. In any case, Muggle civilians do not use these weapons. They use ordinary guns, weapons so old-fashioned that they're hardly even used in war anymore, but still very deadly. But perhaps some of you don't believe me, he said, a little mockingly, looking from one pure-blood face to the next. After all, how could Muggles possess that kind of power? Show of hands. How many of you have ever seen a Muggle firearms? About half the class had their hands raised, including all of the Muggle-raised students. Very good. Now, how many of you have ever fired a Muggle firearm? Only Harry, Hermione, and Justin Finch-Fletchley raised their hands. 3 of you. Not too bad. It just so happens that I have a firearm here. The class leaned forward with interest. Quirrell reached under his desk and pulled out what any firearm aficionado could instantly recognize as a double-barrel 12-gauge shotgun. This, he held the gun high, is called a shotgun. It is one of the most common firearms that British Muggles will use. He came back around the desk, casually swinging the barrels back and forth across the classroom. At that, all of the Muggle-raised student flinched. Hermione and Justin both yelped out loud, but Harry had the strongest reaction. Quick as a wink, he pushed his chair back hard and ducked under his desk whilst hissing loudly. After all, Quirrell's finger was on the trigger. The magical-raised children in the classroom watched this with wide eyes. What was so terrifying that it could frighten the boy who lived? Trouble, Mr. Peapotters? Quirrell said in an overly friendly tone, still stuttering on his name. Harry was starting to wonder if he did that on purpose. He swept the barrels across the room again. Hermione yelped a second time and pushed back to duck herself. "Professor," she cried. "Wasn't Quirrell supposed to have been the Muggle Studies teacher? Shouldn't he know about this? Do you have a problem, Miss Granger?" the professor said serenely. Hermione peeked over her desk to respond, but as Quirrell swept the barrels across the room a third time, it was Justin who yelled out, "Take your finger outside the trigger guard, man." Quirrell made a very false-looking expression of surprise. "Oh, you mean like this?" he said innocently, and he did remove his finger from the trigger guard. "Thank you," Justin said. "Now, will you kindly point that thing something that's not at us?" Half the class thought Justin was about to get in trouble for that kind of backtalk, but Quirrell swung the shotgun off to the side without a word and then turned to Harry. "Mr. P. Potter, would you perhaps like to explain to your classmates what I was doing wrong?" "Doing wrongs?" Harry yelled. "Hello. You were ignoring all 3 basic rules of gun safety. Treat every gun as if it's loaded, don't point it at anything you don't want to die, and for God's sake, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire." All eyes were now on Harry Potter. Most of the class had never seen him this agitated before. They'd seen him fly like a maniac on a broom. They'd heard about him wheedling points out of Snape. They'd heard about him catching a Death Eater all but single-handed. About half of them had heard him speak you-know-whose name without flinching. And now he was completely freaking out over what? A Muggle weapon? But Quirrell softly laid the gun down on his desk and proceeded to remind the class of what he had said on the first day. "Notice how strongly all of your Muggle-raised classmates reacted. No one dives for cover like that when someone waves a wand around. Just what is so frightening about this shotgun, Miss Granger?" Hermione paled even more than she had already. This was the first time she had to really question Professor Quirrell's methods. "It's a deadly weapon, sir," she said softly. "I mean, it's specifically designed to kill people and animals." "True enough," Quirrell replied casually, leaning against his desk. He took out his wand and started waving it around. But is not a wand also a deadly weapon? After all, many more wizards have been killed with wands than with guns. Yes, but she actually hadn't really thought about that before. But it's a lot easier to kill someone by accident with a gun. You have to cast a spell to kill with a wand, and you can see the spell coming, too. With a gun, a slip of a finger can kill faster than anyone can react. The purebloods in the class stared at that. Killing too fast to react? Zachariah Smith scoffed at the very idea. "It's true," Hermione said to the sounds of disbelief. "Indeed," Quirrell added. "Don't believe it, Mr. Smith? Perhaps a demonstration is in order." The class tensed up. As it happens, he picked up the shotgun again and broke open the breech. "This gun is not loaded, but I happen to have a couple of shells here." He removed them from his pocket and grinned a bit evilly at Harry. "Mr. P. Potter, perhaps I set up a target and you could demonstrate how this weapon works?" "Not indoors, Professor," Harry said, only partially keeping the strain out of his voice. "Prudent as ever, Mr. P. Potter." "Very well. Everyone follow me, please." With that, Quirrell moved to the door and led the class outside to the training grounds. Set up near the castle walls was a new piece of equipment that the shooters in the class recognized as a skeet thrower. "Here we are, Mr. P. Potter," Quirrell said in a condescending tone, as if he didn't care for Harry's silly little safety rules. A nice, wide, open space with nothing and no one beyond it for a good long way. "I've even provided ear protection." He held up a pair of fuzzy pink earmuffs. "Can you shoot skeet, Mr. P. Potter?" "Yes, sir." In fact, the Grangers had only been shooting a few times, just so they knew their way around a gun. But Harry, with his cat-like reflexes, had a natural talent for it. "Excellent." He faced the class and said, "You can think of a shotgun as being a little like a wand, except that this wand only fires reductor curses, and it fires them very, very fast. There are other types of guns called pistols and rifles, which are like wands that only fire piercing hexes, again very, very fast. Mr. P. Potter will now demonstrate the power and speed of this weapon on these clay targets." He held up 2 bright orange clay pigeons and loaded them into the thrower. Harry resignedly donned the fuzzy earmuffs, which turned out to cancel all noise, and Quirrell handed him the shotgun and 2 shells, which he loaded, and he stepped into position. Hermione and Justin each took a few steps back and motioned for the rest of the class to do the same. When he was sure everyone was in a safe position, Harry readied the gun on his shoulder and yelled, "Pulse!" 2 orange discs flew out across the training grounds, and then there were 2 deafening booms that made the purebloods jump and scream. Both of the clay pigeons vanished into clouds of orange dust, a fairly lucky pair of shots, even for him. Harry turned around and saw the purebloods staring in horror at how fast the shotgun had obliterated the targets. He groaned inwardly. Somehow, someway, this was probably going to wind up being added to the Harry Potter legend. Quirrell waved at him to take off the earmuffs, then said, "I think that proves the point nicely. Muggle firearms are not to be trifled with. Their power should be respected, even by wizards. On the other hand, a competent wizard should not fear them blindly. After all, there are a number of spells that can be used to neutralize the threat. For example, he drew his wand. Comprimo armum." There was a strange clicking sound, and Harry looked down and tried to work the gun again. "It's jammed," he said. "Correct. It will not fire again without working at it for a minute, which would give an enemy time to retaliate or escape. And if you should encounter a firearm, and you are not able to cast such a specialized spell, there is always Expelliarmus." The gun flew out of Harry's hands and landed in Quirrell's. Harry's wand also flew out of its holster, but it caught on the wrist strap. No one seemed to notice this. Of course, given the speed advantage of the shotgun, it would be to your great advantage to learn to cast that spell silently, Quirrell instructed the class sternly. Pay attention to your surroundings, be aware what your opponent is capable of, and know how to counter it. And now, Miss Granger and Mr. Finch-Fletchley, how would you rate your own shooting skills? He flashed what Harry was sure was an angry look at him before unjamming the gun and moving on. Hermione politely declined, but Justin proved to be as adept with gunfire as with regular fire and also managed to obliterate 2 clay pigeons, to the awe of the Hufflepuffs. But at the moment he did, just as the gun boomed across the grounds, a sharp pain pierced Harry's scar, making him stagger as he clapped his hand to his forehead. "Harry," Hermione whispered, rushing to support him. But the spasm had already passed. "I'm fine," he said. "Was that your—" "Later," he hissed. "I'll hold you to that," Hermione muttered. "Okay, that's it," Harry said when they got lunch. "I'm filing a complaint against Quirrell. He'll be out at the end of the term anyway if the curse is true. But still, you can't just go waving a shotgun at the class, right, Meones?" "I know, Harry," his sister conceded. He had a good point, but yeah, that was a stupid way to do it, even by wizard standards. I'm surprised a former Muggle Studies professor would do that. "Maybe it's because he's out to get me," Harry replied, absently rubbing his forehead again. "I don't know about that. I still don't think he's that bad a professor. Maybe it is the curse. Maybe it's messing with his head, and you are going to see Madame Pomfrey about your scar." "Yeah, fine, after classes are over," he said irritably. "Is it true, Potters?" The Gryffindors whirled around to see Draco Malfoy leading a group of 5 Slytherins up to the Gryffindor table. "Were you actually hiding under your desk from Quirrell's?" The other Slytherins sniggered. "Whispers sure did travel fast at Hogwarts." "What if I was Malfoy?" Harry grumbled. "You would have too if you knew half as much about guns as I do." "I think I would be a little more collected around a simple Muggle weapon," Malfoy replied. Harry stood up and tried to take a formal pose. It wasn't easy. "You know, you should really reserve your judgment until after you see the lesson for yourself, Mr. Malfoy," he said. "Don't worry. I'm sure Quirrell will give you the same one this afternoon." And I'll be sure to stay calm when someone's waving some muggle wand around. Potter, carelessly waving a gun around is a lot more dangerous than waving a wand around. Malfoy, Harry snapped. I'd put it just a little below Voldemort himself waving his wand at me. The Slytherins all gasped, and Malfoy turned pale. You dare to speak that name? Potter, he said. Yes, I dare. The only people who ought to fear saying his name are the ones he has power over, and the last I checked, I beat Voldemort. Harry, Hermione admonished, while even the Gryffindors gasped. Malfoy couldn't even seem to think of a threatening comeback. Oh, come on. Do you really have to keep doing that whenever I say Voldemort? Harry, will you stop that? Ron whimpered. It's just a name, Ron. It's not like he's going to appear if you say his name 3 times. He got a curious look on his face. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. He looked around. Nope, nothing. Well, it wasn't quite nothing. Neville nearly fainted at that display. Ron whimpered loudly. Lavender and Parvati actually jumped up and ran away, and the Slytherins all started backing off, as if Harry were some kind of dangerous lunatic. Harry, I think that's enough, Hermione said. Potter. Professor Snape approached the table. 10 points from Gryffindor for disrupting lunch. Now sit down. Harry grumbled and sat. I think that will be all, Mr. Malfoy, Snape added smoothly. Mr. Potter is clearly disturbed at the moment. Malfoy probably would have laughed at that as he walked away, except that, Harry noted with some pride, he still seemed rather disturbed himself. Well, Mr. Potter, said Madame Pomfrey once Hermione managed to drag him to the hospital wing, I've heard some interesting things about your exploits today. Yeah, I hid under a desk from Quirrell, Harry grumbled. He was acting like a nutter with a gun. Plenty of muggles would have reacted the same. Yes, I do know a little about guns. But I was actually referring to your terrifying half the school at lunch. Are you feeling quite all right? Oh, that. Yeah, sorry. I guess Quirrell's lesson really shook me up, Harry said lamely. Oh, Pomfrey replied. So, is that not why you're here? No, ma'am. Hermione said. Harry, tell her. Harry sighed. Madame Pomfrey, during the defense lesson today, I got this weird pain in my scar. Pomfrey stopped short. Your scar? She asked nervously. Yeah, right here. He traced the jagged line with his finger. The nurse took out her wand and started muttering incantations. What sort of pain? Just a short, sharp pain. It only lasted a few seconds. I only came here because it's kind of strange. I mean, old scars aren't supposed to hurt. Well, non-magical ones, anyway. And has your scar ever hurt before? Just once that I can remember. The same thing happened back at the welcome feast, but never before that. Very strange. Well, Mr. Potter, I don't see anything wrong with you. You're in quite good shape for your age. I suspect it was just a random pain, but do come back if it becomes a regular occurrence. Yes, ma'am. People stared at Harry Moore for a few days after that incident. A few of the more sensitive students started avoiding him in the corridors, in case he did something as mad as shouting Voldemort's name again. But the stares and whispers soon subsided as Valentine's Day approached. Valentine's Day at Hogwarts was marked by third years and up fawning all over each other, pining over unrequited affections, and frantically planning Hogsmeade dates for the next day. What was not expected, at least by the unfortunate recipient, was that half a dozen or so owls would make their way to the Gryffindor table and drop letters on Harry Potter's plate, most of them in red or pink envelopes. What's all this? He demanded in surprise. All the girls around him started giggling uncontrollably, including Hermione, and the boys sniggered at Harry's expense. Well, Harry, Hermione said between giggles, it looks like you've got some admirers.
What?
I'm only 11, though. Like that's gonna stop them, Ron said. Every girl's gonna want the boy who lived to be there. Valentine. Harry groaned. But why would they be coming here? All my mail gets forwarded. Internal messages don't, Neville explained. These'll just be the ones sent from inside Hogwarts. The thing is, no one ever bothers to send letters inside Hogwarts except for Valentine's and Fred and George's jokes. So, how many will I have from outside Hogwarts? Harry wondered. Don't answer that. Well, might as well take a look. He picked up the first letter. Oh, you should be careful opening those, Harry, Neville warned. If any of them smell funny, put them down. They're probably fine, but I wouldn't put it past some of the older girls to douse them with love potions. What? Harry and Hermione both demanded, and Hermione added, Is that even legals? It is except for the really strong ones. And anyway, you can't get much just from a letter, but better safe than sorry. Harry sighed heavily and carefully went to the letters, but on the third one, he did a double take. Hang on, this one's not internal. It has a return address. It's from Ginny Weasley's? Oh no, Ron groaned, turning as red as the envelope his sister had sent and burying his face in his hands. Of course, mail from his family wouldn't be forwarded. Upon seeing Ron's reaction, Harry bravely said, Well, it can't be that bad, and read the note aloud, on the grounds that it would be more embarrassing to his friend than to himself. Dear Harry, stop. Stop. Ron whined. Thank you again for saving us all from that rat. You're my hero. I hope we can be friends next year. Happy Valentine's Day, Ginevra Molly Weasley. Signed in very flowery script. Oh, well, I guess it's not too bad, Ron admitted. At least she didn't try to write a poem. I think it's very sweet, Hermione cooed, to more giggles from the other girls. Yeah, sweet. I got a Valentine from a girl who got most of what she knows about me from those Harry Potter adventure books. Well, you're Harry Potter. You got to learn to deal with it, Hermione said, giggling again. But her giggles were cut short, and she turned bright magenta when an owl dropped a Valentine on her own plate. Well, Harry grinned. It looks like Harry Potter's sister has some currency, too. Hermione shot him a dirty look and opened the envelope. Then she sighed with relief. Oh, it's just a family courtesy note from Sullivan Folly. Darn, I should have got him one. She waved to her cousin from across the hall and made a mental note to send him a reply the next day. Chapter 36. With the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff fast approaching, all of the Gryffindors were getting increasingly nervous. Even Hermione, who wasn't a big sports fan, was getting very worried because of Professor Snape's involvement, and everyone else thought that Snape would find some way to force a Hufflepuff win and knock Gryffindor out of the running for the Quidditch Cup. Even Harry couldn't think of a better explanation, so the day before the match, he decided to take action. He stayed after class in potions. Professor, he said as he approached the front of the room, ignoring Hermione's frantic waving for him to stop. May I ask you something? Professor Snape looked down at him condescendingly. You may ask, he replied. Why are refereeing the Quidditch match tomorrow? A trembling Hermione edged up behind Harry, her fingers poised to snap and draw her wand from her holster. Snape raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Is there a problem with my refereeing the match, Mr. Potter? Well, sir, it's just that many of us in Gryffindor are concerned that it's a conflict of interest. Snape was surprised, though he didn't show it. That was more restrained than he would have expected from the boy. Perhaps he should string him along a little further to see what happened. And why should it be a conflict of interest? Slytherin will not be playing tomorrow. Harry took a deep breath. But as a head of house, you are a team sponsor, sir, and Slytherin's position in the rankings will be affected by the outcome of the match. And because of that, you feel that I am incapable of acting impartially? Snape said threateningly. Is that it, Potters? It's a trap. Harry thought. He tried to backtrack fast. I don't think it's a secret that a lot of students feel that way, Professor. Which obviously includes yourself, or you wouldn't be here right now. Harry quailed and stepped back. No matter that the boy's assessment was true, Snape thought. He was enjoying this too much. Now to twist the knife. As it happens, this is for your benefit, Potter. The headmaster felt that it would be good to have someone more familiar with the dark arts close at hand should your broom mysteriously malfunction again. But then wouldn't Professor Quirrell be a better choice, sir? Hermione burst out. Harry whirled around and glared at her. What's this? Snape thought. A difference of opinion? Perhaps she is the instigator in all this. And if so, it would seem her brother's instincts are better than hers. He was very tempted to reach out with legitimacy, but that wouldn't go over too well with Albus. And anyway, he was cleverer than that. The headmaster trusts my judgment in this matter, Miss Granger. If you would prefer to have Professor Quirrell referee the match, that is something you ought to take it up with him, he said. And there it was. A faint flicker of horror crossed Potter's face when he suggested that Quirrell might take his place. It seems I did misjudge him. He's not quite as single-minded about Quidditch as his father. I shall have to inform Albus that the boy is also on to Quirrell. I'll discuss that with the team, Professor, Harry said nervously, though Snape suspected he had no intention of doing so. Thank you for informing me of the situation. Snape nodded curtly and said, if that is all. Harry quickly pulled his sister out of the room. Just before they left, Snape muttered too quietly for them to hear, a point to Gryffindor for vigilance. It technically met the requirement of being spoken in their presence, but the foolish lions would be wondering all day why the books didn't balance. Hermione didn't speak to Harry for the rest of the day, since he steadfastly refused to speak to Dumbledore or even the rest of the team about switching referees, even though he still doubted himself that Snape would be impartial. He wished he could find some hard evidence against Quirrell to convince her that he wasn't a good guy. The gun lesson had soured her on him, but she still insisted he meant well. Of course, he knew Hermione felt the same way about Snape, and Sirius was obviously on her side whenever they spoke of it to him. Even Mum and Dad had a problem with Snape, although that was mostly based on the quality of his teaching, something on which Harry could agree with them, and they were appropriately furious about Quirrell's gun lesson and had joined in the children's complaint, as had the Finch-Fletchleys when they contacted them. Unbeknownst to Harry, Hermione had used her time alone to perfect a really good wandless leglocker curse that she could use against Snape if he caused any trouble. If he did try to hurt Harry, she thought she'd be ready, and when she saw the teams line up on the pitch the next day, she was really worried she might have to use it. Snape looked even more evil than usual. She stood beside Ron and Neville in the stands, watching the potions master like a hawk as the match began. And they're off, with Angelina Johnson taking the quaffle for Gryffindor, Lee Jordan commentated. Hermione watched as Harry rose high in the air and began circling the pitch a safe distance from Snape.
Ouch.
Draco Malfoy had elbowed Ron in the head as he and his minions filed into the row behind them. Oh, sorry, Weasley. I didn't see you there. Yeah, right, Ron muttered as he watched the pitch. Say, Granger, your brother's supposed to be rich, Malfoy needled. Why didn't he spring for a broom that actually works? Hermione took a deep breath and forced herself to ignore the jab, keeping her eyes on Harry. You think he'll get lucky and not fall off again? She said nothing and instead focused on Lee Jordan's commentary. Bell passes to Spinnet. Oh. Intercepted by Truman. And George Weasley hits a bludger at Truman. Hey. Since when is that a foul? Malfoy laughed as Snape gave Truman a penalty shot to the glares of the Gryffindors, but out on the pitch, Evenwood didn't try to argue the call. That was a real stroke of genius for Professor Snape to referee, he went on. I bet if he'd known Dumbledore would fall for it that easy, he would have done it years ago. Quickest way to take Gryffindor out of the running. Well, besides the Gryffindor team. Anyway, sod off, Malfoy, Ron told the blonde boy. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled out, "Harry Potter is our king." A few Gryffindors called back, "Harry Potter is our king. Potter can catch anything." Ron yelled the next line, this time with Hermione and Neville joining in. And with that, the chant was going strong. "Sounds like lots of Potter fans here today," Lee Jordan said. He put on quite a show at the first match. Let's see if he can follow it up. Harry waved to the crowd as he circled the pitch, to loud cheering, which grew even louder as Katie Bell scored on Hufflepuff. But then, Snape called a penalty against her for no reason at all, and the Hufflepuff chaser managed to score back on the penalty shot. She didn't even do anything. Lee Jordan yelled. "You know, Theo," Malfoy said loudly to Nott, "I think Gryffindor picks the people they feel sorry for to be on their team. I mean, you've got the Weasleys who've got no money and then Potter, who's just plain nuts."
Say, Longbottom, why didn't you try out?
Squibs can still fly brooms, can't they? "I'll show you who's a squib, Malfoy," Neville said, drawing his wand, but the Slytherins just laughed at him. "It's too bad we couldn't get hold of that shotgun thing of Quirrell's," Malfoy continued. "Maybe we could scare Potter off the pitch." That was too much. Hermione, to the shock of everyone standing nearby, whipped around and slapped Malfoy hard across the face, casting a weak wandless stinging jinx the moment her hand made contact for extra emphasis. "That's not funny, Malfoy," she screamed. Malfoy staggered and yelped in pain, rubbing his cheek. "Why you mud?" Oof, he made to throttle Hermione, but Neville, to even his own surprise, stepped in front of her and knocked Malfoy back with a karate chop, not a very good one. He hurt his arm about as much as he hurt Malfoy, but still. Then the other Slytherins joined in, but Harry was oblivious to all this, as he was keeping his eyes fixed on the game. He needed to catch the snitch before Snape helped Hufflepuff get too far ahead. Suddenly, he saw it, hovering right behind Snape's head of all places. He couldn't believe his luck. The snitch was charmed to be especially difficult to find early in the game. Catches this fast were usually made by accident. He tipped into a dive. "And Potter's seen something," Lee Jordan said. "He's diving, he's charging Snape?" A look of utter horror appeared on Severus Snape's face as he looked up and saw the image of his arch-nemesis zooming out of the sky directly at him. But he didn't have time to call anything before the boy shot past him, missing him by inches. "Wait, he's got it." Potter's caught the snitch. There was a deafening roar from the crowd. "Amazing! Under 5 minutes. That's gotta be a record. I've never seen anything like it." Hermione looked up from where she and Ron were holding off Malfoy and Nott. In a moment, the fight stopped completely as Slytherins saw what had happened. Harry landed to the adulation of his housemates and even a kind word from Professor Dumbledore. Snape looked pretty angry, but at least Harry hadn't got his broom jinxed. Then, McGonagall confirmed that this was the fastest catch of the snitch at Hogwarts since accurate records had been kept. His housemates were so excited by that they bowled him over onto the damp grass that they were fast trampling to mud. He didn't expect to get dirtier after the match than during it, but it was worth it. Then his sister ran up to him, her hair even more messed up than normal, flanked by Ron with a bloody nose and Neville with a black eye.
"What happened to you?" he said.
"We'll explain later," Hermione said sheepishly. "Okay, you go ahead. I gotta get cleaned up in the locker room."
"Sure."
"Great job out there." She hugged him and started back to the castle. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy trudged back to the castle behind the main group of students, his face still stinging. That hadn't been his best move. Apparently, Muggleborns really were that sensitive about guns. Also, apparently, Granger had quite an arm on her. Still, the knowledge might yet prove useful. If he could paint Potter and Granger as dangerous and unstable, yes, that might be worth suggesting to Father. Harry took his time wiping the mud off himself, basking in the glory of his record-breaking catch. He was the last to leave the locker room, strolling over to the broom shed to put away his nimbus before heading back to the castle and making a dramatic and fashionably late entrance to the party. But just as he reached the broom shed, he spotted something. A dark-robed figure came out of the castle. It was hunched and had its robes drawn tight around it, as if trying to be less conspicuous. But Harry recognized the overlarge head at once. Quirrell's turban. He was headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry's curiosity got the better of him. Why would Quirrell be going into the forest when everyone else was either at lunch or partying? He hopped back on his broomstick and followed Quirrell from high up. He could just barely follow Quirrell through the trees. The defense professor walked a little way until he came to a small clearing and then appeared to be waiting. Harry landed as silently as he could in a tall beech tree to watch from above. A few minutes later, another dark-robed figure entered the clearing. This one Harry recognized by his prowling gait. Snape. Curiouser and curiouser, he thought. Snape started to say something, but Harry couldn't quite make it out. Taking a bit more of a risk, he'd a transformed cat form so he could see and hear better, holding his broomstick against the branch with one paw. As long as a sudden breeze didn't hit it, it should stay put. All right, Severus, we're here, Quirrell said impatiently. Why ever you wanted to meet all the way out here? Oh, I thought we'd keep this private. Snape sounded more sarcastic than usual. It wouldn't do to go blathering about the Philosopher's Stone where we might be overheard, would it? And what about it? Quirrell asked. He lowered his voice so that Harry could just barely hear it with his cat's ears. It's safe behind our traps and Dumbledore's. And have you figured out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? Snape interrupted. What, Fluffy? Why don't you work that out for yourself? Quirrell mocked him. I seem to recall you were the one who needed it, as if you weren't behind that whole incident. I'd expect such treachery from an average defense professor, but you were supposedly a loyal colleague for years. Let me be clear. You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. But why should we be enemies? Quirrell said smoothly. We both want the same thing, don't we? You know perfectly well what I mean, Snape snapped. An owl hooted loudly nearby, but Harry didn't miss Snape's voice. Tell me what you want the stone for. What, you think it wasn't obvious when you used a mere troll for your little bit of hocus pocus? I'm waiting. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus. I want to protect the stone, the same as you, and you know that Dumbledore approved all the protections anyway. You insist on playing dumb with me, do you, Quirrell? Very well, we'll have another little chat soon once you've figured out where your loyalties lie, and actually have something to show for it. Snape threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. Perhaps you are the one who needs to reevaluate your loyalties, Severus, Quirrell called after him. Snape didn't react. Harry was very late to the party by the time he made it back to Gryffindor Tower, but he didn't care. He had to tell Hermione and then Sirius and Remus what he'd heard. Hermione was not happy. Harry, where have you been? She squeaked when he got back to the common room. Harry, that was awesome. Ron interrupted. You broke a school record, and I gave Malfoy a black eye. And Neville took on Crabbe and Goyle, didn't you, Nevs? Yeah, Neville grunted from his seat, apparently nursing a headache. What happened out there? Harry said. Malfoy happened, Hermione said flatly. What were you doing? I was getting worried Snape hexed you or something. Well, Snape was there, but it wasn't that, Harry said cryptically. I need to talk to you in private. He appraised Ron and Neville. You two can come, too. He lowered his voice to a whisper. It's about the you-know-what on the third floor. Ron's and Neville's eyes widened. Harry had mentioned about the Philosopher's Stone to them shortly after Christmas. They looked at each other, then got up to follow him. After a brief round at the party, Harry retrieved his mirror and led the group to an empty classroom, making sure Peeves wasn't around before shutting the door. "Harry, is that a two-way mirror?" Neville said in awe. "They're really rare."
"Yeah,
"I got it for Christmas, though I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention I had it." The other boys nodded. Sirius Black. Of course, the first thing Sirius and Remus wanted to know was how the Quidditch match went, and it took them quite a while for them to finish celebrating Harry's record-breaking catch. Then, Hermione had to tell her story of what the Slytherins had done, to both laughs and admonishments to be careful from the alleged adults in the conversation. "You didn't have to do that for me, Mione," Harry said. "Although it is pretty funny." "Yeah, I know. So, what's your story? Why were you so late getting back?"
"Right.
"Listen, when I was coming back to the castle, I saw Quirrell heading out to the forest, and I thought it was suspicious, so I followed him on my broom." "What?" the other children yelled. "You flew into the Forbidden Forest in broad daylight and didn't get caught?" "Excellent," his godfather added. "This is serious. I think your friends already know who I am."
"Arg."
"I saw Quirrell meeting with Snape in the forest, and Harry told them about the conversation he had overheard. So that means Quirrell's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape's trying to stop him." "I don't know, Cub," Sirius said suspiciously. "It's kind of hard to tell from just what you said. It sounds to me like maybe Snape's trying to get Quirrell to let him in on the scheme. Or Quirrell's innocent, and Snape only thinks he's after the stone," suggested Hermione. "Nah," said Remus. "I'd put better money on the defense professor being up to something." We need to tell somebody, don't we?" Neville said.
"What?"
Harry said in surprise. "Who could we tell, though? We're not supposed to know about any of this." "He's right, Harry," Remus replied. "If the Philosopher's Stone is in danger, that's too big to let it lay." "Well, maybe, but who? McGonagall will skin me if I tell her I flew into the forest. I bet she knows more than one way, too," Sirius quipped. Harry glared at him and made a small jerk of his head toward Neville. "Sorry, Harry," Hermione said suddenly. "There's one person who already knows we know, Hagrid. We could warn him, and then he could tell Dumbledore." "Yeah, that's a good idea," Harry agreed. "Can it wait till after the party, though?" Ron said. "I want to get some more food." The others rolled their eyes, but they agreed. "We figured out what's in the third-floor corridor," Harry told Hagrid after they went through yet another play-by-play of the Quidditch match. The huge man tensed up. "It's the Philosopher's Stone." "Yeah, well done go spreading that around," Hagrid grumbled. "That's top secret, that is."
"And yeah."
"Certainly didn't hear anything about it from me." "Okay, but Hagrid, we think there's a problem," Harry started. "We think one of the teachers is trying to steal it," Ron blurted out. "Poppycock," Hagrid roared. "Who would try and do that?" Harry and Hermione each shot each other a sharp look. "Either Snape or Quirrell," Hermione conceded. "Maybe both." "That's ridiculous. Neither of them would do nothing like that." "Not even Quirrell's?" Harry pressed. "You know, the defense professors? He wouldn't. I've known him for years." "Where'd you get an idea like that anyway, Harry?" I rather not say," he said nervously. "But I've got good reasons. Could you please just tell Dumbledore for me?" "Well, I suppose I could, but I still think you're barking up the wrong tree." Harry winced at the idiom. But suddenly Neville spoke up. "Are there any other teachers guarding the stone, Hagrid?" "Well, of course there are." The half-giant counted on his fingers. "Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Dumbledore himself did something. Course, nothing'll get past Fluffy anyway," he finished proudly. "Well, that's something," Harry admitted. Wait. Hermione remembered something. "Now that I think about it, I don't think anyone ever put a stronger locking charm on that door, Hermione remembered. Did Dumbledore ever do anything about that?
No. Don't think he did, Hagrid said.
Said it weren't needed. After all, nobody's been hurt in there. It still seems awfully dangerous. And if anyone can get in and out any time, it might be easier for them to find a way past Fluffy. Impossible. Not a soul knows but me and Dumbledore. I'll let him know what you're thinking, but mind ya, you're worrying over nothing. Harry accepted this assessment for the moment, and the children went back up to the castle. But as he walked, something else was nagging at the back of Harry's mind. Quirrell had said that Dumbledore approved all the protections. So, why would he approve a mere troll if Snape thought it wasn't good enough? Meanwhile, as soon as Neville felt up to it again, he was back with Harry and Hermione in the disused 7th floor corridor practicing karate. Or rather, Harry and Hermione were practicing karate, and Neville was mimicking them. They had never really questioned him about what he was doing, and he had never really mentioned it, and moreover, they had never really coached him much at it, even to the extent they could. That meant that Neville had improved a little, but only slowly. Only showing up about once a week and not having formal instructors wasn't a way to get really good. Until now, Harry and Hermione had simply humored anyone who wanted to join in and walked them through a kata, or a little more if they came regularly, thinking that any interest was good. But after Neville's attempt to join in the fight at the Quidditch match, they had to wonder if they were giving him a false sense of security. "Say, Neville," Harry said cautiously. "Not that we mind or anything, but why you come up here to practice with us?" Neville turned rather red and looked down. "WC," he stammered. "My gran wants me to do well here, get good grades and everything, especially in defense. I think she really wants me to become an Auror someday like my parents. But I'm not that good in classes, and I know I'm not that good at fighting either. I mean, I got creamed by Crabbe and Goyle. I'm not strong or in good shape, even. But you two, you're really good. I couldn't believe it when you broke those boards with your bare hands. So I just thought if I copied you some..." "Oh, Neville," Hermione said sympathetically. "Look, mate," Harry replied, "it's nice that you want to learn, but we're not really qualified to teach it. I mean, we could probably teach the lower ranks, but how'd you learn it, though? We had a good Muggle teacher, and classes 3 days a week for 5 years. Neville's eyes went wide, and he turned pale. "A black belt is like a good OWL score in defense," Hermione explained. "Except it's more impressive to Muggles because so few people learn it. But it's about the same amount of work. And that's not really even the point of why we do this every day," Harry added. Then why do you?" Neville asked in confusion. "Well, I still think it's an important skill," Hermione countered. "But honestly, this is mostly just for exercise at this point, and to keep our reflexes up," Hermione said. "It's not really proper training. We'd prefer to spend some time practicing dueling, but there's not really a space where we can do it. You know, I wonder if we should change our routine to make it more serious exercise," Harry mused. "The katas are good, but I don't think they're keeping us in as good a shape as they could." Hermione cocked her head and thought about this. "It's worth a thought. I don't want to get too out of practice, though. Karate's still a good skill to have. We can always catch up over the summer with Sensei John. I think he'd let drop in for just a month or 2. And it's not like we have a sensei here to keep us in really good form anyway. Plus, the dueling's gonna be more important once we really get started at it. Well, there's that. I suppose we should focus more on skills that are important with magic. We can write Mum and Dad and ask for advice on a general exercise routine." "Great," Harry replied. "And Neville, you can join in if you want to get in shape. It might be a little easier with a more standard exercise routine, but you'd need to come more often to get much good out of it. Not every day, but maybe 3 days a week." "Gigi?" "Thanks, Harry," Neville said. I'll think about it. And I don't think you're that bad in your classes, Neville," Hermione encouraged him. Like charms. And it was true, though he couldn't be called much better than average. And you're actually serious competition for us in herbology. Well, for me, Harry said. Not for Hermione. Neville turned red again and mumbled a thanks. Over the next week, Harry and Hermione refined their exercise routine, and Neville did, indeed, show up 3 times, though he was winded by the end of the routine every time. If he wasn't skilled, he was certainly dedicated. After all, the Sorting Hat had debated whether to put him in Hufflepuff for a full 4 minutes for a reason. Dear Harry and Hermione, congratulations to Harry on winning the Quidditch game and breaking the school record. We don't know how you keep pulling off things like that, but we're proud of you. However, we're also very disappointed in you, Harry, for flying off into the forest like that. It was only by luck that you didn't get caught, much less learn something important. But be that as it may, the problem with Professor Snape and Quirrell is the most important thing to worry about. We strongly encourage you to go directly to Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, or someone else you trust about your concerns, and tell them the whole story, even if it means getting in trouble. From what Sirius says, this sounds more important. We also want the 2 of you not to fight about this. You should be careful around both Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell if you think they might both be up to no good. Don't ignore any evidence about either of them. Now, the other thing we wanted to talk to you about was trying to do something about Professor Snape regarding his teaching habits. We've compared notes with the Tonkses, and we think he has several problems. One is that he only accepts O's to any WT level, when most teachers accept E's, which means only half as many people qualify. The second problem is that he doesn't really try to teach, and third, he's such an unfair teacher that he makes a lot of people hate the subject. The fact that he's single-handedly cutting the applicant pool for Aurors and Healers in half means something needs to be done. We thought we would publish an anonymous open letter to the Board of Governors in the Daily Prophet explaining the problems we have with Professor Snape, and also encourage other parents and former students like Dora to do the same. Then, maybe we could see some action. But we wanted to make sure you were okay with it first, especially with his tense relationship with Harry, not to mention Remus and Sirius, plus your recent concerns. We hope things continue to go well with you, and you don't have any more of these problems. And Harry, don't go looking for trouble, either. Love, Mum and Dad. No one had mentioned Hermione's fight with Malfoy to their parents, which was probably a good thing, considering how much else they had to worry about. The thing is, I'm not sure about Dumbledore right now, Harry said as they discussed the letter with their godfather and honorary uncle. Why not? Remus said in surprise. It's just that he seems so cavalier about this, like not putting a stronger lock on that door. I don't understand what his game is. Well, what about Professor McGonagall? Hermione said. You trust her, don't you? Yes, but I don't know. I've got a funny feeling about this whole thing. Funny feeling how? Sirius asked with concern. That's the thing. I can't sort it out, even in cat form. It's just that something doesn't feel right. It's not about not getting in trouble, honest. It's just that I'm not sure who to trust. And yes, Hermione, I know I'm being paranoid. I can't help it. Maybe it comes with the feline territory. Could be, Remus said. I can smell trouble on someone from the minute I meet them, and Padfoot's usually pretty good, too. Mum and Dad are right, though, Harry, Hermione said. We need to tell someone. We really should be able to tell Professor McGonagall. She's a cat animagus, too. I know, Harry said. And I think I will. But please let me try to sort this out first. Something doesn't add up, and I don't like it. His sister sighed. Okay, I will. But I won't wait forever. Thanks, so, what do you think about Operation Snape? Sirius grinned. I'm game for any plan that sticks it to Sibelius, the old dog said. Honestly, Padfoot, Remus muttered. I've looked into it a bit myself. The complaints against Snape pile up every year. The exam scores alone show that the quality of teaching has declined with him, and even after hearing about it for 4 months, I still can't picture that man as a teacher, Sirius finished. Or not any kind of good one. We may be biased, but it looks like anything you can do to improve Professor Snape, Remus concluded. Or remove him, Sirius cut in, would be a benefit to the school as a whole. And those kinds of letters are probably the best chance to do it. Throwing money around would get you nowhere with Lucius Malfoy chairing the board. The only trouble is, I don't know if the Prophet would actually print those kinds of letters. Sirius had an answer to that. Well, if they don't, I've still got a line on that guy from the Quibbler, Lovegood. I'm sure he'd print them. The Quibbler's not exactly mainstream, Remus snorted. But it's better than nothing. Well, it sounds like a good idea to me, Harry said. Snape won't like it, but it'll be anonymous, won't it? What's the worst that could happen? He saw Hermione's thinking face.
Don't answer that.
Chapter 37. Harry, however, didn't go to McGonagall about Quirrell and Snape, despite Hermione's continued nagging. He kept saying he was thinking about it, but that same uneasiness always stopped him. Before they knew it, a month had gone by, at which point Hermione started obsessing over exams, saying she should have started revising earlier, drawing up study schedules for both of them, and becoming so worked up and insufferable that Harry finally had to grab her hands away from her books to force her to sit still for a minute. Mione, he told her sternly.
You need to
relax. You're going to ace the exams. I'm going to do pretty well on the exams. And we're both going to revise a reasonable amount so we don't go mad before term's over. Hermione slumped back in her seat with a heavy sigh. But Hermione, as your little brother, it's my duty to make sure you lighten up once in a while. Well, as you big sister, it's my duty to make sure you don't skive off all the time. They glared at each other for a few moments, and then they both broke out laughing. It was actually pretty impractical from the start to act like a little brother and big sister when they were always in the same year at school. Okay, Hermione conceded. I'll trim back the study schedules. Good. Now, why don't we revise outside for a while? Harry looked longingly out the window. It's the first nice day in months. Hermione leaned forward. Well, of course, you'd say that for a ball, she whispered. Harry had never fully left behind his initial stint as an outdoor cat. But Harry stared her down and won out this time. All right, we can go. I just need to return this book to the library first. Yes, Harry said behind her back. The two of them walked down to the library to return Hermione's book, where they found Neville helping Ron with a herbology essay.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Neville, Harry said.
Hey, Harry.
Hey, Hermione, Neville replied. Ron waved to them. What's up? Just turning in a book, Hermione said. Harry wanted to work outside. That'd be nice, Ron said wistfully. I gotta finish all this, though. He gestured to the library books that were strewn around his table. Well, when that's done, you should, Harry started, but he was interrupted by a very large man in a moleskin overcoat shuffling through the stacks. Hagrid? What are you doing in the library? He asked. Just looking, Hagrid said shiftily. He appeared to be hiding something behind his back. Doing homework, I see. But before they could answer, he said, see ya around, and made a hasty exit. Well, that was strange, Hermione observed. Even for him. I wonder what he's up to. Maybe you should see what section he was in, Neville suggested. Good idea, Hermione said happily, and she dashed off into the stacks. About a minute later, though, she came back looking very pale. Dragons, she said. He was in the section about dragons.
Oh.
Didn't Hagrid tell us once that he wanted a dragon? Ron said. Aha. I don't like where this is going. Me either, Harry said. You can't keep dragons on the grounds, can you? No way, Ron answered. Charlie says they can barely keep them in the Hebrides. Not to mention they're illegal outside the reserves. Why you don't think Hagrid would really keep a dragon here, do you? Neville said nervously. He calls a giant three-headed dog Fluffy, Hermione said flatly. All four of them packed up and rushed down to Hagrid's hut. The gamekeeper's hut was locked tight, the curtains drawn, when the foursome reached it, and a gruff voice called out, "Who is it?" when Harry knocked on the door. "Hagrid, it's us," Harry said. After some sounds of rummaging around, Hagrid opened the door. "Oh, you lot," he said, sounding annoyed. "Well, come in." It was stiflingly hot inside the hut, with a blazing fire in the grate, despite the warm weather. "So, is there something you wanted to ask me?" he said cagily. "We were just wondering about what you were looking up in the library," Hermione said, trying to sound sweet.
"Oh, that?"
"Well, I was just, But Ron had already noticed what was going on. Having a brother who was a dragonologist had its advantages. He pointed to a huge black globe in the center of the fire and said, "Hagrid, is that a dragon egg?" That's... Where did you get one?" "I've heard they cost a fortune on the black market. I won it," Hagrid said, sounding scandalized at the suggestion that he would frequent such markets. "Last night, having drinks in the pub. Stranger said he'd play me at cards for it. Though, to be honest, he seemed like he was eager to get rid o' it." "Gee, I wonder why," Hermione said. Hagrid, however, looked very pleased with himself. "It all works out, though. I got me some books here. I got everything I need, brandy, chicken blood. You can't keep a dragon here, Hagrid," she said sensibly. "Not only is it illegal, but you live in a wooden house." "I can handle it," Hagrid said confidently. "The bloke last night was worried about that, too, but I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy." Harry watched the eggs skeptically. "I'm not sure you can really make that comparison. Can't be that hard," the huge man insisted. "Any beast is a piece o' cake if you know how to calm 'em down. Well, take Fluffy, for example. Play him a bit of music and he goes right to sleep." "Hagrid!" Harry shouted in horror. The half-giant frowned. "I shouldn't have told you that. Just forget I said anything." But Harry barely listened. His mind was reeling. In the blink of an eye, everything clicked into place. It was all he could do not to jump up and run straight to the castle, but he didn't want Hagrid to think he was running off to tell about the dragon egg, though what he would do about that he had no idea. But as soon as he felt it would be reasonably polite, he took his leave, pulling Hermione along with him. "Catch you later, guys," he told Ron and Neville before dragging her up to the castle. "Harry, what's going on?" Hermione demanded. "I have to talk to Professor McGonagall." "Probably yes, but I was going to try to convince Hagrid first." He lowered his voice. "Not about the dragon. About the Philosopher's Stone."
"What?"
"You're bringing that up now. I'll explain when we get there." Harry raced up the stairs to Professor McGonagall's office with Hermione in tow and knocked on the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," McGonagall said. "How may I help you?" Harry opened his mouth. "Here went nothing, Professor. A long time ago, you told me to tell you if Professor Dumbledore was messing with me." McGonagall blinked a few times as the wheels of her mind began to turn. "Actually, I think your exact words were." He let out a string of yowls that made both Hermione and McGonagall wince, McGonagall mostly at the butchering of the feline language by the human throat. It was only her decades of experience plus her memory of the incident that allowed her to translate it as, "You tell me if old wizard causes trouble." "I remember, Mr. Potter." "Please come in." Merlin's beard, that had been a long time ago, the very first time they'd met. But it was still a promise from one cat to another, and she would keep it. "And is the headmaster causing trouble for you?" "I'm not sure, ma'am. I don't know anything for sure. But, well, I feel like I'm being set up." "Huh. Hermione said. Set up? McGonagall said slowly. You feel that the headmaster is setting you up to do something? The children sat down across her desk. Something like that, Harry replied. Or to find something or learn something, maybe. The point is, I've been having this nagging feeling that he's trying to manipulate me into I don't quite know what. And what brought this feeling about? She asked, sounding concerned. She wasn't sure whether to believe this sudden outburst, but she was inclined to give the boy's feline sixth sense a hearing out, since it was a very serious issue, if true. It's complicated, ma'am, Harry replied. Things that don't add up. Well, for one, how long has Professor Dumbledore known Hagrid? McGonagall blinked again at the non sequitur. Of course, she thought, the other possibility is that Harry Potter has gone off the deep end. Excuse me? I was just wondering how well Dumbledore knows Hagrid. I seek Professor Dumbledore persuaded Headmaster Dippet to hire Hagrid as an apprentice groundskeeper immediately after he was expelled, Mr. Potter. That was 49 years ago. So they go way back. Yes, Mr. Potter. And Dumbledore trusts Hagrid to help guard the Philosopher's Stone? McGonagall nearly fell out of her seat. How do you two know about that? She let out a feline hiss. It's a long story, ma'am, but please, this is part of what I'm worried about. Professor Dumbledore trusts Hagrid with such an important and secret assignment. Yes, he does, Mr. Potter, she said coldly. Whatever should be the matter with that? Look, Professor, I know he's a good guy and all, but we've only known him a few months, and we can already tell Hagrid can't keep a secret to save his life. Hermione gasped loudly as the pieces began to fall into place for her. 2. McGonagall didn't gasp, but she looked grimly thoughtful about that assessment. She was silent for a long while, but she finally said, I suppose Hagrid's discretion always has left something to be desired. He told you about the stone, then? No, not directly, but he let slip enough to figure it out. Not to mention the fact that the whole school knows about Fluffy. Hermione jumped in. Fluffy, McGonagall said in confusion. The Cerberus. Oh, the professor groused. I told the headmaster he should put stronger protections on that door. That's what we told Hagrid, ma'am, but Professor Dumbledore hasn't done anything. No, he hasn't. Is that what you're concerned about, Mr. Potter? Harry shook his head. It's not just that. Hagrid accidentally told us how to get past Fluffy. What? And it sounded like he let it slip to a stranger in the pub last night. What? Oh, Hagrid, you buffoon, McGonagall hissed. I don't think it's his fault, ma'am, Harry interrupted. I mean, it is, but Professor Dumbledore approved it, didn't he? Well, yes, he did. And I also know that he approved a security troll for Professor Quirrell's protection. McGonagall stared at him like a cat stares at a particularly evasive canary. And how, pray tell, did you learn that, Mr. Potter? She said in a voice that almost seemed to channel Snape. I overheard Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape talking. I think, he glanced at Hermione. I think one or both of them might be trying to steal the stone. In the end, McGonagall wheedled the full story of the meeting in the forest out of Harry, something which didn't earn him any points, literal or figurative, with his head of house. We will discuss your punishment for this later, Mr. Potter. First, you should be aware that these are very serious charges you are bringing against your professors, but I'm afraid it is reason enough to take a closer look at Professor Quirrell, at least. However, I still don't fully understand what your issue is with the headmaster. But he approved a troll. Professor, Hermione said, putting the rest of the pieces together. And Fluffy. Those don't seem like very strong protections. We understand if you can't tell us what it is, but how strong would you say your protection on the stone is? McGonagall thought back. She hadn't thought the chessboard idea she had come up with was her best one, but Albus had seized on it and encouraged her to implement it. The headmaster said it was good enough, she replied. He's keeping an eye on the protections personally. It's mostly just to slow a thief down. She thought about the rest of the protections, which she had, with difficulty, convinced Albus to confide with her in case of emergency. Pomona Filius Severus, she whispered, counting them off on her fingers. She didn't know what Albus's was, but still, by Morgana, it's not a safe at all. It's a bloody trap. He means to catch the thief, not stop him. And he never mentioned it to the rest of us, she thought. Could he actually suspect a staff member? Could he suspect me? But back to the matter at hand. But in that case, Mr. Potter, I suspect your involvement in this matter was merely a coincidence. I don't know, Professor, Harry replied. I mean, Dumbledore approved a set of protections on the Philosopher's Stone that aren't all that strong, and he also gave critical information about them to someone who he should have known was likely to leak it, especially to me. He must know how much Hagrid likes me. Maybe it's crazy, but I just have this weird feeling he's trying to nudge me into some kind of magical scavenger hunt. McGonagall opened her mouth to respond. She wanted to tell him that he was right, that it was crazy, but something stopped her. Her own feline sixth sense that was telling her that it was just crazy enough for Albus to do something like that. Well, Mr. Potter, she eventually said, that seems like quite a stretch in my opinion, but based on what you've told me, this is information that needs to be taken to the headmaster immediately, so you can ask him for yourself. An hour later, they were in Albus Dumbledore's office, where the portraits of the past headmasters and headmistresses were listening intently as Harry, Hermione, and Minerva explained their concerns, several of them expressing disdain at their impertinence. Fawkes the Phoenix was softly crooning on his perch, seemingly oblivious to the whole thing. Albus himself was looking in shock on as his carefully crafted plan turned into a train wreck. How had a young boy deduced so much of what he intended before he could implement it? He hadn't figured out the true reason he had been allowed to hear these secrets, but in a way, this was even worse. He couldn't very well answer that the stone wasn't safe, and there would be no reason for Harry to investigate the trap in that case. And Minerva wasn't about to let him off the hook. The safety of the stone was, in fact, her very first question. It is safe, Albus said truthfully. It would be quite impossible for any thief to bypass the protection that I have placed on it. And all the rest of us are just window dressing then, she pressed. I would not put it so crudely. How you would put it is irrelevant, Albus. I'm surprised you would build a trap like that without informing me. One layer of protection hardly seems adequate, even if it's yours. Would it be possible to use a decoy stone instead? Unfortunately, the stone's magical signature is impossible to fake, he said, but I assure you my protection is quite secure.
Fine.
And Mr. Potter's part in this? Were you intending for him to learn about all of this? Well, he said, there is certainly no need for Harry to know about the details of the plan. But Harry wasn't buying it. Professor, if there's something you want me to do, please just tell me. You don't have to have Hagrid go hinting about it. Albus was taken aback. It was almost an out, but what could actually he do? Even if he could convincingly challenge the boy and his friends to get through the obstacles, there was no guarantee they would do it at the same time Quirrell did. No, it was no good. He'd have to settle for capturing the thief, and then, hopefully, he could convince Harry to help afterwards. Perhaps his blood alone would be enough. No, Harry, he said. There is nothing that you need to do now. I assure you that I have everything well in hand, and I do hope you will keep this information confidential. Harry sighed with relief. Thank you, Professor. I was getting worried. Things seemed so strange. There's one thing I still don't understand, though. Were you actually planning for Hagrid to leak that information as part of this trap? Well, I admit that I had anticipated.
What?
But you're using him. Hermione burst out. He's supposed to be your friend of 50 years, and you're playing on his weaknesses. He was really worried about the things he let slip out. Albus drew back. Harry and Minerva looked no less unhappy. "I can't believe you would do that to Hagrid," Albus, his deputy, said. "This is the biggest lapse in judgment I've seen from you since you placed Harry with his aunt and uncle, and I suggest you apologize to the man immediately." The headmaster hung his head. Perhaps he had overstepped his bounds on this plan. It was manipulative, he freely admitted that, but it seemed necessary. It would take a very clever trap to catch Voldemort's servant alive, one that had plenty of plausible deniability, though it seemed he may have miscalculated on that point. "Yes, I'm afraid I have overstepped my bounds, Minerva," he said. "I will speak with Hagrid this evening." "Good, Mr. Potter," she said sternly. 20 points from Gryffindor and a detention for being out of bounds, and be thankful it isn't more. "You and your sister may go." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said sheepishly. He and Hermione ducked out of the office. The next day was the last Saturday of March, which meant a Wisengamot meeting, which meant Dumbledore would be out of the castle. By a happy accident, he would be gone longer than usual due to his need to hand off the illegal dragon egg he'd found in Hagrid's possession last night. Quirinus Quirrell was surprised, but pleased with the development. He didn't think Dumbledore would find the oaf's new pet until after it hatched, but this, combined with Dumbledore's own manipulation of the half-giant, had left Hagrid in a foul mood that would, if he was lucky, distance him from the old meddler. Now having all the information he needed, Quirrell implemented his plan to get into the third-floor corridor. He would need something more subtle than a troll this time. After considering a few possibilities, he decided on planting an idea in the head of one of his third-year students, Lee Jordan, to enlist Peeves' help in vandalizing the dungeons. In retrospect, he should have tried that the first time instead of the troll. While Snape was cleaning up the mess outside his classroom, Quirrell snuck up to the third floor. He disabled the elaborate detection wards as best he could. Hopefully, it would at least slow Dumbledore down in finding out. Fluffy was quickly dispatched with an enchanted harp, the devil's snare with fire, and the keys, with difficulty, with his flying skills. It was far too easy. Definitely a trap, but so far nothing was blocking his escape route. McGonagall's chessboard, clever one, that. The difficulty level wasn't the problem. It was the time. For that, Quirrell took off his turban to let his master, who had a far quicker analytic mind than he, see the board. His troll he dispatched with a conch on the head, and finally, he solved Snape's laughably easy riddle to come face to face with the mirror. The Mirror of Garist. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this. He could see the stone in the mirror. The magical signature confirmed it, but he couldn't get it out. How was it bound inside? He drew his wand and started casting diagnostic spells, some of them suggested by his master. There were powerful enchantments laid over top of the mirror's original magic. Nothing he did could break them. He worked for as long as he felt was safe before Dumbledore's return, trying to figure out how they worked, but he only had time to get an inkling. It looked like some kind of intense sensitive magic, but what it was he couldn't be sure. It was not a good day. His master was very angry at his failure, but he would have more chances. Dumbledore's political work was heating up, and the school year wasn't over yet. His body was growing frightfully weak, though. Something had to give soon. In the middle of that Saturday's Quidditch practice, Harry Potter suddenly stopped in midair, flew down to the stands, and sat down, rubbing his forehead. "Hey, Potter, you all right?" Wood called from above. "Yeah," he said. "Just a headache. Gimme's a minute." The pain lasted about a minute before it went away. Harry hopped back on his broom and rejoined the team. By dinner time, he had forgotten all about it. Arthur Weasley, head of the House of Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, to Lord Harry James Potter, head of the Noble House of Potter, and Hermione Jean Granger. Dear Lord Potter and Miss Granger, I wanted to keep you abreast of what my office has been doing behind the scenes at the Wisengamot, since you're family, friends, and major backers of our Muggle Protection Act. I also wanted to thank you for your continued support. I've personally been lobbying for increased protection for Muggles for years, and it's great to finally see that bearing fruit. We had some very promising developments at the Wisengamot meeting last weekend. Your godfather, Lord Black, helped to solve one of the biggest obstacles to passing the bill. A number of members thought the restrictions on enchanting Muggle artifacts were too strict, or rather on their use, the way I wrote it the first time. Lord Black publicly said he shared these concerns. I think a flying motorcycle may have had something to do with it, and he and your friend, Mr. Lupin, worked with me on an amendment to loosen these restrictions and focus enforcement more on sales and other transfers. Of course, Muggle baiting and giving dark artifacts to Muggles will still be banned. Anyway, that amendment was really a stroke of genius on Lord Black's part. Once I got the wording just right, it swung 4 votes to our side, who had been holding out. We're not there yet, but we're in the lead now. If all goes well, I think we'll be able to get it passed at the May meeting. You should be very proud of your godfather. Good luck with the rest of the term. Sincerely, Arthur Weasley. Wow, Ron, it sounds like your dad really does do good work, Harry said after he read the letter aloud. Yes, I guess, Ron replied as he tried to corral his own hyperactive owl. He does know what he's good at, Percy said standoffishly from nearby. Not that he was against the bill, but he had implied before that he was not impressed by his father's career choices. Really? Hermione told Ron. We're glad to have him as an ally. Yeah, well, I am glad to have you guys as friends, he said. That too, Harry quipped. April was passing quickly. Despite Harry's best efforts, Hermione was becoming increasingly frantic about exams. Fortunately for her, no other major disruptions came from any quarter. The one thing that did happen was that their parents published an anonymous letter in the Quibbler decrying Professor Snape's atrocious teaching methods. Being in the Quibbler, it had taken a while to filter through the population of magical Britain, but the responses were beginning to roll in, and when it finally got reprinted in the Daily Prophet, it turned a lot of heads, as Harry and Hermione soon learnt from Hedwig's latest delivery. Watcher Harry and Hermione. Can you believe that letter in the Prophet against Snape? That was amazing. Really gutsy of those anonymous concerned parents, too. Of course, half the country already knows Snape's an awful teacher, but now people are starting to talk like they can actually do something about it. I don't have much of a leg to stand on since I passed my potions newt, but I'm gonna write my classmates and try to get some of them to write letters too. If you happen to find out who wrote that thing, be sure to thank them for me. And it was a reprint from the Quibbler, of all places. The Prophet's really got egg on its face for that. People say it's the best-selling issue the Quibbler's ever had. Can you believe the Prophet passed something like that up the first time? You know, since they're so fair and unbiased? Here's to less Snape in your lives.
Dora.
Yeah, but it would be nicer if it didn't put Snape in such a foul mood around me, Harry groaned. Professor Snape had singled him out and taken 10 points from him for breathing too loud in class on Friday, and his very presence was enough to intimidate Neville into accidentally exploding his cauldron again. And you said he wasn't out to get you, Hermione whispered. She glanced up at the high table, where Snape was glaring in their general direction. Severus Snape had no proof, but he knew. Oh, yes, he knew. An organized campaign to get him sacked was brewing, and that had Potter written all over it. He tried to be respectful of the boy for Lily's sake, but ever since his infernal godfather had been released, it was growing more difficult. Now, his greatest challenge could very well become keeping his job, not that it wasn't a thankless job to start with. Albus Dumbledore was keeping tabs on Severus out of the corner of his eye. He, too, had his suspicions about where the open letter had come from. He couldn't deny that Severus was a poor teacher. Several prominent figures were already reiterating their dissatisfaction with the potions education at the school, but for his safety and, to be honest, his continued usefulness, it was imperative that he remain at Hogwarts. If this issue continued to grow, they would need to reach some kind of compromise. "Oh, Cousin Andy sent one. 2, Harry said as an eagle owl landed on the Gryffindor table. He read the note, the first of 2. Dear Harry and Hermione. This came addressed to Harry, and I thought I'd pass it along. I think you'll find it amusing.
Cousin Andy."
Harry unfolded the next note, which was written in a dazzling color-shifting ink, and, with some difficulty, read it over. Dear Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, sales of the Quibbler are at an all-time high, even higher than the issues with Mummy's articles on runes and Daddy's features on Crumplehorn Snorkax. Daddy's delighted. He says with the extra money, we can expand our dirigible plum garden and grow enough to sell some of them. It sounds as if Professor Snape has a very bad infestation of Raxburts. I hope he can get them cleared up before the fall term, since it would be very difficult to learn from a teacher who is so badly infested. Daddy says he may be able to build Raxburt siphons strong enough to help him by September if the Nargles don't interfere. Do you think you could convince Professor Snape to wear them on his hat? I do not know who wrote the open letter, but a blibbering humdinger told me that you would appreciate knowing how much it's helped Daddy and me, and they haven't lied to me yet. Sincerely, Luna Lovegood. Ron didn't know what a Raxburt siphon was, did anyone? But he laughed uproariously at the suggestion that Snape should wear some on his hat. Harry, who suspected that Luna Lovegood didn't know who wrote the letter, simply smiled at her note. It was almost like it was written in code, although, granted, she probably actually believed those things. What's a Snorkack? Hermione said. Or a dirigible plum. Or, I'm gonna need to check this against the library. Harry shook his head. I don't think it'll help. Still, he was glad they could be of some help to a girl who, by the sounds of things, did need some help. Maybe it was just because she was so strange, but he had a feeling he ought to keep an eye on her when she came to Hogwarts next year to make sure she got off to a good start. The Friday after Easter, the fool Dumbledore left early for the next day's Wisengamot meeting. Apparently, there was a lot of work to be done for his ludicrous Muggle Protection Act. That suited Quirinus Quirrell just fine. He would probably need all night to discover the secret of the mirror. But Snape was as vigilant as ever, and it was getting hard for Quirrell to hide his increasing illness. The chest pains were growing more frequent, as was the haze of confusion. The conduit of rage from his master was growing stronger. He felt fatigued all the time, and was having difficulty keeping up with his classes. His tongue was tripping over more words than Potter's name, and worst of all, he was certain that both Potter and Snape noticed. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep this up. In any case, it wouldn't do to use the same trick twice. The timing alone would be suspicious enough. He would need a different sort of distraction. Fortunately, he was not ignorant of the major goings-on in magical Britain, and he was well aware of the things his master had learnt from Wormtail. Quirrell himself was not that powerful a wizard, but with his master's arcane lore, there was much he could do, like cast illusions subtle and convincing enough to fool Severus Snape. It was a quite simple plan. He simply snuck up around the corner from where Snape was keeping watch over the forbidden corridor and conjured the shadow of a large black dog, which he set to canter around the 3rd floor. Snape looked notice as soon as the shadow came out from around the corner. Black, he hissed. What do you think you're? Come back here. He followed the shadow away into the next corridor. Quirrell seized his chance. Working quickly, he disabled the detection wards. He knew he only had a minute. Soon, Snape would catch up with the shadow, use a Lumos charm, and it would vanish. Sure. Enough. About a minute later, the potion's master came back to his post, thinking it was merely his eyes playing tricks on him, but Quirrell was already through, undetected. His work wouldn't be enough to fool Dumbledore, but it would probably fool Snape. Within an hour, he reached the mirror again and looked longingly at the vision inside. He was presenting the Philosopher's Stone to his master. He was being honored with wealth and power and immortality, but he couldn't get distracted. At the sound of a hiss from the back of his turban, Quirrell got to work, probing carefully to tease out the complex threads of the charm Dumbledore had laid on the mirror. He worked all night. It was difficult, delicate work. On wrong move, and he could tip off Dumbledore or damage the enchantment and lose the stone. At first, he thought only certain select people could get the stone out of the mirror. That would have been the most logical thing, but that soon proved not to be the case. Then, he looked for signs of a lock and key or a magical password that was needed to extract the stone. That would also be a good idea. But no, he could detect no sign of it. It all came back, it seemed, to intent. Quirrell was growing very nervous as dawn approached. He couldn't risk staying past the end of curfew in the morning, not after one too many suspicious happenings in the castle. But he had to discover the secret for his master. Time grew short, but nearly at the last minute, and with his master's help, he found it. He learned the secret. It was obvious in hindsight. Dumbledore was such a romantic. Anyone who was so noble in mind that they wanted to remove the stone from the mirror, but not to use it, could do so. Unfortunately, it was too late to act on this knowledge, but he would have one more good chance. Dumbledore was sure to be especially busy at next month's meeting, and he had that long to formulate a good plan. Quirrell smiled as he walked back to his office in the pre-dawn light. For once, his master was pleased with him. They were nearly there. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. There was a great pane of cloudy glass before him, like a frosted window at night. Something was moving behind it, something dark and evil. No, go away. But it didn't go away. The shadow grew closer and more distinct. No, stop. Harry? It filled the window now. It was coming for him. Stop. Make it go away. Harry. Harry. He could almost see it clearly now. It was upon him. It rushed forward to break the glass. Stop. Stop. Harry, wake up. Harry, wake up. And ah. There was a loud crash and several grunts of pain and confusion. He blinked and looked around to see what had happened and finally came to his senses. Harry Potter realized that he had sprung bolt upright in bed and thrown a wandless flipendo from each hand, knocking both Ron and Neville back into the wall. Haha, Harry, what happened? Neville said nervously. Blimey, what was that? Ron added, rubbing the back of his head. Wandless magic. Sorry, Harry said uncomfortably. That was wandless magic? Neville said in awe. Yeah, Harry admitted. He was glad that Dean and Seamus were still blinking awake dumbly. I, had a nightmare. We could tell, mate, Ron said. You were practically yelling in your sleep. What happened? I don't really remember. What's wrong with your head? Neville asked with concern. It was only then that Harry consciously realized that he was rubbing his forehead and his scar was stinging as if it were a fresh cut. Just a headache, he replied. He had a bad feeling about this. Rita Skeeter was a woman on a mission. She knew that records for former Muggle-born students of Hogwarts were incredibly hard to find. There simply weren't enough of them to be had in the magical world, and in the Muggle world, she soon found herself drowning in a sea of them. It had taken months of looking up Lily Potter's school friends for her to track down her childhood hometown. It didn't help that many of them didn't particularly want to talk to her, but that's what being a fly or beetle on the wall was for. It took several tries and some slightly illicit charms to find the Lily Evans's primary school and gain access to her records. She located the files for Lily Evans and Petunia Evans and copied them, taking particular note of the address print on them. In skimming the names, She found another, much more surprising one: Severus Snape. She copied that file, too, for future reference. The next step was to go to the Evans house. The Evans family was long gone, of course. The parents dead and the daughters moved away. But she asked the neighbors where they had gone, and the little snippets of information she gleaned from each one painted a picture well enough. Unsurprisingly, no one was quite sure what had happened to Lily Evans after she'd graduated from her exclusive Scottish boarding school, but Petunia Evans, who had not qualified for that school, married a man named Dudley and moved to Surrey. By chance, one of the neighbors who happened to be in Petunia's year knew the town, a place called Little Whinging. Searching easy places like the Muggle phone directory failed to turn up any Dursleys in the area of Little Whinging, so she repeated her investigation into primary schools. Finally, she found them, in year 1 only, but there they were, a Harry Potter and a Dudley Dursley, both registered as living at number 4 Privet Drive. Unfortunately, the current residents of number 4 Privet Drive knew the name Dursley only from the woman who had sold them the house, but Rita was determined. Under various ruses, newspaper feature, census taker, academic study, she interviewed the Dursleys' neighbors, and what she found was very interesting. Dursleys? The nosier and more gossipy women would say, with a conspiratorial grin. Nasty pair, those two. Hauled off to prison a few years ago. Rita couldn't believe it, but multiple neighbors confirmed it. Prison, she said, genuinely aghast. Why, whatever did they do? Child abuse, I heard it was, the women would whisper. Child abuse? My goodness. She went to the courthouse to try to find records of the case, but they were sealed under the Children and Young Persons Act to protect Harry Potter's privacy. Given how tight the watch on Potter was, she didn't want to break that law if she could help it, but there was more than one way to skin a Kneazle. She went back to the current residents of number 4 and asked about the woman who had sold them the house. After some prodding, they gave her both a name and an address for a Marjorie Dursley. This was going to be good. Chapter 38. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but I still can't find anything physically wrong with you, Madame Pomfrey said. And I can't give you any more. Headache relieving potion unless something changes. It's not meant to be taken for extended periods. Right, well, thanks anyway. Harry sighed and left the hospital wing, his concerned sister at his side. His headache had come back intermittently for the past several weeks, to the concern of his friends and family. It happened particularly around Professor Quirrell, who incidentally seemed to be slowly losing his mind. He had been stuttering badly for the past few days and sometimes ranting incoherently for minutes at a time. At other times, he sat leaning over his desk and clutching at his chest like he was having a heart attack. Most people thought this was due to the curse, and many students took to inventing increasingly horrible diseases that might kill him off before final exams. The headaches were making Harry all the more suspicious of him, and he was having more nightmares, too. Hermione kept saying it was his imagination running away with him, but she didn't sound very convinced herself anymore. Maybe you should tell Dumbledore about the headaches, Hermione told him as they walked back to the common room to wait until breakfast. Yeah, maybe, Harry said. You know, sis, I don't think there's anything wrong with my head at all, he said, even as he massaged his scar with his fingers. I think it means danger is coming, something to do with Voldemort. Hermione seemed to have given up arguing. Well, in that case, you should definitely tell Dumbledore. Yeah, I think you're right, Harry said after a pause. He turned around and started toward Dumbledore's office. Hermione froze in surprise that her brother didn't argue with her before running after him to catch up. The two children rushed through the corridors to reach the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, only to run into a very large and worried-looking man. Hagrid? What are you doing here? Harry said. Oh, hello, ya too, Hagrid said wearily. Bad business, I'm afraid, really bad. I found a unicorn dead in the forest last night. A unicorn?" Hermione exclaimed in horror.
Yeah.
"Dawn, Noah could have killed it, but this is the second one in a week. And Dumbledore told me to tell him straight away if anything funny happened in the forest. That's horrible. Aren't unicorns supposed to be sacred animals?" "They are. They're the only animal that it curses yet they kill them. But something's doing it. Anyway, signs dark magic, looks like." Harry cast a concerned look at his friend. "Hagrid," he said hesitantly, "do you think Voldemort could be involved somehow?" Hagrid drew back in horror.
"Don't say that name," he growled.
"I dunno. I suppose he could be, but I hope not." Luckily, Hagrid was rescued by the gargoyles stepping aside and Albus Dumbledore stepping into the corridor. "Good morning, Hagrid," the headmaster said sympathetically. "More trouble then?"
"Yeah.
"Happened again last night," came the reply. Hagrid, to his credit, had remained reasonably friendly around Dumbledore for the past few weeks, even after the mess with the Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon Egg.
"I see."
"I should like to hear the full story at once. We must discuss how to respond to these developments." "Yes, sir. We have something to tell you, too, Professor." Harry jumped in. "I think it might be related." "Related, Harry? Well, then I think you should come in as well." But just as they were about to step onto the moving staircase, they heard a shout, "Albus! Albus!" Minerva McGonagall was running toward them, frantically waving a newspaper in her hand. Harry and Hermione had never seen their head of house looking so flustered. "Minerva, whatever is wrong?" Dumbledore said with concern. "What's wrong? Haven't you read the paper, Albus?" "I'm afraid I haven't had the time. You need to see this. You too, Mr. Potter," she added, noticing the children's presence. She thrust the paper in front of them. The headline declared in large block letters, "Harry Potter abused by Muggle relatives. Exclusive interview with Potter's aunt, Marjorie Disley, by Rita Skeeter." Harry summed up everyone's sentiments succinctly. Oh crap. Rita Skeeter certainly had a knack for digging up sensational stories. So far, her stories about Harry had been more accurate than her usual fare just because Harry's life was so crazy, sensational, but still accurate, and this story was no exception. The early life of the boy who lived has been kept tightly under wraps by Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Why this secrecy? Why do we know so little about how the savior of the wizarding world was raised? Why was he placed with Muggle relatives, only to be removed and placed with another Muggle family, with a Muggle-born daughter 4 years later? Searches for the boy's current guardians and his ministry records have both proved fruitless, but this reporter undertook an extended investigation of Harry Potter's Muggle relatives, and I can now report the answer to these questions. Harry Potter's Muggle aunt and uncle are currently in Muggle prisons on charges of child abuse and neglect. Yes, my fellow witches and wizards, the savior of the wizarding world and head of the noble house of Potter was viciously abused in the Muggle world. In fact, abused so badly that he ran away from home at the tender age of 5. While the records of his relatives' trials remain sealed, this reporter was able to contact one Marjorie Disley, the sister of Potter's uncle, Vernon Disley, and current guardian of his cousin, Dudley Disley. After some prompting, Miss Disley consented to discuss the details of the case and of Harry Potter's tragic upbringing. The Boy Who Lived's trials and tribulations first began when, newly orphaned, he was unceremoniously dumped on his relative's doorstep in the dead of night on the chilly evening of November 1st, 1981. This placement was clearly a mistake from the start. Lily Potter had had a serious falling out with her sister, Petunia Disley, shortly before the Potters were married. This animus was made worse by the fact that Harry, who, as we all know, is only a baby, was not delivered to his relatives in person, but left out all night on their doorstep with nothing but a letter delivering the news of his parents' tragic deaths. and who carried out this thoroughly ill-conceived placement. Why? None other than the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. However, my dear readers, Albus Dumbledore's callous disregard for the well-being boy who lived is no excuse for the atrocious treatment he suffered at the hands of his relatives. Marjorie Dursley's eyes were swimming with disapproval for her criminal brother as she recounted the story. What must first be understood is that Vernon and Petunia Dursley were well off. They lavished attention on their own son, spoiling him to the point where he was extremely fat and possessed with an overbearing sense of entitlement by the time Miss Dursley gained custody of him. Dudley now attends a prestigious Muggle school and is considered a model student, according to Miss Dursley. In light of this, it is all the more inexcusable that Harry Potter was neither given his own bedroom nor made to share a bedroom with his cousin, but instead was made to sleep in a dark, dusty, and spider-filled cupboard under the stairs from the day he entered the house, a house with not one, but 2 spare bedrooms. The eventual criminal investigation that led to the Dursleys' trials also revealed that the 5-year-old Harry's health had been neglected, and he was underfed, distrustful of others, and clearly unloved. The reason for this horrid treatment? Since Miss Dursley is not aware of magic, I could not be certain, but from her description of James and Lily Potter as freaks and no-good drunks, it can be surmised that Vernon and Petunia harbored a deep-seated hatred of all things magical that led them to abuse their nephew so severely. The final straw for the young Harry Potter came shortly after his 5th birthday, when, according to Miss Dursley, his uncle savagely beat him on 2 separate occasions, leaving him bruised, bloody, and likely locked in his cupboard, without a healer's care. The reasons for this sudden escalation are hazy, but given the timing, we can perhaps envision the unfortunate boy's first manifestations of accidental magic, normally such a joyous time in wizarding families, but here, his wizard-hating uncle sought to stamp it out of him as soon as possible. Luckily for Harry, he managed an incredible feat and ran away from home before his relatives could do permanent damage to his magical ability. Young Harry subsequently evaded the Muggle authorities for 2 months before being found. The whereabouts of the boy who lived cannot be confirmed during this time, either in the Muggle or the magical world. Miss Dursley believed the boy was living on the streets during those 2 months, and it is entirely possible that she is correct. In any case, the next and last thing that she heard of Harry Potter until a brief encounter 2 years ago was that he had been found and adopted by his current guardians, the parents of Muggle-born witch Hermione Granger, Potter's self-described sister and classmate. But sadly, all is still not well for Harry Potter. Several of his classmates have described the boy's behavior as unusual and erratic and have claimed that he is known to lash out unexpectedly at certain triggers, which behavior may range from hissing at classmates with whom he does not get along to on one occasion, a loud and public rant that frightened many of his fellow students at the midday meal. It seems that only Harry Potter's current guardians know the full extent of the mental damage done to the boy who lived by his relatives, and they aren't talking. And through all of this, we ask, where was Albus Dumbledore? Why did he place Harry Potter with such unsuitable guardians? Why didn't he check on the boy sooner? What did he know, and when did he know it about boy's disappearance and subsequent adoption? How and why was he able to be placed with a Muggle-born family on what we may presume was very short notice? We at the Daily Prophet demand a full account of Dumbledore's actions that have so egregiously harmed the boy who lived. And to Harry Potter, we say this: you have the sympathy of the wizarding world for the horrors you faced. You deserved better than to be tormented and beaten at the hands of Muggles. We hope you can forgive us for neglecting you when you needed us most. Please know that we are not all like Albus Dumbledore. We cherish our children most dearly and cannot bear to see them harmed. We are all with you, Harry Potter. For a full transcript of the interview with Marjorie Dursley, see page 2. Lucius Malfoy renews call to oppose Muggle Protection Act, page 3. For a full account of the investigation to find the Dursley family, see page 5. The group that was assembled in the headmaster's office glanced at page 5 and saw a glowing account of Rita's tireless efforts to follow the Muggle paper trail to uncover Harry's past. Harry was shaking, half on the verge of tears and half feeling like he was about to throw up. Hagrid looked livid. Dumbledore slumped down in his large, plush chair, looking defeated. McGonagall was clearly nursing a headache and looked very worried for her charge. Hermione was fuming as well. She wasn't too young and inexperienced to see the anti-Muggle undertones from a mile away, especially in downplaying the fact that the Dursleys had already been brought to justice. Lucius Malfoy was already moving against the Muggle Protection Act, and only 3 days before the Wisengamot meeting, too, the meeting where they had been hoping to pass it. But at the moment, she had to worry about her brother. Realizing that the only person in the room who wouldn't understand it was Hagrid, who was probably too angry at Rita Skeeter to notice, she pulled Harry close so that he leaned against her and began scratching him soothingly behind his ears. He started to relax. With a sigh, Harry said, "Could this day get any worse? I can't believe the woman would do them to ya." Hagrid growled. "I can," Harry groaned. "She's been screwing with me all year." "Harry," Hermione chided, but her heart wasn't in it. "I'm afraid we have all been outplayed, Harry," Dumbledore said at last. "Miss Skeeter is one of the most frustrating people I know, but she is extremely intelligent. I am very sorry that your secrets have been exposed in this way. We should have just let it all out at the start," Harry grumbled. "Perhaps," Dumbledore replied, "but I think not. With the sensationalism that was already surrounding your return, it would have only made it worse." "This is ridiculous," Hermione said, skimming the paper again. The article's still riddled with sensational speculation, but the crazy part is it turned out to be mostly right. There are many intelligent people who believe that Rita Skeeter's articles are just plain fabrications, Hermione, the headmaster mused. However, I have found this not to be the case. Instead, Miss Skeeter prints whatever will garner the strongest reaction, whether true or not. In this case, she was handed a, forgive me, near-perfect story in reward for her hard work, and she would not dare change it. There was silence in the office aside from the clicking of Dumbledore's machines and a slight mewling sound from Harry. "What are you going to do, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked. "You know how the public will react to this. The timing could hardly be worse. Anti-Muggle sentiment will rise drastically overnight. But why should it?" Harry yelled, springing upright in anger. "Our mom and dad are Muggles, too." "Not everyone thinks as clearly as we do, Harry," Dumbledore replied sadly. "Unfortunately, we have very little time to respond. I myself have been pressing for a final vote on the Muggle Protection Act this weekend, and with emotions running so high, it would undoubtedly fail. But couldn't I speak at the meetings?" Harry asked. "Tell everyone I still support it?" Dumbledore smiled. "An excellent idea. You are thinking quite well. However, I fear it would not be enough at this point. I think the best thing to do would be to delay the vote until June, thus letting cooler heads prevail and giving all of us more time to craft a response. You could perhaps release a brief statement of your position, while saying that you are very busy revising for your exams next week, and that you will respond more fully at a later date." Harry thought about this for a minute and looked to Hermione. She nodded, as he expected. Of course, she would approve the part about the exams. "Yeah, I guess I could do that, sir." "Very good. I will begin making preparations after breakfast. Now, I believe you and Hagrid each had something else to tell me." They told him. "So, just to be clear," McGonagall said as she rubbed her temples over a strong cup of tea with extra milk, "we have a unicorn killed in the forest, Again, our defense professor going insane, Harry Potter having suspicious headaches, and the news of Harry Potter's past causing a political uproar, making for 4 disasters before breakfast. I don't believe we've had that many since before the war ended. Quite, Dumbledore said. It seems that when it rains, it pours. However, with our current precautions, I believe we have the situation here at the school in hand. But Albus, the stone, McGonagall whispered. Harry pricked up his ears. Yes, you will need to be especially vigilant while I am away on Friday night, Minerva, but I'm afraid this cannot wait. Harry thought he saw Dumbledore shoot him a glance as he said this, but maybe it was his imagination. I will, of course, be reviewing these situations at the earliest opportunity. And Mr. Potter's scar? His headaches? I've looked up a bit about curse injuries, but I've never heard of anything like this. Do you think he really could be predicting some things? Alas, as to that, I cannot speculate. The situation is unprecedented. Why the killing curse should leave a mark at all, I'm afraid I cannot answer. Of course, there is the prophecy, Dumbledore thought, but that still doesn't explain a mechanism. Now, I think we have said all that we need to say here. I know this is difficult for you, Harry, but if you are feeling up to it, I think it would be good if you present a strong face to your classmates, Dumbledore told them. You should have just enough time to get to breakfast. Hermione looked to her brother with concern. Yeah, I think I can do it, he sighed. Let's go. When Harry and Hermione entered the Great Hall for breakfast, all eyes turned to them. Harry decided that his best course was to ignore the stares, so he walked to his place at the Gryffindor table without a word and sat down. He sat up straight, emulating Hermione's sometimes aloof manner, and helped himself to some bangers and mash, with extra bangers, of course, as if nothing were out of the ordinary. A picture of him with his Order of Merlin medal from the December Wisengamot meeting smiled out from several newspapers held by the students around them, but Harry ignored these, too, and did so resolutely that no one dared speak to him, though the hall was filled with whispers and pointing in his direction. Eventually, Neville broke the silence. Haha, Harry? I've seen it, Neville, Harry said in his best tone of feline indifference, refusing to look away from his plate. He was still aware of everyone with a clear line of sight staring at him. And is it true? Neville asked nervously. And here, Harry turned and looked his friend in the eye. The round-faced boy drew back under his gaze. Mostly, yeah, except for the me being crazy part, he said. Gasps rippled across the hall. But it was 6 years ago. It's all been dealt with. But a cupboard. Lavender Brown burst out. Harry just nodded. Bloody hell. How could they do that? Seamus Finnegan demanded. Because they're evil gits, Harry replied dismissively. That's why I ran away. At that, the floodgates opened. Where did you go? How did you hide for 2 months? Did you curse them when you left? How did you escape? How could Dumbledore do that to you? My dad'll get them for you if you want. Guys, that's enough. Harry yelled. Everyone stopped to listen. It was 6 years ago, he said firmly. My aunt and uncle were arrested by the Muggle authorities. They're still in prison, and they will be for a while. I don't need anyone going out for revenge or something. And I don't have a problem with Dumbledore either. We've worked it all out with him, too. How touching. Potter, a smarmy voice sounded behind him. Harry spun around and stood up as he saw the usual contingent of Slytherins approaching. Malfoy, don't start, he said. I can see why you've been keeping your past so secret, Malfoy said smugly, waving a copy of the Prophet in Harry's face. Even I can't believe what those Muggles did. How could you stand to stay in that world at all? Because I don't apply what they did to all Muggles, Harry replied evenly. And because most of the other Muggles I met actually cared about me. HMPF still clinging to those noble family values, Potter? Honestly, Most of us can see how unsavory the muggles really are. Not all muggles, Malfoy. Just a few bigots. You know, you're one to talk. If my relatives were wizards, they'd fit in perfectly with your lot. They were as proud of being pure-blood muggles as you are of being pure-blood wizards. Heck, my cousin probably would have grown up to replace Goyle. Goyle growled and cracked his knuckles. Harry had to resist the urge to hiss back. You're right, Draco. He is really messed up, Theonot spoke up. He must have got whacked in the head one too many times. Neville jumped to his feet and said, Shut up, not. Ron also jumped to his feet, as did Hermione, her fingers poised to draw her wand. You all lay off him, Ron snapped. Harry's done more than all of you put together. We weren't talking to you, Weasel, Malfoy said. He didn't even look at Neville or Ron, but he eyed Hermione warily. Such a shame what happened to the boy who lived, he said sarcastically. The other Slytherins sniggered. A lovely, tragic story, really. Perhaps my father can convince the Brocklehursts to turn it into a play. And what's that supposed to mean, Malfoy? Mandy Brocklehurst leapt to her feet behind him. But Malfoy didn't get a chance to clarify how much of a threat that was because an acid voice sounded over the group. That will be quite enough from all of you. Professor Snape had descended from the high table to break up the argument. We wouldn't want to have anyone getting in trouble as a result of something someone printed in the newspaper, would we? He cast a very penetrating eye at Harry and Hermione as he said this. That would be most unpleasant for all involved. Malfoy seemed to get the message that was obvious to Harry and Hermione. The letters against Professor Snape in the paper had continued intermittently. Yes, Professor, he said, and he turned and led the other Slytherins away, his nose in the air. Snape left without another word. Definitely out to get you, Hermione whispered at Harry. Harry just rolled his eyes. Harry left breakfast as soon as he could, with Hermione in tow. They would have a little time to hang out in their dorms alone before they had to go to Transfiguration that way, but Ron ran after them, saying, Hey, Harry, wait up. They turned around. Aside from the one outburst against Malfoy, Ron had been uncharacteristically silent all through breakfast. You could have told me, he started. I mean, I understand you didn't want to talk about it, but look, I'm sorry you're stuck in the middle of this, mate. I know I complain about being poor and stuff sometimes, but I mean, what happened to you? That was insane. Nobody should have that happen to them. Anyway, I told the rest of them to lay off you again. You don't deserve all that. He jerked his thumb behind him. Thanks, Ron. That's really good of you, Harry replied curtly. See you in class. The one thing Harry hadn't thought to expect in all this, though, was that his two-way mirror had been sitting hot on his dresser all morning. Not even bothering to go down to the common room and call for Hermione, he picked it up and said, Sirius Black. A minute later, a worried Sirius and Remus appeared in the mirror. Cub, are you okay? We saw the article, Sirius started. I'm fine, Sirius, Harry grumbled. It's just the worst time to deal with all this. Answering all the questions, worrying how the public will react. And what about your poor godfather? He chastised him. Sorry, I had to stop Padfoot from running out and doing something stupid, Remus interrupted. You never told us about the cupboard. Oh, sorry. I guess it was so long ago that it's not that important to me anymore. They were horrible to me, I got away, they went to prison. That's it. So it's all true, then? Remus said. Yeah, pretty much. I'm sorry, I didn't really think to tell you. It's all right, Cub, Sirius admitted. I just wish I didn't have to learn about it from this. He waved the paper in frustration. Rita Skeeter, he growled. And this Marjorie Dursley, like she's so pure and noble. Huh, Harry exclaimed. Aunt Marge was just as bad as Uncle Vernon before he went to prison. At Dudley's 5th birthday party, she whacked me in the shins with her walking stick to keep me from beating him at musical statues. "That's awful," Remus said. "Welcome to Dursleyland." Anyway, from what we heard, she turned herself around once she saw how much trouble it got her brother in, but all the while claimed she'd always been a model citizen. "Sounds like she'd make a perfect Death Eater," Sirius grumbled. "So, what happens now? You read Lucius Malfoy's crap?" "No, but I can guess," Harry said. "Dumbledore's gonna push the vote back to next month. I'll have Cousin Andy release a short statement now, and I'll make a speech then." "That sounds wise," Remus said. "Padfoot, you should probably make a speech this weekend. A calm and collected one?" "I'll try." "Sounds good," Harry said. "I'll talk to you guys later. I have to get to class." Sirius nodded. "See you later, cub. Love you." Mirror off. After Transfiguration, Harry and Hermione were met by Terry Boot, whose home life in the Muggle world wasn't that far off from Ron's in the magical one. He also gave Harry his sympathy and informed him that he'd told the Ravenclaws to back off from him. A horrified Justin had done the same in Hufflepuff, so things didn't look too bad for Harry at the moment. Only the Slytherins were left to cause him grief. Meanwhile, they had to go to Double Defense next, where Harry did not fail to miss the fact that Professor Quirrell seemed more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. His stuttering had mostly subsided, and he seemed uncommonly happy. Harry concluded that this was probably a bad sign. Unbeknownst to the children, Quirrell's master was also in an unusually good mood, especially after these past 2 months of setbacks. The article today had Lucius Malfoy's fingerprints all over it. Perhaps the coward wasn't so useless after all. He dealt a heavy blow to Dumbledore's pet cause, and the old wizard would have to be out of the castle even longer this weekend to try to salvage it. So much the better. Chapter 39. The time had come. Quirinus Quirrell stalked the corridors of Hogwarts Castle late Friday night, ready to put his plan into action. Snape wouldn't be so easily fooled tonight. He had noticed what had happened in the past week, and he would be watching like a hawk for anything out of the ordinary. This time, Quirrell needed a stronger distraction, one the potion's master couldn't ignore. He had already put step 1 of his plan into action, rearranged the prefect's schedules so that a member of the correct house and gender was on patrol. He found the 2 Gryffindor prefects on the 5th floor, Percy Weasley and Audrey McDougal. With Weasley's slavish devotion to his duties, he wasn't much for conversation. Unfortunately for his partner, that meant he wasn't paying as much attention to other things he should have, either. Just as the prefects passed where he was hiding, Quirrell emerged from the shadows, pointed his wand at the McDougal's girl's back, and whispered, "Imperio." The girl stopped cold. The boy turned around to ask what was going on when Quirrell came closer to them and cleared his throat. "Good evening, Professor," Weasley said formally. "Can we help you?" Step 2. Get a hold of the student who is most likely to be able to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Ariste, one noble enough not to be swayed by riches, intelligent enough to know the limitations of the elixir of life, but easily enticed by more abstract temptations, like the allure of knowledge. "Yes," Quirrell replied. "There are some sudden issues teach that and need attending," he said. He casually leaned against the wall to support himself in his weakness. His stutter was already back with a vengeance. "Miss McDougal, do you go back to Gryffindor Tower at once, please? Find Hermione G. Granger, tell her that Professor McGonagall wants to speak with her immediately, and bring her here." "Yes, Professor," the McDougal girl said flatly. She turned and walked away toward the tower. As expected, Percy Weasley accepted this without question. His implicit trust of all authority figures worked to Quirrell's advantage. However, he was somewhat curious. "Professor, may I ask what is going on?" "You make ask," Quirrell said with a wry smile. Then, he leveled his wand at the boy who had unknowingly harbored the arch-coward Pettigrew for most of the past decade. He barely had time for a look of surprise to cross his face before Quirrell said, "Stupefy. Step 3. Force Snape away from his guard duty by invoking one of his more important duties as Potions Master." Quirrell stepped closer to the unconscious prefect and carefully tipped the contents of a small vial into his mouth. The tall boy began shaking and twitching on the floor, as if in pain. A few minutes later, the female prefect returned to him, with the Granger girl in tow. Naturally, expecting to see McGonagall, she sensed that something was wrong. "Professor Quirrell?" Granger said in confusion. "Stupefy." Granger started to move, but she wasn't fast enough, and she slumped to the floor. McDougal didn't even notice. She stood still before Quirrell until he addressed her again. "Find Professor Snape by the third-floor corridor and inform him that Percy Weasley has been poisoned. Do not tell him that you've seen me or Miss Granger." "Yes, Professor." The older girl walked away, leaving Quirrell alone with 2 unconscious students. At that point, it was quite easy to toss the younger girl over his shoulder for as long as he could take the weight, and wait in the shadows for Snape to come and rush the boy to the hospital wing. He would know something was up at once, but the third-floor corridor would be unguarded for a precious few minutes. Step 4. A spark of Quirrell's Muggle Studies days came back as he whispered, once more unto the breach. Harry Potter stared drowsily by wand light at a tiny to wandering back and forth on an old piece of parchment. "You will need to be especially vigilant while I am away on Friday night," Dumbledore had said. Hermione was unconvinced, but he was sure it was a message meant partially for him. After all, watching for thieves on the Marauders map may not have been officially sanctioned, but it certainly couldn't hurt matters, could it? So far, though, the labeled Severus Snape had just been moving back and forth in front of the third-floor corridor for the past hour. Most of the castle was quiet. Suddenly, he saw something else moving. A labeled Audrey McDougal came close to Snape's. They both stayed still for a few seconds, and then they both moved away from the forbidden corridor at running speed. Harry was wide awake instantly. What could draw Snape away from his post so fast? And what was going to happen now that the corridor was unguarded? He scanned around the area. Surely someone would try to break in now. Sure enough, he spotted 2 dots, practically on top of each other, both moving toward the forbidden corridor, and the names made his blood run cold: Quirinus Quirrell and Hermione Granger. He was about to drop everything and run down there at once, but a modicum of common sense broke through his horror, and he paused for a minute to kick 2 of his roommates in their beds.
"Ron."
"Neville," he hissed.
"Huh?"
"Wah." His friends groaned stupidly. "Sure," he told them. "Listen up. This is important. Quirrell's got Hermione, and he's taking her to the third-floor corridor."
"What?"
"Sure. I think he's going to use her to steal the Philosopher's Stone, somehow. I'm going after him." "You are?" Neville said fearfully. "I'll come with you," Ron replied.
"No."
"We need the teachers to help. It all fits, my scar hurting and everything. I think Quirrell's working for Voldemort." Ron and Neville gasped. Seamus snorted and rolled over in his sleep. "I need you to go out and find a teacher, any teacher, and tell them what's going on." He checked the map again, not caring who saw it now. "McGonagall's patrolling the 6th floor. Try her first, but we'll get in trouble," Neville whimpered. "I'll take the blame if you do, but I have to help Hermione first. Here, we'll use this to get out of the tower." With that, Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak, threw it around all 3 of them. "Wicked," Ron whispered. "When'd you get this?" "Christmas."
"Don't tell anyone."
"Now, please, hurry." Neville still seemed reluctant, but he came along. They rushed down the stairs, past the OWL and NEWT students who were up late studying in the common room, and slipped out the portrait hole without incident. "Thanks, guys," Harry said. Then, He quickly pulled the cloak off his two friends and wrapped it around himself alone. Before they could protest, they heard him call out, "Find McGonagall," and they heard his footsteps sprinting invisibly down the corridor. Harry reached the third-floor corridor, not knowing what he would find. Quirrell and Hermione had vanished from the map entirely, and there was still no one else around. He ran up to the door without even bothering to draw his wand, and cast a wandless Alohomora. With a mere wave of his hand, the lock clicked open. For once, he was thankful that Dumbledore hadn't used something stronger. He dashed into the room and promptly froze stiff. In his haste, he had conveniently forgotten that there was a colossal three-headed dog in this corridor. Fluffy, he was going to get Hagrid for that, was even bigger than he'd feared, the size of a small elephant. He couldn't see Harry, but he could certainly smell him. The monster started growling, and Harry jumped back into a defensive position, shaking badly. This must be how a real cat felt when faced with a Rottweiler. "Can I just fight Voldemort instead?" he thought. Fluffy growled louder and started pawing angrily with his feet. Harry fought through the haze of fear to remember what Hagrid had said about the dog. "Play him a bit of music, and he goes right to sleep. Play him a bit of music, and he goes right to sleep." Hagrid had given Harry a hand-whittled flute shortly before Christmas, but he hadn't thought to grab it. He was on his own for this, so he took a deep breath and did the one thing he could think of in that situation. He started humming the Doctor Who theme song. It was off-key and not exactly lullaby material, but from the first note, Fluffy's 6 mad eyes began to droop, and he staggered back and laid down on the stone floor, fast asleep. Harry didn't waste any more time. He threw open the trapdoor and, without even bothering to look, jumped in. He fell a long way. After the first half-second, he instinctively transformed into Ratsbane and twisted himself to land on his feet and hopefully not die horribly. He needn't have worried about that, though, as he landed on some sort of soft, leafy material, completely unhurt. He changed back to human at once, but that was all he had time to do. The plant was moving. Snake-like tendrils wrapped around his arms and legs like something out of an old Tarzan movie and began to constrict painfully. He tried to shake them off, but they just gripped tighter, and more creepers made for his chest and neck. He didn't know for sure what kind of plant this was, but he could guess. Devil's Snare. Its weakness, he knew, was fire. He tried to snap his fingers to draw his wand from his holster, but he realized in horror that a thick vine had wrapped around his right palm, making it impossible. He couldn't reach over with his left hand, either, and he couldn't risk transforming, lest his small feline body be crushed in a second. As a vine began to curl around his neck, Harry focused with all his might on his wandless magic. After all these months, he still hadn't managed to cast this spell wandlessly, no matter how easy it was for Hermione, but it was his only chance now. Lacarnum Inflammary. He grunted. Lacarnum Inflammary. Lacarnum Inflammary. He felt a flare of magic. Tongues of blue flame shot out from his hands and began hissing and smoking on contact with the deadly plant. The Devil's Snare cringed back from the light and warmth, loosening its grip. Harry shook himself out of its grasp and ran for it, pulling his invisibility cloak back around him as he raced down the passageway. The first thing Hermione was aware of after the red light hit her was being thrown down and set on her feet on a square of black marble. Mental note, she thought ruefully, work more on dodging skills. She looked around. After a moment's confusion, she realized that she was on the Black Queen's side castle square of a giant chessboard with life-sized chessmen with blank faces. Turning around, she came face to face with Professor Quirrell.
Great.
Harry was right. P. Professor? Good evening, Miss G. Granger. Quirrell stammered. He was sweating and looked unsteady on his feet, but still very dangerous with his wand trained on her. "I was hoping I wouldn't have tea to wake you up just yet, Bee, but it seems you'll have to play through with me." "What's going on, sir?" Hermione said, stuttering as badly as he was. She angled her right hand behind her leg and quietly snapped her fingers. Nothing happened. "Looking for this?" Quirrell drew her wand from his robes. Very sea-clever, wearing a dueling holster, but not clever enough. "Now, you will do as I say, Miss G. Granger." Hermione thought fast. She still had her wandless magic, but she knew from dueling practice that wand magic was superior, even if she had been anywhere near Quirrell's level. And even if she got him with the element of surprise, she still didn't know where she was or how to get out. "What are you going to do?" she asked.
"We're going to play chess."
Quirrell stepped back, keeping his wand trained on Hermione while taking the place of the Queen's side knight. "Master, are you ready?" he said nervously. A terrible hissing voice replied, "I am." Quirrell turned around so that the back of his turban faced the board. "Now, it is time for my master to do his work," he said. And, still keeping his wand pointed at Hermione with his right hand, he shakily unwrapped his turban with his left. Hermione screamed, "Silencio!" Hermione felt herself keep screaming, but no sound came out. She could only gaze in horror at the second face on the back of her defense professor's head, chalk white with glowing red eyes and slits for nostrils. She knew the description in modern magical history by heart. It was no exaggeration. "I'm so sorry, Harry," she thought. "You will do as we say, Miss G. Granger," Quirrell said, even as he seemed to shake more. "Lord Voldemort commands it." As he spoke, a life-sized white pawn glided forward 2 squares. Voldemort's face immediately hissed out, "Pawn to e5, and the game began. Harry landed the rickety school broom, having finally caught the correct flying key. He jammed it in the lock and carefully creaked the door open. The people in the next chamber didn't seem to have noticed the sound. Harry's heart leapt when he saw Hermione alive and well, standing on the back row of a huge chessboard. Then, he surveyed the rest of the board, and it was his stomach that lurched next. Quirrell was stand on the right edge of the board, but he wasn't surveying the position. The face on the back of his head was Queen to a4, the face hissed. There was a grinding sound as the black queen moved. It was all Harry could do to keep from crying out in horror. A sharp pain shot through his scar, and his senses clouded for a moment, replaced by a vision of a flash of green light and a high, sibilant laugh. Voldemort. He had to get Hermione out of here, and fast, but how? Quirrell literally had eyes in the back of his head. Even if he ran up and threw the cloak around her, could her pull her out of the room before Voldemort noticed? What happened if he interrupted the game? And what about the Philosopher's Stone? If Voldemort got his hands on that, it was all over. He decided he would have to wait and hope that Dumbledore's final trap was as good as he had said and would be enough of a distraction for them to escape. But there was one thing he could do. He walked over to the nearest edge of the board, where his sister stood frozen in terror, and made a small scuffing sound with his foot. She snapped her head in his direction. Then, Harry carefully drew back his cloak at an angle where Hermione could only see his face, and Quirrell couldn't see anything at all. Hermione appeared to gasp, but no sound came out. Harry placed a finger to his lips and covered himself back up. She gave him a tiny nod and relaxed slightly. Quirrell hadn't even noticed. The game went on. Despite the accusations of some, Albus Dumbledore was a humble enough man. He thought nothing of staying overnight in a rented room at the Leaky Cauldron when the situation demanded it, as it did tonight. It had been a long day of political maneuvering, lobbying, and horse trading to try to put together a big enough coalition to postpone the vote on the Muggle Protection Act until next month. Dropping Harry Potter's name here, and there was some help, but it was still slow going. It didn't help that this was the last meeting of the school term, which meant that it was the last best chance for Voldemort to make an attempt on the Philosopher's Stone. Worse yet, the increasingly erratic behavior and declining health of the defense professor had confirmed to Albus that Voldemort actually had slipped back into the castle, in Quirinus Quirrell's body. For this reason, Albus was traveling light, concerned that he might need to rush back to his trap at a moment's notice. But despite his careful preparations, things still failed to go as planned. Just as he was getting ready for bed, there was an urgent knock at the door. He opened it curiously, and one of the pub's younger employees handed him a note. "Chief Warlock," he said, "Professor McGonagall just brought this for you, sir." She said it was an emergency. "Thank you, young man." Albus unfolded the note and glanced over it. He froze. Quirrell had kidnapped Hermione Granger? Harry Potter had followed? This was not good. "Oh my word. I have to get back," he breathed. He pushed past the messenger, ran down to the main floor, and rushed to the fireplace to connect to his office, all in such a flash that no one had a chance to ask him what was happening. As the landlord gave him a quizzical look, Albus just had time to say, "Put on my tab, Tom," before he vanished into the green flames. Upon arriving in his office, the headmaster did not immediately race down to the third floor. Instead, he turned to a swan-sized red and gold bird that sat blinking awake on his perch. "I'm afraid we are out of time, my friend," he told the bird. "We must take action now." He waved his wand once, and a broom sailed down from the upper levels of his quarters. Then, he snatched up a certain curse locket from a glass display case and mounted the broom. He reached out to the beautiful bird. "We must leave at once, Fox," he repeated. "The location is 300 miles due west of the castle. This ends tonight, I hope. Come." The phoenix flew off of his perch and circled Albus's head once. The old wizard reached out a hand and grabbed his long tail feathers, and the two of them flamed out in an instant. When Albus Dumbledore re-emerged into existence, he was hovering on a broom high above a featureless stretch of the Atlantic Ocean. Fox had not been to the location he needed to go to before, so he could only get an approximate transport, but it was less than half an hour's broom flight away, if all had gone well. If anyone had thought Albus liked this plan, they would have been sorely mistaken. He hated abandoning the castle at a time like this. He hated prioritizing this mission over the safety of his students. He had reconsidered it more than once already, but it was too good a chance to pass up. Destroy the Horcrux before Voldemort lost whatever semblance of a body he had in Quirrell, and he would be truly dead once Quirrell inevitably was. Oh, but he should have destroyed the damn thing earlier. Now, there was a hostage to worry about, and not just any hostage, but Harry Potter's own sister. He could only pray that he could finish this and get back to the castle in time. A quick poimy spell, and he was headed in the right direction. Albus pushed the mid-range broom for all it was worth, his long hair and beard flapping almost comically behind him, had there been any light to see by. Finally, after about 20 minutes, though it seemed like an eternity, he reached his destination. Far out in the Atlantic Ocean, the bare peak of an undersea mountain, the only point of a whole undersea mountain range that poked above the waves, formed a rock about the size of an apartment building that stood isolated from any land for hundreds of miles around. Many might have said that the rock wasn't worthy of a name, but the Muggles had given it one anyway, Rockall. Fox flew to a farther distance as Albus approached the rock. The Phoenix didn't want to see what came next. There was a small ledge near the top of the rock, on which he placed Voldemort's Horcrux. Then, he parted his lips and spoke a haunting, hissing word before flying to a safe distance himself. Parseltongue was not an easy language to learn the old-fashioned way, but it had paid off. The locket popped open. The Horcrux was not about to go quietly, though. A suffocating cloud grew out of it, which seemed to shine with an inner, malevolent light. Albus heard it whispering terrible things to him and saw the light begin to shape itself into the figures of Gellert, Aberforth, and Ariana. But he tore his eyes away from the vision and braced himself. Even here, over the open ocean, this was the most dangerous thing he had done in years. Albus waved his wand in a complex pattern, summoned up the dark anger evoked by the ghosts of his past, and shouted out a terrible incantation, Incendium Infernalis. An enormous burst of flame blasted from the tip of his wand and formed into the shape of a chimera. It ran toward the rock at an enormous speed on its fiery legs and splashed against it like a breaking wave, shattering into 100 smaller fire monsters, then kept forming and reforming as they encircled Rockhall. A large colony of periwinkles and several dozen seabirds sadly perished in an instant, and the thin coating of moss on the rock was entirely burned up, but the cursed locket was finally melted into slag. With difficulty, even by his standards, Albus dispersed the fiend fire. The final blast exploded outward in a ring that would dissipate harmlessly over the miles of open ocean when robbed of fuel. Accio Locket, he called. A twisted, half-molten lump of metal flew towards him, and he placed it in a conjured ceramic jar for safekeeping. Voldemort's Horcrux was no more. Satisfied, he called Fawkes to him and flashed back to Hogwarts. In the coming days, the Muggle authorities would chalk up the scorching of Rockhall to a weapons test gone awry. The Royal Navy blamed the Royal Air Force, the Royal Air Force blamed the Royal Navy, and in the end, most Muggles assumed, with no real evidence, that it was actually MI6. Bishop to C5. The bishop made its move, and the White Queen immediately captured it. But now Voldemort was ready. To H3, he ordered. Quirrell turned and stepped over to the H3 square. Checkmate, Voldemort said. The White King threw down its crown before Quirrell's feet, and the chessmen parted to let them pass. "See, come along," Quirrell ordered Hermione. Harry considered making his move, but Quirrell was already coming back for her. There was just no good way to escape a man with 4 eyes. Hermione reluctantly followed the defense professor across the room, looking down to avoid Voldemort's awful gaze. Harry followed as close as he dared. He prayed that the chessmen would let him pass, since he hadn't been in the game, but they made no move against him, and he went on into the next chamber. This room was Quirrell's, and it contained nothing but an enormous, ugly, and smelly mountain troll. Harry didn't have to worry about crying out, since he could barely breathe for the smell alone. But Quirrell simply levitated a huge chunk of loose stone over the troll's head and dropped it, and the beast collapsed with a sickening thud. He obviously hadn't added any spells to make this task more difficult. Harry again looked for an opportunity to get his sister out, but Voldemort seemed to be anticipating her making a break for it, and kept his snake-like eyes on her the whole time. Harry walked as quietly as he could behind the pair into the next chamber. Here, the exits sealed themselves with enchanted flames as soon as they entered, one purple and one black. On a table in the room were 7 potion bottles and a scroll, but Quirrell didn't even look at the scroll. He just picked up the smallest bottle and took a swig from it. He shivered and swayed on his feet. Harry started to make his move, but the spasm passed too quickly. With shaking hands, Quirrell handed the bottle to Hermione and ordered, "Dee Dee, drink. Miss G. Granger, it will allow you to pass through the bee-black flames." Hermione took the bottle, but hesitated. Quirrell trained his wand on her. "Drink," he ordered. Aware that Harry was following, she only drained about half of what little was left in the bottle. She shivered. Fortunately, this seemed to be enough to satisfy Quirrell, and he motioned her forward through the enchanted flames. Harry watched her go nervously, hoping she would be all right. As soon as Quirrell was out of sight, he rushed forward and drank all that was left in the tiny bottle. He shivered himself as an icy sensation flooded his body, and then rushed through the black fire. The next chamber, the final chamber, held the biggest surprise of all. There, on a stone dais, stood the mirror of Eriste. "Why, you see, Miss G. Granger," Quirrell stammered. He swayed on his feet again. The rest was, indeed, so much window de-dressing. But here, you see how Diddy Dumbledore truly protected the Philosopher's Stone. You know all about the Philosopher's St. Stone, don't you? He flicked his wand, and Harry finally heard Hermione speak. "It was you all along, then," she said in mingled shame and horror. But of course," he replied. "Who else did you think it could be?" "But I thought Snape." "Oh, yes, as Snape does seem the sort, doesn't he, former Death Eater and all that? How convenient for me." I defended you," Hermione shouted. Quirrell laughed. It was a weak laugh, but then Voldemort himself joined in, which made it utterly terrifying. "You did you? Even after I singled out you and your brother for those unusual C-class demonstrations? Rather C-clever, don't you think, Miss G. Granger? Testing your abilities like that?" Potter suspected the whole time, I'm sure, but it seems his silly little mudblood pet was still fooled. It took an enormous effort for Harry not to shout out in his sister's defense at that, and even more effort to keep his magic in check, but he managed it for her sake. Keep him talking, Hermione thought desperately. I have to keep him talking. Slow him down. But you were teaching against pure blood misconceptions. You gave the Slytherins lower grades, forcing them to work harder, so they'd be more prepared than the rest of you, Quirrell said offhandedly. Harry's eyebrows shot up. That was such a brilliant Slytherin maneuver that he hadn't even thought of it. It even made him wonder a little about Snape, but no, Snape didn't actually teach. But enough idle siege chatter. Quirrell cut them off shakily. I must continue my work. Dumbledore's going to stop you. Hermione yelled defiantly. What a noble sentiment, Quirrell said with a leer. He stumbled slightly. Unfortunately, the fool D. Dumbledore is stuck in London tonight on your dear B. brother's behalf. There is no one here to help you. We will. But at that moment, Quirrell gave them the opportunity they needed. He staggered and clutched at his chest, nearly dropping his wand and collapsing. Seeing him now, it seemed obvious that his possession must be killing him. Before Hermione could even think about running away, he grabbed her by the arm to keep her close, but, thinking fast, she stomped on his foot, and at the same time brought the side of her free hand down hard on his wrist with a wandless, stinging jinx added for good measure. Harry jumped at the chance. Punch to the stomach, kick to the knee, wandless Expelliarmus to get Quirrell's wand away from him. Quirrell went down hard. Then, he threw the cloak over Hermione and pulled her away, back towards the black flames. Harry, wait, Hermione whispered. Impedimenta? Harry and Hermione barely had time to feel the spell coming before they felt like they'd tripped and fallen into a vat of treacle. Impelled by a force coming from behind them, they were turned around to see Quirrell, shaking in his shoes, but successfully holding them immobile with Hermione's wand. He hadn't been able to see them under the cloak, but he knew the only place they could run was out that door. With a flick of his wand, the invisibility cloak flew away. Potter, he yelled. Potter. Voldemort hissed hatefully. Incarcerus, Quirrell said. He snapped the fingers of his free hand, and tight ropes bound the children's arms and ankles. So he can do wandless magic too, they thought. Of course he can. Expelliarmus. Quirrell may have looked weak, but the spell was powerful enough to rip his own wand from Harry's grasp and Harry's from its holster. Now, we will. He started. Let me face the boy, Voldemort said. A look of fear crossed Quirrell's face, but he quietly said, Yes, master, and slowly turned around, and a pain pierced Harry's scar, as the red eyes lock on him. "Harry Potter, we meet again," Voldemort whispered. Harry was too terrified to speak. "You see what I have become because of you? Less than the meanest ghost. No power or form of my own unless I share the body of another. My faithful Quirrell has endured the curse of unicorn blood to sustain me these last few weeks, but all that changes tonight. With the elixir of life, I will be able to create a new body for myself. And then I will finish what I came to do 10 years ago and finally kill you."
"What?"
Harry said. "No," Hermione screamed. But Harry was thinking me, not my parents. "And your dear mudblood sister is going to get the Philosopher's Stone for me," Voldemort concluded. "Never," she shouted. "Don't call Hermione that," Harry yelled, as if that were the important thing at the moment, but Quirrell and Voldemort both ignored him. "Oh, BB, but UW will," the possessed man stammered to Hermione. He half-turned and waved her forward. She glided, her feet dragging on the floor. With a snap of his fingers, the bindings loosened. "It's very simple, you see. Only one who wishes to take the stone, but not use it, can retrieve it from the mirror. That is why I needed a student who is not tempted by its power." Harry's eyes grew wide. Quirrell wanted Hermione for herself? Not to get at me? "Look in the mirror, Miss G. Granger. Tell me what you see." I see myself escaping from you," she answered truthfully. "You will escape if you retrieve the stone," Quirrell said. Hermione kept looking, but she didn't see any stone, as if she would tell him anyway. "The mirror only shows you what you want to see," she said with a quaver. "I don't want you to get the stone. You will if you want your brother to live." He leveled Harry's own wand at the boy's head. "Hermione, don't do it," Harry yelled. Silence. But Harry knew she would probably see the stone now because she wanted to save him. Was that how the enchantment worked? "The mirror shows my heart's desire," he thought, "and right now my heart's desire is to get the stone away from Voldemort and save Hermione, so maybe it'll show me where it is." He looked in the mirror, and, to his surprise, his terrified reflection suddenly smiled and moved of its own accord. Shrugging off his ropes, Mirror Harry pulled a blood-red stone from his pocket. Then, he winked and placed it back in, and at that moment, the real Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket with a tingle of magic emanating from it. Hermione stifled a small gasp. She had seen the stone in her hands for a moment, but then it vanished. Harry, meanwhile, knew that he had to get out. He tried a wandless cutting charm, but he couldn't cut the ropes deep enough from that angle. He focused with all his might on burning through the ropes that bound him. The Bluebell Flame charm had got him out of one set of bindings already without burning him, and hopefully it would again. It was even harder without being able to speak the words, but mortal terror was a great motivator. In a few moments, he knew he had succeeded. He felt the warm flames licking his fingers as they ate through the conjured ropes. He would back away and try to draw Quirrell away from Hermione. He'd barely made it 2 small steps when the sibilant voice sounded again. The boy has it. "Hermione, run." Harry burst out of the smoldering ropes and took off in the other direction, behind the mirror, as fast as he could. "If I can just distract him long enough, she can escape," he thought desperately. "Seize him," Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell took off after Harry. But Hermione hesitated, torn between running for help and trying to get her brother out herself.
"Run."
"Run," Harry yelled, but then Quirrell grabbed his arms. "Erf." Both Harry and Quirrell screamed in pain. A white-hot agony shot across Harry's scar, so intense that he felt like it was being carved deep into his skull. Quirrell's hands were blistering against his skin. In desperation, he lashed out with a wandless flipendo that threw Quirrell flat on his back. He staggered to his feet and ran for the exit. "Come on," "Let's go," he yelled at Hermione, grabbing her by the wrist. But Quirrell wasn't out yet. Voldemort yelled again, "Seize him! Seize him!" And their teacher leapt up with seemingly magically enhanced strength and ran at the two children. Now, both children threw any wandless jinxes they could think of, but he simply parried the spells, jumped on top of Harry, and wrapped his hands around his throat. They screamed in pain again, and Hermione screamed in fear. She desperately tried to pull Quirrell off her brother, but as her eyes met Voldemort's, a horrible pain exploded in her own head. Not like a scar, but like she'd been whacked with a cricket bat. It took her a moment to realize the cause was a blast of hateful, but unfocused magic that she couldn't identify swirling around all three of them. She could only watch as Harry's scar ripped open like a fresh wound with torn stitches, and Quirrell's hands blackened and withered like burning leaves. What was happening? "Master, my hands..." Quirrell whimpered, his briefly increased strength seeming to wane. "I can't hold him. Help me, Master." "Kill him," Voldemort hissed. Quirrell raised his wand and uttered the deplorable words, "Avada Kedavra." No. Hermione summoned the last of her strength and pulled back Quirrell's wand arm. The curse missed Harry's head by inches and blasted a crater in the stone floor. Time seemed to stop. The children had felt the magic of ordinary spells and jinxes before. The killing curse was nothing like them. Just being in its presence felt like being plunged into something slimy and unclean. It chilled their hearts and churned their stomachs and made their skin crawl from the sheer hate bound up within it. Then time started again. Harry reached up and grabbed Quirrell's head. More screaming. Hermione managed to pull Quirrell off Harry, but now, Harry wouldn't let go, even as Quirrell's face began blackening and peeling under his grip. "Kill him! Kill him!" But Quirrell dropped all three wands. It seemed all he could do was reach blindly for Harry's pockets, still trying to get the stone. Harry tried to fight him off, but he was swaying heavily on his feet. "Harry, stop! Stop!" Hermione cried, but he wouldn't let go. Both of them were weakening fast. Quirrell collapsed on top of Harry. Hermione tried to pull him off again, but he had passed out, and the dead weight was too much for her to lift. Harry shook, his breathing became labored, and then he, too, slumped down and lay still. "Harry, come on, Harry, please," Hermione begged, trying to drag the blackened and burnt Quirrell off of him. Dizziness overtook her, but then, aged, but strong hands lifted Quirrell up and practically tossed him aside. She looked up and saw the help she had been so longing for. Still in his plum-colored Wisengamot robes and sporting a beautiful red and gold bird on his shoulder stood Albus Dumbledore. "Professor, thank Merlin!" Hermione gasped. Harry's heart heaved. She felt a horrible lurch in her stomach as she saw her brother lying motionless on the floor. She frantically grasped his wrist and found a pulse. "He's alive," she sighed with relief. But Quirrell did something to him. "Sir, Quirrell's possessed by Voldemort." Dumbledore just nodded knowingly. He walked around them and flipped the professor over with his toe. Quirrell was a horrible sight, now, with half his face burn up. With a cautious wave of his wand, he seemed to make an assessment. "He was possessed," he corrected. "Voldemort's spirit has gone. You are both very lucky, Hermione." "Professor, is he..." Hermione started. Quirrell gave a weak, rasping breath. "Alive," Dumbledore said grimly. "Though I'm afraid not for long. The possession has been slowly killing him for some time. But we must get Harry to Madame Pomfrey." Quickly, he wrapped an arm around the dying teacher and extended his other towards the children. Fox hopped down to his hand and trilled soothingly. "Grab onto Foxtail Feathers." Hermione wasn't sure she could hang on to Harry in her present state, but she obliged. Suddenly, she felt a warmth of living fire, like the lapping of the bluebell flames, but running all through her body. Phoenix fire, she thought in wonder. She felt as light as a feather, like she could spread her wings, and they were flying. All four of them were carried by the phoenix in an aura of golden light that was felt and not seen. It really wasn't so much flying, though, as it was like the idea of flying. As if everything that was good and wonderful about flying were distilled into a single experience, and everything bad were purged away. It was beautiful, exhilarating, joyful. It seemed there was an exception to the rule that all fast forms of magical travel were uncomfortable. Hermione had a vague sensation or racing through tunnels and up shafts and through corridors at an impossible speed, all seen as if through a flame and dazzling with colors that seemed to come directly from the magic and the essence of the castle rather than the faint torchlight. It was as if the sights they passed were also distilled down to the idea of them, and when they finally landed in the hospital wing, she couldn't have said whether they had really flown the distance or simply vanished from under the school and materialized there in the same instant. "Do not fear, Hermione," Dumbledore said. With one fluid motion, he levitated Harry onto the nearest bed and levitated Quirrell onto another bed with a screen around him. "It is over." Chapter 40. What the hell were you thinking, Albus? After getting an earful from Harry's family, as well as from Minerva, Albus Dumbledore was growing weary of being told how badly he had botched things. Not that it wasn't true, but it was Severus Snape who knew the most of his plans, and he wasn't taking it well. "I was thinking," he replied, "that we had a chance to end the threat of Voldemort permanently, at minimal risk to the boy's safety." "His physical safety, you mean?" Severus shot back. Albus raised a bushy eyebrow. "Have you, then, begun to care for the boy, Severus?" he asked. But Severus ignored the question. "You tasked me with keeping him safe, and yet it was your own risk assessment that appears to have failed badly. Or do you think that being put in a coma by the Dark Lord himself was a minimal risk?" "I made mistakes, Severus. I admit that. It was a mistake to overreach with my plan, and it was a mistake not to isolate Quirrell from the students. But the boy will recover in the next day or so, and I stand by my assessment. It was an invaluable opportunity to end Voldemort once and for all, which is why I asked you here." Severus's eyebrows shot up. You think you succeeded, Albus," he growled. "Allow me to enlighten you." He rolled back his sleeve to reveal the dull, red outline of a serpent emerging from the mouth of a skull. Albus gasped, as he realized the implications. "No," he breathed. "Yes, Albus, it is still there. It seems your plan was not as successful as you thought. And you forgot to mention that it a mistake to involve me in this mad endeavor in the first place. You're lucky the boy wasn't harmed worse, not to mention the girl. The next time you want to endanger him with such a mad scheme, kindly do it yourself and leave me out of it so that I can actually protect him like I'm supposed to." The old man's face hardened. "Severus, you have no right," he began. "I have every right. You swore to me 11 years ago that you would perform all duties necessary." "I swore to protect your son," the younger man shouted. "I spied for you in exchange for her protection. I have worked for you these past 10 years, as much as it galled me teaching these dunderheads to stew horned slugs, because you deemed it essential for his protection, and I should hope that has not all been an error. I told you long ago where my loyalties lay, Albus, and your actions this year have not instilled me with confidence in yours." The old man sighed. "For all my mistakes, my loyalty is, and ever has been, to the side of the light. You know this full well, Severus, and you may rest assured that I will protect Harry and his family in every way that I can." "You had better." The first thing Harry was aware of was the sound of muffled voices around him. There were several voices, kindly ones, not like Quirrell and Voldemort, but He couldn't resolve them into words. The second thing Harry was aware of as his eyes cracked open was a bushy mass blocking his field of view, backlit by sunlight. He blinked once, slowly, and the mass resolved itself into a familiar head of brown hair, surrounding a smiling face. Hermione, he said slowly. Oh, Harry? His sister lunged forward and flung her arms around his neck. Harry patted her gently on her back. You saved me, Mione. Hermione pulled back, looking very pink. Despite her present smile, her eyes were red and puffy. She sniffed once and said, You saved me first, Harry. If I hadn't been so trusting of Quirrell. Harry started to shake his head when the rest of his memory came back to him. He tried to sit up and exclaimed, Quirrell, the stone has been taken care of. He turned his head and saw the kindly face of Albus Dumbledore looking down at him. Good afternoon, Harry, the old wizard said. Harry looked around and saw more familiar faces sitting around what he now knew to be the hospital wing, each smiling and teary-eyed. Mum, Dad, Sirius, Remus, he said, his smile growing wider as he spotted each one. You're here. Of course we are, dear, his mum said. We were so worried about you. Harry said nothing. He could imagine his parents' reaction to being awakened by the alarm on the flue in the middle of the night and being rushed to Hogwarts to see him at once. But Quirrell, the stone, what happened? Professor Dumbledore ran in right after you passed out, Hermione said. Fawkes, his phoenix, carried us up here. But Quirrell, he didn't make it. She turned away, fighting back tears. It wasn't your fault, Harry. You saw him. He was already dying. Harry closed his eyes and slumped back on his pillow. Somehow, he felt like he'd already known it. He heard his parents come up on either side of his bed. They placed their hands on him comfortingly. And Voldemort? He asked. There was a single gasp from nearby. Harry leaned up and saw someone tall and red-headed lying in the next bed. Percy, he said in confusion. Quirrell poisoned him, Hermione explained. A distraction for Professor Snape. Oh, sorry, Harry said. Percy winced. It was my own fault, Mr. Potter, he replied formally. I failed to be sufficiently attentive. It was an easy mistake to make, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore assured him, then turned back to Harry. It seems Quirrell's plan was well thought out. He took Hermione to try to retrieve the stone for him, as you know. He placed Miss Audrey McDougal under the Imperious Curse to do so and poisoned Mr. Weasley to remove Professor Snape from the equation. He stunned me, Hermione told him. I woke up standing on the chessboard. The one thing he did not count on was you, and those charming family heirlooms of yours, Dumbledore concluded. When it became clear that you would prevail, Voldemort fled Quirrell's body, and I am sorry to confirm that he left him too badly damaged to survive. But I assure you that no blame falls on you. Clearly, it was a hard-fought battle. I confess that I feared the worst for a moment when I first found you. Harry just nodded, his head swimming with the revelations. You gave us a real scare there, cub, Sirius said wearily. Most of us were in here all day yesterday. Harry's eyes snapped wide open. Yesterday? He said. Isn't today Saturday? No, Harry, his mum said gently. It's Sunday. You've been asleep for a day and a half. And you're lucky you're in such good shape, or it would have been a lot worse. Harry recognized the voice of Madame Pomfrey as she hustled over to his bedside. Whatever exercises you're doing, keep doing them once you're better. The boy needs his rest now. I want visitors down to 2 at a time until after dinner. You can discuss what happened tonight if he's up to it. Hermione got up. I'll let you catch up with Mum and Dad, she said. Until tonight, Harry, Dumbledore said. Later, cub, Sirius added. I'm glad to see you're all right, Harry, said Remus. As the visitors filed out, Harry heard a matronly voice shouting, No, I will not let you give him a toilet seat. After that, he heard some male laughter, the sound of high fives, and Sirius saying, "Good one?" Harry wouldn't admit it out loud, but it was easier only dealing with 2 visitors at a time right now. "Harry, we're so proud of you for running out to save your sister like that," Dad told him. "Might have been a better idea to go straight to Professor McGonagall yourself, but we're proud of you just the same, so we've decided you're not grounded for almost getting yourself killed." Harry laughed, nervously. "Just 5 minutes," Madame Pomfrey insisted. "Family's one thing, but I can't be letting in all of your admirers." With that, Ron and Neville ran into the room. "Harry, are you okay, mate?" Ron said. "The whole school's talking." "Hermione told us what happened," Neville said. "I can't believe you did all that. The 3-headed dog and everything," Ron added. "I had to do it," Harry said. "What happened with you?" "Not much," Ron said. He sounded a little disappointed. "We found McGonagall. She started to take a bunch of points, but we told her what happened, and she freaked out and ran off to send a message to Dumbledore. She told us to go back to bed, but we said we wanted to stay up until we knew you and Hermione were okay," Neville added. Harry smiled. "Thanks, guys, for everything." "No problem," Ron said. "Just wait till I tell Ginny I helped save Harry Potter." "So, are you still playing the Quidditch final on Saturday?" Harry's eyes widened. He'd forgotten all about that. "I don't know. I hope so. You'd better. We'll get flattened without you." Neville looked on awkwardly. "I'm just glad you and Hermione are okay, Harry," he said. "Yeah, me too," Harry agreed. Throughout the course of the afternoon, Harry was brought up to date on recent events. Dumbledore had succeeded in postponing the vote on the Muggle Protection Act until next month, though with difficulty. He had offered to stay with Harry yesterday so that he would be there when he woke up, but Hermione had vetoed that at once, saying, "Harry would want you to go down there and get that work done." Harry was expected to be released from the hospital wing tomorrow, but he would be excused from his exams and allowed to make them up on Friday, and if he behaved himself, there should be no trouble with playing in the Quidditch final on Saturday. Percy was released later that afternoon, on Dumbledore's recommendation. This was against Madame Pomfrey's better judgment, but he was so agitated about his OWL exams already that he was better off just getting on with it. However, Harry suspected it was really so that they could speak without being overheard. By the time dinner came around, Harry was feeling much better, which was good, because he had a lot of questions for Dumbledore about this whole thing. He lay back on his pillow, his eyes closed, as his family filed in. "Harry, are you awake?" Emma asked. He opened his eyes halfway and turned toward her. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Hermione asked. "I don't want to go on the cart," he groaned. Hermione slapped him lightly on the arm. "He's fine," she admonished. "All right, Harry," Dan said. "We know Hermione's side of the story, but we'd like to hear what happened to you if you're up to it." Harry nodded and began to tell them how he was worried about the stone and was watching the Marauders' map for any funny business. Sirius and Remus had been a little uncomfortable about revealing the map's existence to Dumbledore, but they decided that since he already knew about the cloak and had given it to Harry personally, it didn't make much difference. Harry then explained how he had taken off running when he saw Quirrell take Hermione and sent Ron and Neville for help, how he had followed invisibly through all the traps, and finally, the fight at the mirror. Even though they'd heard most of it already, his family still looked horrified as he described it, although Hermione squealed with excitement and hugged him again when he told her he'd finally cast the Bluebell flames wandlessly. Then, when no one seemed to have anything to add that hadn't already been said, he concluded with, "But, Professor, I had some questions," to Dumbledore. "That is quite understandable," the old wizard replied, "and I will do my best to answer them. There may be some that I cannot, but I shall not, of course, lie." Harry quirked an eyebrow at that briefly and said, "What's going to happen to the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore smiled a little more. Nicholas and Perenelle have taken it back to their unplottable manner. I have left it for them to decide what to do with it. However, after nearly 700 years, I believe it has been weighing more heavily on them of late, and they have been considering setting their affairs in order for some time. A look of shock crossed Harry's and Hermione's and Sirius's faces. But do not worry for them, children, for after all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great venture. Okay, Harry said skeptically and moved on. Sir, down in that chamber, Voldemort said he came to kill me when I was a baby, not my parents. Why was he after me instead of them? Dan and Emma raised their eyebrows. Alas, Harry, this I cannot tell you, Dumbledore said. You will know one day, but not today, not now. Excuse me, Dan interrupted. Why can't you just tell him? He is too young for such a burden, Mr. Granger. I thought we agreed that he should be as prepared as possible. Mr. Granger, there are times when the risks of such information outweigh the benefits. No, he's right, Albus, Sirius countered. If you won't tell him, I will. I should have told him months ago. Tell me what? Harry said. Dumbledore sighed. He had been hoping it wouldn't come to this. Even with his agreement to be open with his information, this was too much, too dangerous. He would certainly not be able to tell the boy the whole thing. On the other hand, the boy was discreet, and the half that Voldemort already knew couldn't cause any more harm if it were kept to the family, he hoped. Very well. The truth, Harry, is that before you were born, there was a prophecy made concerning you. A prophecies? Yes. It was our own Sybil Trelawney who made it. Dumbledore held up a hand. I know her reputation is known even to the first years, but this was a genuine prophecy, quite possibly the only one she has ever made. She fell into a trance and spoke in a voice not her own, remembering nothing afterwards, the hallmark of a true prophecy. She prophesied that you, Harry, would have the power to vanquish Voldemort. What? Dan, Emma, and Hermione shouted. You mean he's actually going to have to face Voldemort someday? Emma demanded. And you didn't mention that before? Dan added. It made no difference. Dumbledore defended himself. I warned you that Voldemort would pursue Harry if he ever returned. The reason for his actions is immaterial. Yes, but it would have been nice to know we had to prepare him for that, not just self-defense, Dan argued. You're basically saying that Harry's been drafted or something. The prophecy is beyond all of our control, Mr. Granger. However, I can understand your concerns. Unfortunately, prophecies are an uncertain thing. It may not be fulfilled for many years or even never, but the important thing is that it could be. Harry could one day possess the power to vanquish Voldemort. And, more to the point, Voldemort believes this and so regards Harry as the gravest of threats. Harry let out a feline-sounding whine. So now we know why. Dan grumbled as he held Emma's trembling hands. Well, have you got any other tidbits we should know about? Dumbledore hesitated. Nothing that I can confirm at the moment, he said cagily. I will, of course, keep you informed, as I have done. Sir, what does the prophecy actually say? Harry asked timidly. I am sorry, Harry, that I truly cannot tell you. No, I swear to you that I cannot tell you more. The details of the prophecy are far too dangerous. I never even told your birth parents the exact words. Someday I will tell you, but you must learn to guard your mind first. There are those who can pull secrets directly from your mind unless you are trained to block them, and Voldemort is most accomplished at the art. You want Harry to learn occlumencies? Sirius asked. Dumbledore hesitated again, but he said yes. I had not thought he would need to start so early, but I think that would be for the best. Occlumencies? Harry asked. The art of guarding one's mind against legilimency, Remus said. What you might call mind reading, although that's a crude way of putting it. Sirius and I are decent at it. We could teach you the basics, but we've never had a legilimens to teach us properly. Will you be teaching him, Albus?
Sirius asked.
No, Sirius, there is too much risk, given my own secrets. However, I believe I could persuade Severus to do it.
No.
No way. Sirius barked. I'm not letting Snape in my godson's head. Dumbledore jerked back slightly. Harry, he appealed to the boy. I'd rather not do that, either, Professor, he said. He didn't dislike Snape as much as Sirius, but he still didn't want him reading his mind. I'm Harry's magical guardian, and I won't allow Snape to teach him a clemency unless it becomes an emergency, Sirius said. I'll make some inquiries at the DMLE for an instructor. I can probably find one by this fall. Can I learn it too? Hermione asked. Sirius stopped. You? Are you sure, kitten? She nodded. If it's that secret, I don't want to be left out. All right. If it's fine with Dan and Emma, I'll put you down for it too. After that, Harry sat silently for a while instead of asking the next question he had planned. He was prophesied to defeat Voldemort. In fact, he'd already done it twice after a fashion, once seemingly by accident and this time by... Professor, why couldn't Quirrell touch me? He asked. Dumbledore gave him another small smile. Your birth mother died for you, Harry. Not just dying whilst trying to save you. I believe, though I cannot confirm it, that because Voldemort came for you and not for her, she made a deliberate choice in advance to die in your place. That is old magic, magic that Voldemort dismissed to his ruin. To his eyes, it would have been a positively irrational choice, because the one thing he cannot understand is love. But in truth, it was agony for him to touch a person marked by something so good. Harry began to cry openly. He put his legs under him and pitched forward on all fours, stretching out his back and quivering as he was overcome with emotion. Suddenly, he looked up at Dumbledore. Professor, he said, is Madame Pomfrey coming back anytime soon? I think I need a few minutes. He gave a very cat-like shake of his head. Dumbledore nodded in understanding and waved his wand in a pattern that Harry didn't recognize. I think I can give you some privacy for the time being. Thank you, sir. Harry at once transformed into Ratsbane and flopped down wearily on the bed. Emma reached over and stroked his fur. In cat form, he could calm down somewhat and think more clearly. He didn't have the words to describe his feelings about his mother's sacrifice. He was loved more than he ever knew and protected more than he could have imagined. And as he lay there under the gentle caress of his adoptive mother's fingers, he reflected that he had perhaps never fully appreciated, or at least not since he was very little, how lucky he was to have two families who loved him so dearly. He could smell her love for him, whiskers and all, and the deep affection from each of his other family members, and even Dumbledore, that pervaded the air. Harry lay there basking in the feeling for quite a bit longer than a few minutes. He began purring before long, to Sirius's and Remus's infinite amusement. Finally, he allowed himself to think back on everything that had happened since, ages ago, it seemed, he first spotted Hermione with Quirrell on the Marauders map. Quirrell and bloody Voldemort. He shifted back to human form instantly, accidentally clawing the sheets in the process. Professor, how the hell did you manage to hire Voldemort to teach defense? He demanded. There were sniggers from Remus and Sirius, and Hermione muttered, Language, Harry? That's what I said, Dan told him. And what I said, though I think I said it more colorfully, Sirius added. And I still can't see how you didn't know, Albus. Why else did you shift Quirrell onto defense, if not to get rid of him? As I told you yesterday, Dumbledore replied stiffly, I suspected that Quirrell was working for Voldemort from the moment he returned to Britain, but I had no reason to believe he was possessed until after the term started. To get rid of him, Harry thought. But what was the whole business with the stone, then?
But sir, he said,
you said the protections around the Philosopher's Stone were supposed to be a trap. Were you actually trying to trap Voldemort inside Hogwarts? Dumbledore suddenly began to look very nervous, likely because everyone else in the room was glaring at him. That was one possibility, I admit, he said. However, at the time, I thought it a slim one. I did not think that Voldemort would dare to enter Hogwarts himself in his weakened state while I was present. I was initially hoping that Quirrell would lead me to him, but that changed, Harry observed. I concluded that the trap would work just as well on Voldemort himself if he was, indeed, possessing Quirrell. The headmaster defended himself. He was weakened, and he would not risk his chance to get the stone by harming anyone else. And, of course, he could not possibly have got the stone from the mirror, except he nearly did. Yes, Dumbledore sighed. He looked at Hermione. There was a loophole in my plan. Quirrell chose a student who cares more for knowledge than wealth or long life, one whose greatest earthly desire is to earn a Doctor of Sorcery. The children tensed up. How did you know about that, Professor? Hermione gasped. A super-sensory charm, of course, the headmaster smiled. Sorry, what's going on? Emma said. Reluctantly, the children told Dan and Emma of their nighttime excursion in which they first found the mirror. They weren't pleased, but they hugged the children again when they heard what they saw in the mirror. But what about the other traps, then? Harry asked as a growing realization came upon him. What do you mean, Harry? It's all just too neat. Hagrid let slip how to get past Fluffy. You let me figure out how the mirror worked. Neville's good at herbology. I could fly to catch the key. Ron's good at chess. The troll was Quirrell's idea and not really that hard to beat. And if the potions were a logic puzzle, like it sounds, that would have been Hermione's strength. Harry, what are you saying? Emma asked worriedly. Well, think about it, Mum. He let Hagrid tell me about the stone. He gave me the cloak. He tailored the traps to my friends and my skills. He rounded on Dumbledore. You really were planning for me to go after the stone, weren't you? You didn't, Dan said sharply. But Dumbledore's uneasy silence was all the proof they needed. You did. Everyone started shouting at once, and no one could make out exactly what was being said, but it was all filled with expressions of disbelief and anger that the old man would do something so stupid. The oil lamp on the bedside table flared, and the candy and gifts and small items on the table rattled in response to the children's uncontrolled magic. How could you possibly think that was a good idea? Sirius was the loudest of the group, and he was on his feet, looking as if he had half a mind to tear Dumbledore's throat out as Padfoot. If I may, Dumbledore looked downcast. My second plan, which I later abandoned, he emphasized, was to lead Harry to the stone with the clues and tools I gave him, in the hopes that he could end the threat of Voldemort permanently. But I certainly did not undertake this plan without careful consideration, and I had every confidence that both he and his friends would not be seriously harmed. But how could you possibly know that, Albus? Remus demanded. By now, he was on his feet, too, holding Sirius back. The tiny potion bottle. Hermione burst out. All eyes turned to her. You set things up so that Harry would have to face Quirrell alone, because he's the only one who has his mother's protection. Harry's mouth dropped open. There were times, rare ones, when he could forget just how brilliant his sister was. So that was your big plan, then? He deliberately flared his magic into the room intimidatingly. The loose items around him rattled again. Sirius and Remus stepped back in surprise that he could make a controlled display like that, and Dan and Emma, to their astonishment, could feel an electric twinge of energy bounce off their charmed necklaces. Force a confrontation between me and Voldemort while he was weakened, and hope it would finish him off for good, Harry said. Why would you? It dawned on him a split second after it hit Hermione. Because of the prophecy, they said in unison.
Silence reigned.
Sirius and Remus didn't seem to know how to respond to that. Even they had to admit it was a brilliant plan, even though they vehemently disagreed with it. So let me get this straight, Dan said once he thought he understood. You were basically trying to trick our son into facing down the most evil and dangerous terrorist this side of the former Iron Curtain. You believed he was capable of defeating him because of this prophecy, and you believed Harry would be all right because of his mother's protection. You believed those things strongly enough to gamble his life on it. Dumbledore took a deep breath and resolutely answered, I did. Sirius and Remus both growled at him softly. Harry hissed. Well, there was a problem with your plan, Dan grumbled. A little to the family's surprise, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Several problems, in fact. Yeah, like the fact that I'm bloody 11, Harry burst out. The glass of water on the bedside table shattered. Sorry, he murmured. He reached out his hand. No, I've got it, Harry, Hermione said soothingly. She waved her hand and levitated the pieces of the glass back onto the table and reassembled them. Honestly, Dumbledore, how could you think of sending a child into that kind of situation? Emma scolded. The old man hung his head.
As I said, it was a mistake.
When you came so close to the truth 2 months ago, Harry, I realized that the plan was ill-advised and abandoned it. I then hoped to merely capture Quirrell and then beg your assistance in dealing with him afterwards. Said Harry, sounding unconvinced. Well, we see how that went. Did it at least work? Dumbledore sighed and responded, no. Professor Snape's dark mark remains. It would vanish if Voldemort had truly died. It would seem that he has more means of preserving his life than I had hoped. At that, Sirius and Remus suddenly quailed and sat down with expressions of abject horror. What is it? Harry said. Remus just shook his head. A clemency, he muttered. Some things are better left unsaid. Harry grew more subdued, but he still hissed again softly as he turned back to Dumbledore, so it didn't even work. And either way, it's the same problem. If I have to face Voldemort someday, if I have to...
His voice faltered.
If I have to kill him, he quailed at the thought. Or catch him. Or... What did you say? Vanquish him? I want to be a hell of a lot more ready than I am now before I do it.
And so do we, Dan said.
I understand, Dumbledore replied. I do. However, I must warn you that you may not have that luxury. Voldemort will continue to try to come back, and he will continue to try to come after you. And he will learn. Your mother's protection will not save you from less direct methods of attack. I am aware that you are young, painfully aware of that fact. A prophecy such as this is a terrible burden to bear at any age, much less as a first-year student. But given the circumstances, I was forced to conclude that this was one of the best possible opportunities to finish it, and I thought that since you have shown yourself to be quite capable, well...
What?
Harry said. You thought I had the right to face Voldemort if I could? Are you mental? In case you've forgotten, your little plan nearly killed me. The glass shattered again, this time into dust. The mending charm never left things quite as good as new. The bedside table, the chairs, especially Dumbledore's, and even the bed itself began to shift and creak, and the air in the room swirled violently. Sirius and Remus shrank back in awe of the uncontrolled magic. Please calm yourself, Harry, or you will exhaust yourself, and Madame Pomfrey will not take kindly to that, Dumbledore chastised him. The hum of magic slowly subsided. Harry suddenly felt lightheaded and slumped back onto the bed. You misunderstand, he continued. My ultimate plan failed not because I underestimated Voldemort, but because I underestimated you. Harry blinked a few times, and so did the rest of his family. I knew what you had seen in the mirror of Arist. You saw your families, both of them, together and whole, the one thing that is truly missing from your life. I was confident that you would see the same thing in the mirror again, and the stone would be safe. Instead, you saw the key to removing the Philosopher's Stone, not desiring to use it, but only taking it to save your sister and stop Voldemort. I don't think you realize how few wizards could have seen what you saw in that mirror. He paused to let this sink in. While Lily's protection would have saved you from Quirrell's attack, you fought back, and it was the effort involved in keeping the stone from him that nearly killed you. Harry was silent. He supposed he should be flattered, but he wasn't feeling it. I can't believe you would do this to us after all these years. Emma bit at Dumbledore in a tone that Harry thought, had it been directed at him, would be nearly as terrifying as Voldemort. You used your friend, you used our children, and it sounds like you tried to use a couple of other children and teachers too. And if that was your idea of a smart plan, I have to wonder if maybe at 111 you're getting too old for this. That one looked like it really hurt. It was sheer dumb luck that no one was killed. Dumbledore met her eyes with difficulty and said, "You are right, of course, Mrs. Granger. In my zeal to end the threat of Voldemort, I allowed myself to become too single-minded and failed to give adequate attention to the safety of others. If I could go back and do it again, I would keep the entire plan far more separate from the student body and your family in particular." "I should certainly hope so," Emma said. But Dan wasn't finished yet. "Say, serious, Remus," he said, "we haven't really planned our summer holiday yet. The French school, Beauxbatons, right? Is there a magical village there we could visit?" Harry and Hermione were surprised, and Sirius looked scandalized, but Remus didn't miss Dumbledore starting to sweat and caught on. "There is, Dan. It's called Batonvert. My parents considered sending me to Beauxbatons for my schooling. You can connect to it from the magical district of Paris. I can help you make some bookings. If you are thinking of," Dumbledore started. "We're just keeping our options open," Dan said with a sly grin. "I think we have more than enough reason to reevaluate the education our children are getting." "I understand, but..." Before the headmaster could finish, Emma laid down the law. "Dumbledore, when we adopted Harry, you agreed to be open with us, and you haven't been. You said you had learnt from your mistakes, and right now, it doesn't look like you have. So you'd better straighten up from now on, regardless of where we go. And if you want to even consider such an insane plan as this again, you'd better consult us first." Dumbledore decided that moment that if you put Emma Granger's hair in a bun, you would have a 20 years younger Minerva. "Mrs. Granger, I deeply apologize," he replied. "I apologize to all of you. I have made many mistakes in this past year, but I see now that given Harry's destiny, it is important to keep you fully involved and informed rather than trying to protect your children from the truth. I promise you that you will have my full confidence from now on, barring that which must be protected with a clemency." Dan and Emma nodded sternly. Dumbledore had no doubt they would hold him to that. "Now, it has been a difficult day," he concluded. "I think Harry will need his rest, and the rest of us as well. If there is nothing else, I shall leave you to it for the evening. I believe there will be no harm in leaving the privacy charms up for another hour." He looked pointedly at Harry. The Grangers decided they'd all had enough for one day and waved him off. Harry changed back to Ratsbane and meowed with relief. "A cat," Sirius said as Hermione scratched Harry behind his ears. "Of all the things." "Sirius," Emma asked, ever the practical one, "can muggles learn a clemency?" Sirius blinked in surprise. "Can muggles learn?" He wondered aloud. "No idea. I don't know enough about my magic. Can't hurt to try, though." "Then could you see if you can find an instructor for all four of us?" "I can try, Emma. It won't be easy, but galleons talk louder than words." "Good. Dad, you don't really want us to leave Hogwarts, do you?" Hermione asked her father nervously. Harry meowed in her apparent support. Probably not, Dan replied. Not if Dumbledore learns his lesson, certainly. But he doesn't need to know that. And that's a wrap on part 4 of the Accidental Animagus. The stakes keep rising, and Harry's transformation is more than just physical. It's reshaping his entire future. What do you think of Harry's latest developments? Are his newfound abilities a blessing or a curse? Let's talk about it in the comments. Fun fact. Did you know that Animagus transformations in the Harry Potter universe are extremely rare, and White Squirrel's take on the process is one of the most detailed and well-researched in fanfiction? If you've been enjoying this audiobook, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated. And if you'd like to support more narrations, consider becoming a member of Grimoire Audiobooks for exclusive perks and early access. Sometimes, our greatest strengths come from embracing what makes us different. Until next time, Grimoire Guardians.